All right, the first set of bulbs is run up and around there and to the back of the TV where it will get power. It comes down this gutter and the pole here, and it connects to this lamp that has Govee smart bulbs. Our next job is to replace this set here that runs all the way around the house. So we're going to be doing that next. Let's get to work. All right, guys, we are all done running our lighting, and we ended up running it around the gutter right there. You can kind of see where they changed the gutter, where the house was pink before. But we ran it up around the gutter there, across the top, through there, where it probably could have been a little bit closer to the house. I think I'm going to end up fixing that. I just don't know how. Actually, I do know how. I got a zip tie over there. I'll grab a zip tie and I'll pull it over and put it on the zip tie. All right, as I was saying, we ran this right across the bottom of the sunroom there, around the top here, to the television back there, and then over on this side, we ran it across, down this pole, and then it connects to this lamp. So when all of the smart lighting comes on, all this will turn on, and we were gonna show you that tonight when it gets dark. We'll be right back. Echo, turn on the patio. And we are back, guys, with a wrap up to this video on replacing the lighting on the patio. It's not quite dark yet, but I have to leave in a few minutes, and I wanted to get this shot. And there is the new LED globe lights along with the Govee sconces running and the two Govee smart bulbs. And if we walk out here, you can see that the lights look really good going around the sunroom right there, and then they wrap around so nice right here. And that is how this turned out. They come down the side of that gutter. Very cool project. Finally got these replaced, and you can see it's raining right now, but yet the lights are not getting wet. So there's a good chance these will last longer than they did before on the other places, like the fence. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. Have a good night. We'll see you guys tomorrow on the channel. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and this is part 5 of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos on the Supercar Street Racing channel. I'm so glad you joined me today, and I can't wait to check out the last videos that I have of me racing on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, welcome back. This is part 5 of Supercar Street Racing reacting to his own videos on YouTube from over 15 years ago. And today we have the last installment. This is all I have left. There may be some videos out there somewhere, but a lot of the sites that had my videos hosted are no longer available. So let's start taking a look at these now. This first one says single turbo 750 horsepower Supra versus the slowest Mustang in the world. So I don't know what this is. I do not remember this at all. Let's see what it says. No audio here. Oh, the music had to be replaced. And so yeah, you can see there that it was a Celine Mustang. It was a Celine Mustang, and it was incredibly slow. I know it's hard to even tell with this old video. This camera was absolutely terrible. I don't know why I never bought a real camera. I let him get the hit this time. And of course just walked him. Alright, so this is very interesting. So this is the only video in existence that I know of my M3 Turbo, my E36 M3 Turbo, which was totaled in an accident. A lady hit me and absolutely destroyed it. And so there are videos out there somewhere of me running high speed in it. I don't know where those are. Like I said, one of them used to be on Speedo Pics, and I think that site is long gone now. I think I looked for it. But this is my Turbo M3 from back in the day, leaving an event. It's really short, I know that. Let's see. And quality's terrible. And I got sideways there. Let's take a look again. Nice wheels, huh? These are Denon wheels or Dynon or whatever you want to call them. I don't care what you call it, but I think it's Dynon. I don't know. So that was my E36 M3 Turbo from back in the day. This is an old video. Let's go ahead and like it. And this one is from this event called, it was some kind of toy thing where you would go to a car show and you brought a toy to enter. So on the way there, obviously we must have had a little bit of fun, but I don't remember anything about this. Let's see. Okay, so let's pause it right there. So this was actually called Motor for Toys. That's a Ferrari F40, I think, right there. I actually raced one of those on video one time. I don't know what happened to the video. But yeah, 3rd annual Motor for Toys. You bring a toy. 2006, so almost 2007, and you are able to enter, and it was in Agora, Westlake Village, which is north of Los Angeles. So let's see what this is. We decided it was street racing for toys. Okay, so this is my buddy's brother, and he had a fake M3 CSL. So it's not a real M3 CSL. It had M3 CSL parts on it. So it says M3 CSL. It's really not. Let's go back. You can hear his exhaust. Obviously not even a competition there. Pretty crowded streets, you know. I was kind of an idiot back then. That's 101 North, headed towards Westlake Village. It's another Supra. Pretty quick. I was worried about my face being shown for whatever reason. Stock fuel systems, single turbo, my buddy. And he beat me. Because the car had no traction, so he beat me. This car was quick. Really close race there. Here's the M3 CSL again. Oh, from another camera view. Me with no traction. This is a good video, man. I forgot all about this one. And here's a view from the other car looking at me. And then I just waved goodbye like an idiot. As I spun. And I don't know what this is. It says Super Racing in Los Angeles like effing idiots. Let's see. Okay, this is my buddy Dan's car, which had gears. So he had a different rear end, so he had some good acceleration compared to me. And of course it had this stuff in front because I thought that was cool. This is a cool car, actually. So this is my buddy Dan, and he is in my other video with the R6.
I hate this. It is revolting. More?
I remember this.
Please.
Alright, so there's me. I'm in the... That's me in my Supra. Great race. I had no problems beating him at that time. I think he was on stock fuel, maybe. But I had, you know, aftermarket ECU, fuel system, single turbo, all that. And then we had some traffic. I think we had to slow down there. Great video. Probably one of my better shot ones, which shows a lot.
Judging by the pollution content of the atmosphere, I believe we have arrived at the latter half of the 20th century.
Yeah, so that was pretty cool. This one is insane. So I was actually supposed to race a Veyron, I think, this night. Something insane. And the guy didn't show up. I remember this. And the music had to be substituted, I think, as well. I don't think there's audio on this, but let me get to the actual video. So I'm going to turn this down in case this is copyright, but that was a ProCharge Z06 sitting in the parking lot. 600 and something real horsepower. I know it's hard to see. That's my buddies that made 621. Supra. Hot girl. I don't know. Pretty childish, but she was hot though. So there's a Venom Viper pulling up that wanted to run me, which was absolutely ridiculous as far as his ability to actually race was. I remember I got so mad at this guy because he would never go on the honks, and he would be like, oh, I tried to go, I missed shift. I mean, there were so many excuses. It was a sick car, but like the guy just kept on messing around, and I could tell he wasn't trying to race at all. That was a dog in a black Supra, I think. I don't know. So this is my buddy Dan against the ProCharge Z06. Looks like Dan won that race, though. There's no audio here. It was all copyrighted. Maybe it still is. I'm going to turn that down. So here we go. Here's a race between the Vet and my buddy's Supra. And I think that I tried to stick with them. Yeah, Dan beat him on that one. They didn't go very far. They hit traffic, it looks like. Now here's me versus the Vet versus Dan. And I spun most of the time. It looks like Dan... Oh, okay. I think they let off right there. Oh, okay, no, they didn't. I actually kept the race going and won. Yeah, this dude was like... He said he would never get beat by a Supra on the freeway. And he kept saying... This is now I remember. He kept saying... He misshifted and things like that, and he never came back to the meet after I beat him like 3 or 4 times. And it's a 745 Li versus the Vet and me. Of course, the 745 has no chance. I just went when I heard them race, so I don't know what happened. But obviously I walked on the Vet. Pretty interesting video back in the day. And then I don't know what this is. Oh, Dan, Brad, me and my buddy Dan, who was in the last video that we watched racing. Okay, so he has made 600 and something to the wheels, and he has gears. His top end's not going to be as good, but his acceleration was great. But I did pull on him right here. I was up in the 800s, I think. So this looks like we ran again. I wish there was audio on this, but there just isn't. Dan was a cool guy, man. He helped me out a lot with Supras, and really nice car. And absolutely terrible camera work here. These videos are so bad compared to what we have now. And I think this is just me playing around on the freeway, looks like. Yeah. There's no audio on this. It's just me kind of ripping. It looks like the speedometer is buried down there. Wow. Okay. And that is the end of the video and the end of the series of me reacting to my 15-year-old racing videos. And I think we went enough time. We did get past that 10-minute mark. So guys, thank you so much for watching. Please like and subscribe and buy through my Amazon links. It helps me greatly. Even if you're not buying something that's in my link, please click through one of my links in any video and purchase things. It helps me out and I can give you guys better content. And thanks for watching Supercar Street Racing. Guys, today on the channel we have this generic wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. We're going to be taking a look at this, unboxing it, setting it up, all that on Supercar Street Racing today. This is the wireless in Wi-Fi repeater, something about $18 worth on Amazon. This guy right here can take a Wi-Fi signal and repeat it from the wireless side or also from the wired side with that little port right there. And we're going to be unboxing this right here and right now on the channel. We're going to try it with one hand. We got skills. Maybe we got skills. We do have skills to open this and pay the bills. And inside of the wireless N, and of course being the band of Wi-Fi that it is able to repeat, we have this lovely little generic cheap Wi-Fi repeater, range extender, and this delicious manual that it came with that tells you how to set it up. Now, I already have one of these in the Supercar Street Racing Studios. And I will be opening this for you right here and right now because I can't do it with one hand, I don't think. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Maybe. Nope. Need two hands. We got the one-handed peel satisfaction on a video short on Supercar Street Racing, and we take a look at this Wi-Fi repeater. It has a number of confusing indicators on the front. Just one plug, so it's super easy to work. And if you have a Ethernet connection you want to then create a Wi-Fi from, you plug it right here in on this little port right there. And inside we have these quick installation guide. I will put that up on the screen. And what you do is you plug it in and you connect to the Wi-Fi network on it to actually start the connection to be configured. And all the instructions are right here, right now. So we are going to go over to Joe's house where we have to install this, and then we will continue the video from there with the wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. Just wanted to point out quickly the thoughtfulness of providing you with a tiny little Ethernet cable right here that came with the wireless and Wi-Fi repeater. So only thing you get in the box with the repeater is the actual device, and you get this little tiny little little tiny Ethernet cable, which is actually useful in some cases. You don't need a super long cable in most cases. All right, installing the wireless repeater is as simple as just plugging it in like this. Or actually, I don't know if this will take up a plug, but like maybe like this. And once that Wi-Fi repeater is completely powered up, you then just go into your phone and connect to the SSID of the repeater, and we will show you that on the actual phone. We will do a screen recording, but you notice here that that thing is booting up right now, so we're just waiting for that thing to completely boot up. And then we open our phone up and connect to the Wi-Fi repeater network, and then we will configure the wireless and repeater for Joe. Alright, here we are back on the phone, and we will go into our Wi-Fi networks and see if we can see this repeater. We're already on Joe's Wi-Fi, and there is the repeater, so you just connect to that. And it should open up the page. If it does not, you manually browse to the correct IP address. Notice it will say no internet connection. That is fine. And it did not. Ah, there it is. So you can say always connect or connect this time. We're going to actually configure it now. I'll just say always connect. And then there is a web page you have to go to in order to configure this. They give you a quick start guide in here. And there is an actual IP address you have to go to. Let's see if it takes us there. That is emotional damage. Okay, it did not take us to the IP address of the page. So we will be right back when we figure out what that IP is. It's on the actual instructions. I just don't want to bore you guys with it waiting. I will find it now. Okay, it is 192.168.11.1 is the gateway address, so we put that in. We go HTTPS / 192.168.11.1, and it did not work. Try that again. 192.168.11.1. 186. Okay, try that again. 68.11.1. Wi-Fi repeater. There we go. All right, so then you just click login. So you see on the picture, the top one is for Wi-Fi, the bottom one is for wired. We are doing Wi-Fi. It will scan for your available Wi-Fi. You will connect it, and at this point you guys cannot see this part, so we have to go away for the password. We'll be right back. Alright, so we are back, and I modified the name of the Wi-Fi extender to Trap 2. Let's see if it will connect. I don't remember the router, and I might have it wrong. Let's see if it will connect here. We will check here momentarily and let you guys know. Okay, we are successfully connected to the Wi-Fi extender. You can see there, Joe's Crab Shack Trap 2. And if we go to our browser, we can go anywhere like this. We can go to nasa.com. And it does load. That is not the real site, but we do have internet access. Here's boxing scene. We can go look at boxing articles. So we are connected to the Wi-Fi extender now, guys. So hyped. All right, guys, we just took a look at this generic Wi-Fi extender. So we have the page up here on Amazon so you guys can take a look and see exactly what this is that I bought. And you can see right here that this is a 3,000 square foot and 30 device extender. And what that means is you can only connect 30 devices to this. So if you have 300 like at my house, you're probably going to be in trouble with this 30 device Wi-Fi extender. And you can look, it has 3.4 stars. I don't know why. I have a few of these. I actually have one right here behind me in the 4K production studio, and it works absolutely perfect. So I'm not sure why the reviews are so low. We could probably take a look at that as well and see what some of the reviews say. So a lot of people having trouble connecting, a lot of people having trouble with the range, saying it's junk, couldn't set it up and things like that. I had the opposite experience with this. Had a little trouble at the first in the first try, but after that I was able to get it set up with no problem. And you can see right here that it is $18.88 right now. And it has a 10% coupon as well, so not a bad deal for a Wi-Fi extender for your house. And if we go back here and we go search for other Wi-Fi extenders, you can actually spend quite a bit on Wi-Fi extenders. If you really want to spend more and get a better product, you can definitely do that. For example, the TP-Link here, and there's a few of these right here about the same price, but there's the TP-Link right at the top. Looks like it's sponsored. So always be aware that people pay for their products to be at the top on Amazon. So if they're at the very top, they're usually sponsored, so they get more hits. But you can see here a very large range of Wi-Fi extenders available, and you can actually get some that have more devices available to be connected, and you can get some that are faster depending on what range of Wi-Fi network you need. The one that we bought for the studio and for Joe's Crab Shack is actually a wireless N repeater, and you can go anywhere from $30, $18, $229, $249 depending on your budget for your project. So this basic Wi-Fi extender here, don't forget, also has the ability to connect to a wired Ethernet port. So what that means is, just like right here in the studio, if we look on the side of this Wi-Fi extender here, you can see that it has a Ethernet jack, and that means that you can connect it to a LAN port, and you can extend a wired connection also. So that's what we're doing here in the studio. We have a switch up in the corner, and we extend one of the switch ports into Wi-Fi for the Supercar Street Racing Studios here. And taking a look at the front of the device here, we see that the power indicator is at the top. Then you have another couple little indicators here for your wireless signal when you do a WPS connection, and whether you're using the LAN port on the back. The WPS button on the front is for connecting it to the router without having to put a username or password in. You would just hit the button on the front of the device, and then over on your router you would hit the WPS button. And also, if it ever gets confused and stops working, there is a reset button right here on the side of it. And right here you can see how it is installed. If you're going to use the WPS, that is how you do that. And it shows you the optimal connection, like in your house, what you should do if you really want a good signal there. You should follow this chart. And here we can see this generic used in many places. You know, you could use it with your family in a restaurant or at your house, any of those things. And then it shows you how to set it up here on your smartphone. So basically the way that works, I showed you in the video, you basically connect to the access point. It'll have a SSID that's pretty obvious in your Wi-Fi settings. You connect to that, you navigate to 192.168.11.1, and then you can actually connect it to your existing Wi-Fi network. You can set up a different username or password than your regular Wi-Fi network, and you can either tell it to be the same SSID as your main Wi-Fi network, or you can set a new SSID there. And that's going to do it for this edition of Unboxing and Reviews, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. As always, please click through the links in the description for anything you need to buy, not just this product here. It helps out the channel a lot and gives me a few dollars to pay for everything that we do. So we'll see you guys next time on Supercar Street Racing. This is so odd. There's like a million birds during the hurricane, all out here by the pond. And then there's a beach ball. Look at the beach ball. Check out the
about 9:30. 9:30 at the flywheel.
All right, this dude's making gator bites. What's the secret?
Don't let the gator eat you first.
What, did you actually catch these gators?
Yeah. Right in your backyard.
Let's go. Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We have the SCSR video jukebox going in the background here, and we are back in the SCSR compound in a very dreary Florida afternoon day. And outside, you can see it is not great weather, but hey, doesn't matter. We're here today to do one thing. We are going to be taking a look at something for a project that is coming up, and it is this Jukebox indoor floor can light. Let's go ahead and get this thing opened up and take a look at it. Guys, Supercar Street Racing wanting to thank you again right before we get started for 61,000 subscribers. We just need to get the video views up now. But today we got the SCSR jukebox playing. We have some work to do in here, and we are going to be looking at this Jukebox. This is a indoor floor can light, but I'm going to be using it for something different. I have a specific task in mind for this guy, and I know exactly where it's going, and we might have to do a little bit of wiring cleanup afterwards. But yeah, let's go ahead and get this thing unboxed after we take a look at the box itself. We got a whole bunch of stuff on this table to go ahead and review for you guys. We got some cool power strips right here. We got some retinol facial cream, some other things coming up, and we got the wrong item shipped to us, but that is not our mission today. Today we have the Zakio indoor floor can light. It does use a GU10 bulb, 100 to 240 volts, a US plug, and it is made out of aluminum. That is all of the information that they give you on the outside of the box. So I guess in order to actually see what is happening with this thing, we're gonna have to go inside of this box. All right, we got the Zakio light here. If you guys are wondering, it is a 5-watt indoor spotlight, kind of made for uplighting pictures, plants, anything like that. So let's get it out of the box here and see what is inside. And first of all, we got a nice user manual here. Looks like it has a GU10 base and a switch. Here's a good look at the instruction manual. You can tell right here, you can change the color of the actual bulb. Here's a nice little remote control that's included. And then as we pull this out of the box, you can see here, this is a cool little lamp. Basically just a regular little floor lamp with a switch like this and a plug. Inside of there is some styrofoam. We can go ahead and pull that out. That just is going ahead and keeping everything steady inside of the box. Let's go ahead and unbox this remote. Looks like it might be infrared. It does not come with batteries. That looks like infrared to me, if I'm seeing this correctly. No batteries. It does use AAA batteries. Okay, got 2 AAAs here. Go ahead and battery up. And taking a look at the instruction manual here, basically it says works from 100 to 240 volts. Don't mount it near anything related to fire or heat. Don't secure the product with staples or nails or place it on hooks. This is not a toy, risk of burn. But it also says unplug it in extreme weather conditions. I guess if you're having bad weather in your area. Never use strong or volatile chemicals to clean the lamp, otherwise the metal parts will be damaged. And they do give you a nice email address there to email support if you need to. Looking at the remote control here, the controls for the actual light, it's got a brightness control, an on-off button, 16 static colors, and then dynamic color changing modes. Let's go ahead and plug this guy in and see what it actually looks like. And I've gone ahead and plugged it in, and you can see it is a nice shade of red now, like that. And it just did turn yellow, and then green and blue. Let's go ahead and make it white. We did make it white. There's a good look at the white color, pretty bright. And you can go ahead and take the brightness down on it with this clicker right here, and you see it did go dim. That is the dimmest it will get. And then there are controls down here for the color changing mode, flash, fade, strobe. But yeah, you can just press any color there and it goes directly to that color, or you can do fade modes like this. And it is fading between colors right now. This as a specific need in mind. I'm gonna be using this for something very specific. All right guys, we are in the Supercar Street Racing hallway now, looking at the new Supercar Street Racing whole home audio system. And my plan is to put this right here on top of the WIM to light up an object that is going to be right there. Let's go ahead and get this thing connected and see if we can run the wire in such a way that you do not see it. We're gonna try to run down the side of the cabinet there like we did everything else. So let's get that done. Okay, I did go ahead and get power applied to the bottom. It was kind of a pain, but I am going to have some wire cleanup to do with zip ties, which will come later. But you can see right here, the light is on and shining up on the wall. That's kind of exactly what I wanted it to do. Now, if we want to, we can go ahead and grab the remote. And I'll go ahead and shut off the closet lights. And you guys can see the light changing right there. And now if I want to put it on white, It is on all white, and it is all the way down on the dimness, and if I just pop it up just one notch, it gets pretty bright. That's the only thing. You don't have a whole lot of range when you get to the very bottom one. So that might work right there. I'm gonna go ahead and leave it just like that. Now let's go ahead and take a look at today's sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. Guys, we're back in Studio B now, and we're so happy to have Remedial Packs as a sponsor on Supercar Street Racing. They were so kind to sponsor today's video, and they did go ahead and send us a sample of some of their very awesome products. Now, they had a lot of different products available, but today they went ahead and sent us their retinol and collagen moisturizer face cream, 5%. Now, this is for day and night use, and they do have a lot of other products. We will show you kind of that in a minute, but let's take a look at this on Amazon and see what people are saying about it and what the benefits are. Okay, we're right in front of the Remedial Packs Face Moisturizer Retinol Cream. This is a 1.85 fluid ounce canister. Remedial Packs has a solid 4.4 stars on this guy, and it is selling for $23.49. There will be a link in the description, and this stuff is their anti-aging, designed to minimize wrinkles and enhance skin firmness and elasticity. And you can see here all natural ingredients there are listed: retinol, collagen, hyaluronic acid, vitamin E, green tea, aloe vera, and jojoba oil. Now, this stuff does have 1% retinol, which is also a great thing for your skin, and it's for all skin types starting ages 20s and beyond. They have things like hair growth serum, hands and feet moisturizer, scar cream and firming cream, things like eye cream and hemp cream. Go ahead and visit the Remedial Pack store or pick up your retinol and collagen moisturizer cream today from the link in the description and support Supercar Street Racing. Guys, back in SCSR Studio B, where we are so happy to have you guys supporting the channel. We are so grateful for you guys. You have no idea how much the support means to us. If we take a look at our channel now, we have 61,645 subscribers, plus 20,000 in the last 28 days, which is amazing. But we're here today to look at the Zukio, or Zukio, however you want to pronounce that, indoor uplighting RGB floor can light LED spotlight. Now, this thing is pretty cool. It has a 5¼ inch cord. It works on 110 to 240 volt, and it does come with a remote control. It does color changing, and it does uplight things, so it looks pretty cool. This is very cool for things like pictures or plants, anything that you want to actually highlight. You can see right here they have a picture of it uplighting some plants. It does have a bunch of different modes. It's got RGB and warm white plus 16 colors. It does have memory, 16 colors, 3 brightness level adjustment, 4 dynamic color changing modes, and an on-off control. High brightness, very bright. I showed you guys how bright the white light would get. It'll work for 50,000 hours. It does have a foot switch, and it has a US plug right on the back there. It does have a GU10 bulb inside the lamp, so that is how it obtains all of its colors. It's about 3.5 inches wide and 9.8 inches tall. There is a 2-pack for $45 or a single one for $25.99. There will be a link in the description to this guy. And this guy has 4.6 star reviews, very good reviews, and I'm curious as to why it has a 1 star. Said the remote doesn't work right up against it, or it says the remote doesn't work unless it's right up against it. Other one says poorly designed. I don't know. I think it's a lamp. I don't know how it could be possibly poorly designed. It feels fine to me. It doesn't feel cheap or anything like that, and it will get the job done. Guys, go ahead and go to the link in the description and order this lamp or anything from clicking that link in the description, because as long as you use any of our affiliate links, it will go ahead and help out Supercar Street Racing tremendously, and it helps us just a little bit by giving us a few dollars to go ahead and keep supporting you guys on the channel. Something big is coming, guys, and I just cannot disclose it yet, but we have a big partnership coming up soon, and also another big event coming up, pending how the channel does in the next few months. Please like and subscribe, and we will see you guys next time. We gotta get out of here. Feel like there's a package outside. There is. Kind of an important package. We really don't know if this is gonna work, but we're about to find out. Sorry, I just woke up. Oh yeah, it's heavy. It's heavy. Dude, I can't even hit the fucking... This might not fit inside there. It's gonna be close, dude. It's gonna be close. Oh my God. This is how we built it. LED strip stuff. There's a bag full of hardware. Oh, this does not look like fun, dude. What? J, 2 J's, okay. 2 JZ. G. Trash. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and cut my box for my RCA jacks, even though, ow! Ugh!
These nuts. Got him!
Motherfucker, shit, that hurt. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and cut my box for my RCA cables, even though my cable isn't here yet. Top of my box, I'm trying to line up with the top of this box. All right, just a little update here since I haven't updated in a while on where we currently are. I have patched and sanded a lot of the holes here. I had one major spot down there that I had to fill, and I am completely done with that except for just some tiny little touch-ups. Also, I am about to extend the subwoofer wire down to the bottom. I just was trying to find some electrical tape to do that with. I have a wall plate down here ready for sub because it was way up high before. I have this extension cable here. It's a female to male, and it goes to the wall plate, right? But it's a very nice one. I bought a really good one. So I'm gonna go ahead and has a nice solid connection, very heavy cable, wasn't cheap. This time I bought all premium cables and they cost probably 3 times as much as your normal cables. Now what I'm gonna do is wrap electrical tape around each fitting, and then I'm just going to tape them up so that they can't come out inside the wall for any reason. If I accidentally get pulled on, they also can't ground out on anything. And I found my SCSR knife that's been missing for a long time in the toolbox. One end is done. There's the other one. I heard a hum come out of the sub. That is overkill. Okay, now this simply does just drop down into the wall. And hopefully we can grab it down here. Okay, our sub is officially extended. Yes, okay, being a hoarder absolutely paid off. I found what I needed and I can't believe it, man. I'm hyped right now. I do not have to order any cables. All I have to do now is use this extension to get that down to the bottom. I'll use a double RCA plate for that. So I'm just gonna extend these. I would have used super good cable, but this is not that important of a connection. I'm gonna go ahead and tape these up like I did the other ones. These type of connectors, man, I always save them because you're gonna need them. It's just a female to female RCA coupler. Just gonna fish it straight down through this hole. I hope it drops. Oh my God. I hope you guys saw that. It fell literally right through the hole. First time that's ever happened in my life.
That's what she said.
It fell out of the hole. It's the wrong hole, but still. Kind of a crazy bit of luck there. That's basically it for that. Unfortunately, a lot of these wires have to be extended. All right, I've made labels for our RCA cables that go up through the wall. One's house sub, one is from the theater room. This theater room is valuable because it will allow us to play either way, either from here to the theater room system or vice versa. We can patch this hole up patch this hole up, and we can get this bundle here moved down. A lot of them are short, so I should have a patch kit in here for this. All right, guys, we got our wall boxes put in. They're not perfectly straight, but they're as good as I could get them. They're pretty good. I put the level on them, and I can tweak out probably the plate a little bit each way to get it a little bit more level. You won't see these anyway. They're gonna be right behind a shelf, and you won't be able to see down in there. I did that. I started patching this hole. The next thing I have to do is I have to sand this other patch. When it dries, it's still pink, so it's still wet. This is also still pink. This will probably take another hour at least to dry. It takes forever to dry. So I am about to sand this. It looks like it's mostly dry. Maybe give it another 5 minutes. Put a coat on that, but I went and got the speaker wire for this stuff. I want to take these labels off and then pull the wire. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna cut about right here because I know I need to add maybe 2 feet. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, guys, and directly in front of me is the Easy Surge 40-volt electric lawnmower. Rechargeable lawnmower, 18-inch deck. Easy Surge reached out to Supercar Street Racing to see if we wanted to take a look at this with you guys. And of course, I have to do it for you guys. So we have the Easy Surge 2x20-volt brushless self-propelled lawnmower right here in front of me. And today on Supercar Street Racing, we're gonna open this guy up, get it out of the box, get it assembled, and go ahead and cut my front yard and see what you guys think of it. I'm gonna test it before you buy it. Let's get this show on the road, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, directly in front of me is the Easy Surge 2x20-volt electric self-propelled lawnmower. I don't know if you guys have heard of this. This is very cool. They wanted me to test it for you guys. You guys saw me test robotic lawnmowers, and now we have an actual self-propelled lawnmower for me to get out here and cut the grass on. I'm super hyped to do that. The box is sitting right here in front of me. Now this thing uses Easy Surge technology, and that is a different RPM than a grass mower would typically do, but apparently it is supposed to handle all the grass with ease and no problems whatsoever. Now typically you can expect a 30-minute runtime from this guy, 1/6 of an acre cutting distance. Now that will vary depending on your terrain and the length of the grass, so if the motor has to work harder, you might get less time out of it. Now, you know what's also crazy about this thing? It has an electric height adjustment. It's not the manual style. You can do it without even bending over to the mower. You press a button and it lowers or raises the height deck so you can change your cutting height. Now this dude is also self-propelled. It goes from 1.3 miles an hour to 2.9. That's pretty cool. I cannot wait to test this in the front yard. Another thing that's awesome about this guy is the storage. It has a single handle fold design, which makes it easy to fold up and store. Unlike the other designs which have 2 rods, it's very easy to store. 22 reviews later, this guy is sitting at a 4.4 stars. Right now, if you act quickly, if this video is timely on this, it might not be at the same time of the sale. It's 23% off right now. You can pick this dude up right now for $269 and start cutting your grass. All right, guys, you just saw me talking about all the features of the Easy Surge. This is a 40 volt. It has 2 batteries. It is awesome. It's self-propelled. It's made by Lethelli, and Lethelli was kind enough to reach out to Supercar Street Racing and see if we wanted to show this to you guys. All we have to do right here and right now is get this mower out of the box, assemble it so that we can go outside and cut the grass. I say we should get this open right now. Okay, we have this Lethelli self-propelled 40 volt lawnmower chilling so fresh right in front of us. And now all we have to do is open the box and see what's inside. And I think after looking at the instructions, this is going to be a pretty easy unboxing. I don't think there's a lot of assembly. Now, I did cheat. I put the batteries in the charger about 2 hours ago because I knew I was going to have to get this thing out and start using it. So the batteries are actually sitting over there in the kitchen on the charger, leaving us with one mission right now to get this out of the box. And so the first thing I see right here is it's well packed. So there's a lot of styrofoam around it, keeping it very secure inside of the box. So that's great. There's a few things inside the box here. There is a nice instruction manual inside of this big plastic condom right here. We'll take that out. This is protected in shipping. And then inside of that, there is a user manual and then a power cord here for something. I don't know what that's for, not sure. Because I plugged the batteries directly into USB Type-C to charge them. So this stuff can go back here. We don't need that where we're going right now, that either. And then the lawnmower itself is sitting right here. This was where the batteries were, so they had them separately packaged in this little white box. And then over here, there's another little white box. Let's see what that is. The one thing I can say is this is packaged better than the last product I unboxed. Ah, okay, so I didn't know this actually had a fast charger. So that's cool. So they give you an actual charger here to charge the batteries. I didn't use that. I went directly to USB Type-C from the kitchen. There's a little charging area in there that you guys saw in another video, but this power cord is the power for this. You plug this in the back of there and you can charge your 2 batteries directly with this. The rest of the inside of the box is just the actual mower. But let's get this out of the box. So I'd say this thing probably weighs about 40 pounds, not that big of a deal. And then this is the handle. It just folds back like that. They have everything nicely packed in here. Everything's wrapped nicely and they have a bunch of styrofoam protecting it. And first impressions on this lawnmower is it's really sleek looking. I feel like it's kind of futuristic looking and I like that. Like that's kind of my style. The whole house is kind of that style. So this looks great sitting right here right now. And there's really nothing to do here. There's no assembly required. I think this is the locking mechanism for the arm that props up. So all you have to do right now is go ahead and cut the grass with this Lethelli electric rechargeable lawnmower. It almost looks like a car. And I did notice that when I opened the battery area, there's actually a spot for 4 batteries. They give you 2 batteries, but apparently you can put 4 total in here at one time. And so that gives you extra capacity for mowing. We showed you guys the mower, we showed you the charger. So the next step is to get this thing directly out onto the grass and do some mowing. We got the Lethelli Easy Surge out here. We have it joined to the app. We're also recording on GoPro. To raise and lower the mower height, you go here. I don't know what height. That's cool as hell though. So I'm gonna cut a little bit and see if it actually cuts anything. If not, I'll lower it a little bit. This is miles per hour, and then I guess you just...
There you go. Wow.
But I'll take that.
Did you change it? Better.
Dang, that thing rips. So after doing some research, basically for $259, you get 2 batteries. You get this charger, this lovely charger here. But when we look deeper into the mower, we figured out that you can get actually 4 batteries and install them so that if you have like a larger area, you have more duration on your batteries. That is $309, so $50 more, you get 2 extra batteries. Might be worth it. Think about if you have a large area that you need to cut, and if that's the case, maybe go ahead and get the $309 version so that you have the 2 extra batteries. You don't have to stop down and maybe charge your batteries in the middle of a cut. So if you get the 2 battery setup, you get 30 minutes of runtime. If you get 4 batteries, you can get 50 minutes. Maybe that works better for you if you have a larger area, a bigger yard. So if even 4 batteries isn't enough for you, you can have extra batteries in the charger sitting inside the house ready to go. And when you run out of juice, go grab some batteries, finish your whole property. All right, guys, here is a look at the Lithelli Smart app right here. I'm gonna go ahead and power on the mower. Here is the lawnmower right here. This does use Bluetooth. I had already added this to the mower, and you can see it also sees the batteries as well, so it adds them both to Bluetooth as well. Here's the actual mower itself, and what you can do here is you can set up the entire mower from this app. So you can set up the height, and you can set up the speed and everything from the app. I did want to show you guys this from the app. And you can see right here, you can also set up Easy Surge. I just switched it into Easy Surge, you can see that. We just went directly into the front yard here at the Supercar Street Racing compound. We did the front yard, and you guys saw how this mower did. I want you to make your own opinion about this. I feel like it did good on my front yard. My grass is not super tall though, so keep in mind, if you have like really tall grass, this thing will struggle more with taller grass and you might get less battery life. If you have nice short grass and you keep it mowed, this thing might be perfect for you. You don't have to buy gasoline anymore, so you don't have to worry about that. It won't leak fluids all over anything you have. So think about the Lithelli as an option for your yard. And then we'll have a link down in the description. Make sure you buy all your products from our official affiliate links. It gives me a couple dollars and it helps keep the channel going, and we really appreciate it. So it's not a super expensive lawnmower like maybe the Greenworks, which was about $500. I had one of those, you guys saw it. We're gonna throw it right here to the Amazon page on the computer. Tell you guys how you can get your own Lithelli 40-volt lawnmower, support the channel, buy your Lithelli directly from our affiliate links. Let's throw it to Brad in Studio B. We're back in the Supercar Street Racing Studio B. I am so happy to be back with you guys. I had a great experience with the Lithelli, the awesome self-propelled lawnmower with electric height adjustment as well. That's one of the coolest things about this thing, and you can see right here, we're gonna put this Amazon link right here for you on the screen of the description. It's got solid reviews. I cut the entire front yard with it and had no problems whatsoever. It did amazing in the front yard. You guys saw the whole thing. We had a GoPro strapped to the actual mower, and I had a camera person filming the whole thing, but check it out, guys. Right now it's $269. At the time of the video publish, it might be more or less, I'm not sure. They would like to see this video out within a couple of weeks, so I'm gonna work on that in the background. Now it comes with 2 4-amp-hour batteries for one price, or you can opt to have 4 batteries for a longer runtime. Now I got my entire front yard out there cut with just 2 batteries, and they said that they were a little low at that point, but I think it would have kept going and I could have got my backyard. My backyard's like literally a tiny little place. So check out this Lithelli Easy Surge mower from our Amazon link in the description here. Buy everything from our Amazon links. It helps us out greatly. This guy does have a cool app. You can adjust everything from the mower in the app as well, which I absolutely love that. Check out the cool Easy Surge features, the app. This mower runs at a lower RPM than most gas mowers do, and it rips right through St. Augustine. That was like this tall. I had no problems ripping right through it. You saw the video yourself, no issues at all with it. I didn't use the bagger. It does come with a bagger. You can use that right on the outside of the mower if you want and bag up all your grass. I like to let mine go back inside of the grass to mulch up like my lawn care guy does. Now at the time of this video, we have 175,000 subscribers. I expect that to get bigger by the time this video publishes, but we want to thank you so much for being a subscriber. Always like and subscribe, hit the bell icon. That way you know anytime we have a video coming out, you'll be the first one to know. You can hop on and check it out. I thank you guys so much for liking, subscribing, buying everything through our official links down in the description. It helps us out so much. You know, we don't make any money on the channel. We actually lose money on it. So if you guys could just help us out with like a couple of clicks here and there, it would mean so much to us. But right now, we definitely have to get out of here. We have to go to Cliffs tonight. It's Friday night and we need to party. Actually, I have to work tonight. Taking a look at automation here. I'm gonna build a V12 twin turbo, try to make some horsepower. Hopefully my mic is working. It was really distorted last time. Let's go over to Car Designer. Actually, we went Engine Designer. Not Car Designer. Let's do new engine family. How do you turn off this physics CPU thing? It's annoying. I think it's in my NVIDIA. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get that turned off, but it's fine. Audio, I don't think we need this music. Alright. Let's go back to Engine Designer. Let's go to V60. Basically, we're gonna max everything out here with the 12-cylinder magnesium. Notice here it shows you like the weight, material costs, and then engineering time. Do mag. Of course we're gonna go what? Let's see. Bore and stroke. Maxed out. We'll do dual overhead cam, 5 valves, because why not? Looks like ALSI is the best head material. Can't do VVL, variable valve lift. So you got 3 choices here on your crank. You can do cast iron billet or forged. Obviously billet is handles the most RPM here, as you can see. Now we got to do connecting rod, and look, you can actually see the engine while we're doing it. Wish we could move this up. Oh, we can. Okay. Good graphics, man. Let's see. Turn off. Physics. CPU overlay. Right click. Select control panel, go to control panel 3D settings and unchecks visual 3D setting. I can't right click on the desktop. Alright, I'll worry about that later. Alright, so compression, obviously we want higher compression, but low enough that when we turbocharge, we won't have any, any detonation. So let's go for like 11.5, which is a little high for a forced induction. Let's do a race cam. Can't do VVL, variable valve lift. We can do variable valve timing though. All cams. Let's check the quality up, of course, because why not? Because everything's free. Oh, man, I heard something outside. I don't know what that was, guys. Alright, so we're doing twin turbos. We're going to do ball bearing turbos. We're going to do, why not, a 12,000 horsepower intercooler. There it is right there. Let's do a custom preset here. So we're going to have a 3.8 compressor. Of course, it's going to be laggy, but who cares? The turbine wheel is going to be 4.11. The more AR you make, the more horsepower you make. It's the compressor backside. We're going to let it do all the boost, 43 psi, and jack the quality up, and you can see the difference here. There's what it looks like so far. Let's go hit the next button. I think I found the NVIDIA control panel. Oh, I did. Let's see if I can get this physics CPU thing here off. Alright, so we're going to do injection, obviously. And there it is. 3D settings. Where is the show physics? Enable overlays. Where is it? Okay, I don't understand. Alright. Uncheck the show physics. Okay, go to control panel 3D settings. I unchecked it. Oh, maybe you have to exit the game. Okay, anyway, looking like we got our fuel mixture here. We want to be in the low 11s, 10.5 to 11 when you're under full boost. Hopefully the thing knows how to curve the fuel. More timing, of course, means more power. However, you can run into issues with detonation, so we're going to try advancing timing a little bit of time. This thing doesn't like a lot of RPMs. About 7,500 is the max where you start breaking stuff. Check the quality up here. Hopefully my camera is not audio is not distorted again. I can't do the next panel. Oh, I forgot to do the direct injection. That's why. First on the race intake. Why not do 100 octane, right? Look at our turbo setup. I mean, pretty simple setup. Let's go to the next page. We're only allowed to do short cast headers. We can do dual exhausts. No valves. Let's just freaking take it up to... Okay, so let's you do an 8-inch exhaust. Okay, that's freaking hilarious. No cats, no muffler. Jack the quality up. Okay, so here is our engine. Weight's a little high. Reliability is about 48. Needs a lot of cooling. Costs $27,000 to build. And let's give her a test. It's predicting 2,354 horsepower. Let's see what that actually makes. Should we yeah, why not? Let's mess around with the materials. Okay, so that was a valve cover. Valve cover trim. Let's do, what about transparent? That looks cool. Bolts. let's see. Paint. They gotta be like zinc. So, perfect. Oh, it looks tight. What do we want to do with the intake manifold here? That's wrinkle paint. Carbon fiber, hell yeah. Valve cover design. Space age. Alright, so let's go ahead and give this guy a test. Let's let the automatic testing go. Right. Makes power. So we made exactly what it thought it was going to make, 2,354. Wants us to lower the RPM, but let's try a little bit more timing. Let's advance it. It actually is predicting a little bit more power. Looks like when we lean it out a little bit, we make some more power. Most it wants us to make is about 20, let's see, about 20, what, 27? Yeah, 27 something. 2,729 horsepower. And it still doesn't make any more power if you jack the RPMs up. Let's bring them back down until it stops making power. So 2770, 2751, it's making less and less. Okay, it looks like 2793 at 7,700 RPM is the jam. Look how much less power it makes on 98 and on 92. Makes 279 horsepower. I don't think there's a whole lot we can tweak. Yeah, we start messing with stuff, it really jacks it up. Let's see if we can get more power out of the compressor. Nothing there. Yeah, it's just basically maxed out if you go full compressor. It's a bummer we can't go any more boost, you know? Let's test this guy. Still says we got RPMs. It says it's too rich, but the power is definitely there. Let's test it. 2794 is predicted. Give her a little run here. Check her out in 3D. That manifold heating up. Cool. So 2,794 horsepower V12 in automation. Pretty freaking cool, dude. Mess with this a little bit more with you guys in another video. Bubba, get the toy, Bubba. And then Cat TV. You love the toys in Cat TV? YouTube star. Puffing it on the treadmill and I'm watching solos. You guys gotta check that out. Pretty good show. And then we're gonna get to the good fun. Putting in this backup camera. Good morning, everybody. I am working on the backup camera install for the dash and the navigation system. I already have the RCA cables run to the back of the nav and the new ID4 instrument cluster. My challenge now is I need to actually install this. This goes where your trunk latch goes, so it's seamless. You can't even see it. And the only problem I'm having is now I have to find switched power for this thing. There is power on the back of my nav for it. However, I'm an idiot and I didn't run the wire. And I don't know if I'll be able to get that wire fished down at this point, but I am going to run this anyway and see if I can at least get that part done up to the front, and I'll keep you guys posted. Now, I did test it, it works. I gave it power from the wall, but it goes right here, and I don't know how to install it. I'm guessing that I have to take apart this whole back, pull these little plugs out right here, and take this trunk piece off. Not 100% sure, but I am going to try to figure that out now. Well, let's do a little test. I'm interested if this light stays on when the trunk is closed. This probably isn't a good test, just because it probably turns off after you start the car after a little while, unfortunately. Alright, went back and watched the video. That light definitely turns off, unfortunately, when the trunk is closed. The batteries under here really wouldn't do me any good without some way to relay that on. Doubt this camera uses much power, but still, I don't want it to be on all the time. Or I could just run battery power. So my best option, easiest, is probably the cigarette lighter, to maybe put a little Y adapter on it and run a wire from that, or just actually open up the cigarette lighter in the center console and tap off the back of that. But first things first, I mean, man, why isn't there switched power back here? I heard some of the cars have like a accessory outlet in the back somewhere, which is very cool. This car probably doesn't, so I'm gonna get to work trying to get this camera installed first. Okay guys, I'm consciously trying to keep the camera a little bit more steady in this video because I noticed last time it was annoying. I did get my camera bundle wire done here. So what we've got is the camera output is an RCA cable. This is inside this loom. Also, the input for power is inside the loom. And then that runs to the cable that's going to go all the way to the front. On the other side of this cable here that goes to the front of the car, there's the power wire and also the RCA cable that plugs into the head unit and to the digital dash. You can see it right here. The other end looks like this. So this will get power. We'll go ahead and bite the bullet and get it off the navigation system like I was supposed to in the first place. There's a power wire with the video cable there, so it's switched power. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to get this wire run without disassembling the trunk, but if I can't, I'm going to take the trunk apart. Went ahead and got the first piece off here. Might be able to get the wire through there without taking apart the rest. I'm not 100% sure. I'm going to try it. I can maybe fish it through, and then it needs to come down, go down this shock, just like the loom does over there, where I can zip tie it, leave some slack for it to raise up. So I'm gonna see if I can get in there right now. I turned the light on kind of see if you can get in there or not, but boy, would it be great if there was some power in there. That would be amazing. I'm gonna check it out. Well, the good news is I was able to fish the hanger through to here, so I'm gonna go ahead and pull my wires through, and then hopefully I can get them down through this part without disassembling the whole trunk. Or I might just, yeah, I can just come out right here, you'll barely see it, and then come down the shock tower here. I'm gonna go ahead and do that now and get my wire fished through. So what I'm gonna do is tape it to the end of this with electrical tape, and then just pull everything right through. All right, got my wire taped on the end of this. Trying to be careful not to scratch my paint up at all, because this is a metal hanger. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull this through. I'm gonna use 2 hands, I'll be right back. All right, I got my wires pulled all the way through. There's plenty of extra. This is the old trunk latch. I'm gonna go ahead and disconnect that, connect the new one, and make sure that the camera works now before I pull this cable all the way to the front of the car. So I'm gonna do that now. All right, so I got the wire kind of rigged up to the battery. Something goes on with the nav screen. I mean with the cluster where the picture rolls. I'm not quite sure what's causing that, but it stopped a little while ago. But it looks fine on my Android head unit. So I don't know what the deal is with that. I emailed the company about it, and I think that if you initialize the cluster with the camera plugged in, it doesn't do that, but I'm going to test it in a minute. So the wire does work. Now all we got to do is get that pulled to the front. I'm going to now route this wire down to the shock absorber here. Come down from there. I got to make sure I'm not in the way of the convertible top at all. So I'm not quite sure how I'm going to get that wire through. I still got to investigate all that. I want to run it down, you know, down through the trim right here and everything. So I'm going to work on that now. All right, so I'm going to run the wire. Actually ran it underneath the gray carpet insert here. I'm going to run it behind the shock here. Notice over here the loom, they leave like some extra slack for that to open. See how that goes? Just like that. I'm going to do the same thing right here and button this gray piece back on real quick. Okay, forgot to show you guys the camera installed. There it is. You can barely tell it's in there. And it's a switch also, so it opens the trunk. Got the plastic piece back installed right here. Now I'm going to work on zip tying this down the trunk shock absorber. And let's see how I'm going to get it into the cabin. There's an easy way right there, but this whole compartment comes off, but I'm hoping I can fish it in there somewhere. I just don't know where yet. All right, so literally learn something new about your car every day. I had no earthly idea that this came down and that this bag or something is in there. I don't know what that is. Something to do with a seat belt or something. It's so crazy. But I'm gonna see now if I can get through behind here, which I probably can. Like want to get it like down in between the seat right here, under the bolster, through there. So I'm gonna see right now what I can do with this. I've never seen this back here. It's so funny that I've had this car for the whole time and never noticed. All right, guys, a little update here. So I got the wire fished down here. I think I'm going to somehow tie it or maybe tuck it in right there again, because there's some stuff back here that moves and I don't want that wire getting caught right there. I fished it down through the floor there around the corner, and now I'm going to drill a hole right in the corner of that whatever the heck this thing is for luggage, and then go right through there. So I'm going to do that now. So there wasn't a way to drill a hole through there, so I went ahead and just popped a little hole in that canvas and run the wire through there, and then I'm going to seal it up later with silicone sealer just to make sure there's no air coming through. But I got the wire, you'll just see the tiny bit of it right there, but I can tuck that in really nice. And now this thing should just close like that. That's all you see back here, and it's barely noticeable. And then if we come in here, so the wire comes through the luggage compartment here, and it's kind of hard to see with this light. I'm going to run it right down the corner of the seat and down through here to get to the front of the car. I'm going to work on that now, but I'm going to put the top down first, make sure nothing is in the way. Got everything out of the trunk here. I'm going to do a little experiment and put the camera in here and just make sure that hopefully I can see right there. Make sure that nothing is in the way. just remembered you can't lower the top without the partition. So can't see it from there. I'm just gonna try it and see what happens. Okay, I made a huge mistake back here, which almost ripped the wire right in half. So you have to understand the way the convertible top operates. These parts in here move. I had this tied to a spot that had to move, and when I opened the top, I noticed it was stretching the wire, and I thought it had broken the wire, but I tested it and the wire's still good. So I rerouted the wire to a different area back here underneath that goes up and around here, and then back to this back hinge section right here. So it's going to go, hopefully, zip tie underneath this support bar. This all moves. This whole entire support bar moves. So I'm going to give you an example. Now, it's given me issues opening the trunk when the car with the remote control, and I don't know why. I haven't figured that out. But so first of all, you need slack for when this opens and closes. So then after that, let's see, you need slack there. See how that opens and there's wire coming down? But you also want to make sure it doesn't get caught on anything. So I'm going to close the trunk. I'm going to try to put the top down with the key fob, but it has not been letting me, and it sucks because I really want to watch it put the top down, but let's see if it'll let me put it up. Okay, so it did roll the windows up. Let's try down. It's got a red light on, so I don't know what that means. So I'm just going to go a little bit here. Let's see, turn the power on. Okay, it works there. Now what happens now is the back flips up. Watch. As soon as that flips up, I need to go back and look. That's what was pulling on the wire last time. So what we need to do is in here, make sure there's enough slack. Aha, see, this has to open all the way, and that wire has to be tied to the back of the of that support bar. So let's open it a little bit more. Let me go that way. It won't let me do anything, I guess because the key is not nearby. Let's try this. Let's put the key in the ignition. Okay, let me go that time. Okay, so now that this is open all the way, we need enough slack here to tie this to the bar while this is fully open. So let's see how much we got. Okay, so that's as far as it opens. All right, now we got to tie this off. I got to figure this out because I don't know if it's going to get pinched when the thing closes. Not 100% sure. I'm going to look at that now and let you guys know. Okay, I think I got the issues in the trunk sorted out. It's kind of difficult because that whole thing moves. So it's really hard to get everything zip tied plus leave slack so that things can move and at the same time keep the wire from coming out or getting kinked. Now this is what's in the back. I had no idea this was back here. So I pulled the seat down. I'm going to pull this wire through down under the seat here, hopefully down through this footwell and then up to here. And then I need to run power, which means unfortunately I got to take the screen out, or at least take the bezel off again to get back behind there to get power from where the navigation system is. Okay, so I got the wire run underneath the carpet here. So if you just pull off this little footwell piece, I ran it all the way under here, and then I ran it under this piece here that has the trunk switch on it. I pulled off the little duct work down there at the bottom. And so now the wire is actually where it needs to be. It's fished through. Now I have to take out the nav and make sure that there's power back there, and if there is, I have to run that up through the dash, which is going to be not fun at all. So I'm going to work on that now. All right, I got the nav pulled out. I verified with my voltmeter that there is power on this wire, and I don't think it's on full time. I hope not, because that's going to run the battery down. I believe this is switched power. It says, let's see, it's plus 12, so I don't know. Better be switched. Gonna go ahead and try to get a wire run over here to the wire that I fished to power the camera now. Hopefully I don't have to take out the ID4 again, because it's a pain. Okay guys, so I pulled out the navigation system, I pulled out the digital dash, I ran the wire back behind the dash, I've got it here. This is the power wire for the camera. I'm gonna go ahead and cut that right now and then crimp it to this. I need to order a barrel connector because that's all I got, and it's ghetto of course, but I'm gonna go ahead and do that now, and I'll update you guys after. All right, I got the wire spliced in. I'm gonna go ahead and start the car now. Actually, just probably put it in on mode, see if the camera works. Hopefully. I'm gonna be kind of mad if it doesn't. All right, well, looks like we got a backup camera both there and there. Now, this one here is noticeably more, I know it's hard to see with the with this camera, but this one's noticeably more clear, but doesn't have the backup lines. I haven't used them yet, and I don't really remember how to set up the navigation system, and I don't know what these things do here. So check this out guys, got the backup camera installed finally, something I've been wanting to do for a while. I'll update you guys in a minute when I go for a drive. And we are back. Got everything buttoned up. I got the garage cleaned up. So this is the Avon navigation system. There's a million of them out there that are just the same. It is an Android unit. All I can say about these guys while we're talking about it is they never update them, so you can forget about getting a newer version of your operating system or whatever, unless you are good at customizing and installing you know, custom ROMs. You'll never get that. So that's my Android. This is my ID4 digital dash. This is my custom USB connector for my digital dash to upgrade it and to put new software on it. And let's see what happens now when we put it in reverse. All right, so this is the first time I've ever seen the actual backup camera. Now notice here, we got some issues here, because I noticed that every once in a while this one will not sync up, but it looks like it might have. Finally, it was rolling and then it stopped. This one's solid every single time. Now, it might be hard to see, but let's try to reverse. I've never done it. Look at this. Wow. Oh, pretty cool, man. First car I've ever had with a backup camera that wasn't a rental or a loaner. So check that out. You can even see my trash can, and I can drive on my backup camera and here on the ID4 if you would like. So pretty successful project. It was a lot of work. It took me about let's see, 5 hours to put in the backup camera and wire it up to power. Luckily, this navigation system has the power for the backup camera ready to go. Otherwise, I would have been hosed and had to use another source of 12-volt power. Anyway, if you guys got any questions, hit me up in the comments. I'll be glad to answer them. Check the 2011 car out with the modern technology here. I know it came with you could get an optional backup camera, but not like this, man. Oh, heck yeah. Now, so this is a problem. This thing rolls. Yeah, and then it locks up. So I'm gonna talk to the ID4 guys about that, and I'll let you guys know what they say. Supercar Street Racing, have a great day, man. Guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen right now with 3 different products to present to you. We have a huge hurricane coming, just switched over to category 5, but before that gets here, we're gonna do the dumbest thing and clean the garage door with our new products. I went ahead and got a window squeegee, I've got some Easy Glide glass cleaner here, and I've got a... So today on the channel, we're gonna introduce you to these 3 new products. Get out there, clean that garage door. So let's get busy. We don't have time to sit around here all day. We've got a category 5 hurricane brewing right now. It's gonna get us on probably Wednesday afternoon. Thanks for joining us. Guys, we're over by the Supercar Street Racing sink now. We've got the Unger Easy Glide in front of us to go ahead and mix, and they do put a nice piece of tape over the top there because you know if you've ordered stuff from Amazon before, liquids, that it will just completely spill out inside of the packaging. So a lot of places have started bagging things up and putting tape on top of the cap. All right, let's get this over here in the sink and get this mixed up. I don't know how much a gallon is. I'm just gonna go ahead and put like half in here. So I'm just gonna put 2 capfuls. This stuff, very, very high concentrated stuff. That's not much. And then I guess if you go ahead and go really fast on the water, it's going to suds up. So let's fill it up slow. I'm gonna go ahead and put hot water in it here. The water's good and hot now. All right, it is not sudsing up hardly at all. Let's go ahead and fill that up to about halfway. I don't know how much a gallon is. This is a 10-liter receptacle here, so...
10 liters is about 2.64 gallons.
Okay, so this refrigerator told us that we can fill up this a little less than halfway. Or we have to put more concentrate in it. So that is probably enough right there. Now let's get this outside with our brand new squeegee here. This is the squeegee. We're gonna put a link to all this in the description. Let's get out there and see if this thing does any good whatsoever. All right, we're out in front of the Supercar Street Racing garage door now. We're gonna go ahead and close it. It is raining, so we're gonna try to get this done before the rain ends, and you can see how dirty this door is from grass sticking to it. Let's go ahead and try out our new... I just spilled a bunch of it.
These nuts.
Oh, okay. Doesn't work very well. Not sure if I like that. Okay, back out in the garage, we're going to attempt to do this a different way here. This stuff, I don't want it to get everywhere, so I'm going to try to do this with this. And if it doesn't work well and stuff goes everywhere, then I am going to switch to the cloth. Hopefully it just dries. I'm probably just going to wipe down that bottom part. Yeah, this is a bit too messy for the interior because it is leaving just a puddle. But I'm going to go ahead and wipe down the garage door anyway. Garages get really dusty, so this has to be done. Keep this guy looking good. This is dripping everywhere. This allows me a chance to wipe down everything though. So far, not bad. It's not great for inside because it's so messy. Try not to get it everywhere. All right, guys, we are all done with the garage door. Outside and in took me about 30 minutes total, I think, and it came out pretty good. I used a rag to follow up to get all the moisture out that dripped down when I used the squeegee. It did do a decent job. I see a few here and there, little water spots, but overall, I guess it's a lot easier than using rags. So let's bring it back inside where we can clean up and come to a conclusion about these three products. Okay, we got our garage door all done. We did use the Easy Glide glass concentrate. We used our collapsible bucket there, and we used this squeegee / window cleaner from Amazon. Now let's go over to the Supercar Street Racing editing studio and take a look at all three of these guys online. We are back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. I'm Brad. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we have three products that we want to show you today that we did use to clean the garage door. The first one is the Easy Glide Glass Cleaner. Now it has a 4.6 star review, and it only takes a capful or two to clean a large amount of surfaces on your windows. It takes 2 capfuls for 1 gallon, and we did use that out on the Supercar Street Racing glass garage door, and you saw how it came out. It came out pretty good. I made a mistake of not cleaning all the grass off first, and that was a huge problem. but it did come out very nice using the Unger Streak-Free Easy Glide Glass Cleaner. And next on our list here, we have this very cool collapsible 10-liter wash bucket. And it did work out very well for using the actual squeegee because it's actually the correct size for the squeegee to fit into. And it's pretty simple. It's just a bucket that will collapse into a flat thing, so it works awesome. It does have a 4.4-star overall review right now, and it is available on Amazon for $13.59 at the moment. And the very last thing we have to show you guys today is this window squeegee cleaning tool. Now, I did look for a long time on Amazon for a professional version that has a wider track, but none of them had great reviews. All of them had some negative things to say about them. So I did go ahead and pick up this one that looks like one you would use for your car. And it did work pretty good. I was able to go ahead and clean the outside and the inside of the garage with this window squeegee cleaning tool, 2-in-1. Windshield cleaning, it just goes on forever. Now this guy is only $10. Today is Prime Day, so today is the day to buy it if you see the video today. But yeah, it's 32% off, so go ahead and pick up a squeegee for yourself as well. And that's going to do it for today, guys. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and helping Supercar Street Racing by buying all of your products through our affiliate links down below in the description. Please like and subscribe, and we will see you guys on the next one. We try to keep the content rolling, but right now we got to get out of here. I got to go to lunch at Cliff's. Guys, back in the Supercar Street Racing, amazing kitchen, and we were lucky enough to work with a company on this guy right here, which we're going to be unboxing today. And you can't see it until after the intro, which is after the intro on Supercar Street Racing today. Guys, so happy to have you back on the channel. So hyped to have you watching today. And we have this joust set air purifier to take a look at today. I was lucky enough to work with this company, and they sent me this air purifier free of charge. It does have a HEPA filter, and we're going to take a look at everything it does. And there's some of the things that it filters out of your life and into this lovely filter right here. So we're going to get this thing out of the box right now and take a look at it. The joust set is looking so fresh and is trying to make your air fresh. And you can see right here that it's got a carbon filter, captures 99.97% of all the airborne particles. It has a sleep mode and a 4-speed fan. So we're going to be taking this out of the box right now, but there's a look at how it looks box. And the side of the box here, it's got a color display, an automatic mode, 4-speed fan, ultra quiet sleep mode, timer, and a child lock, and it is Wi-Fi enabled as well. Let's get it out of the box completely and take a look. Oh, some contact information here for joust set. So the joust set air purifier comes with a filter already installed, and if you look at the label, it says replace the filter in a timely manner, meaning that they want you to keep replacing the filter on a regular basis rather than using a dirty filter. Having a dirty filter on your air purifier literally does nothing for you if it can't filter out. And inside we have an instruction manual, a remote control, and also this would be the power adapter for the joust set air purifier, and there's a look inside of it. Let's get this filter unboxed right now and see what's inside of this bag condom. All right, reinstalling the joust set, you just take this filter, drop it straight in there, and then it turns and locks just like that. And then over here, we have this beautiful power adapter that we need to get unboxed, and it is in a nice air poppable condom. Nothing can happen to this guy because it is so protected that it will never have babies in that air condom. And here's the power adapter for the joust set. Hope I'm saying that correctly. Joust set. Jowset.com, and they have a YouTube channel, a Facebook page, and we will be helping these guys promote this unit and showing you guys everything that comes with it. And if you look inside of this other plastic condom, we have some more documentation. Let's move this candle before we burn the house down. And we have a nice remote control as well. That comes in this bag. However, this thing is Alexa capable. We also got this nice tag that says Opera and has the Jowset.com website, the email address, the Facebook page, the Instagram, and the YouTube. And these guys are serious about promoting their product. Now, this does not come with batteries. Maybe there are batteries in here. They do not come with batteries. Okay, no batteries, but it did come with a little instruction manual to tell you how to replace the filter, but I figured it out on my own. But there is how you do it. You turn the lock to the left, you pull out the filter, you get the power adapter out, put the filter back in, and tighten it. And there it tells you that the power adapter is inside of the Jowset. And let's get this thing turned over now. And you can see right here, right now, that the unit just turns straight over like this. And yes, the phone is going crazy, but yeah, there is the unit. There is the display. I don't know if we get some peel satisfaction. No, we don't. But on the back, there is the power adapter that we can now get this thing connected with. And the Jowset plugs into a standard 110 volt outlet, which I will plug in with my foot. And the plug goes just like that. And the guy already made a noise, so let's go up front here and see what it says. Nothing yet, so at this point we need to refer to the manual because I don't know how you get this thing up and running, and I don't know how you connect it to Wi-Fi, but here is a user guide. Let's get that opened up ASAP. So this guy uses Smart Life, which is what a lot of the generic Wi-Fi devices use. And it says connect it to power. And I just need to see what device this guy uses. So I'm going to look at this a little bit more because it's supposed to be Smart Life, but let me get into this a little bit more. Guys, we are on the phone now, and you can see the app is actually called Smart Home Life, not Smart Life. So two different apps, and when we open this guy up right here, right now, it's going to be different than the regular, and I need to sign in, so I'm going to do that now. And we are back in the app, and it says confirm. It is blinking, and it is. And we need to get our Wi-Fi network here. That's Bluetooth. Alright, so we need to be on a 2.4 gigahertz network. Let's check that one off, and you guys cannot see this part. So our device is being added right now to Alexa, and then we'll have to put a skill on Alexa to actually control it with Alexa, but that comes later. And the skill is called just Smart Life, which I already have. Looks like it's adding or trying to add, but I don't see that yet. That didn't work. I clicked it and it said okay. Alright, let's try it again. I'm holding down the reset button. There it goes. It's a 402. And it is blinking. Oh, I put the wrong network. It's supposed to be 2.4. I put a 5 gigahertz, that's why. It's supposed to be 2.4, that's my error. It can't connect to a 5 gigahertz, guys, so don't even try. It doesn't like that. And I'm connected to Wi-Fi. Okay, I was finally able to put the Wi-Fi in after I closed the app completely. It is trying to add to the network now. Let's see if it's actually going to be successful or not. Okay, it worked. And we are on the Wi-Fi network now. So our air purifier is on and connected to Wi-Fi. So back to the camera we go. Okay, we just saw what you do in the smart home life, and we just held down this power button for 5 seconds. You can see the Wi-Fi indicator. Back on the camera, we have the Jowset air purifier connected to Wi-Fi here. And so, really the next part of this is just controlling it from Alexa if you want to. And there are voice commands listed right here on the page. So that's a look at the fan speed, the child switch, and the power for Alexa, and then the whole user manual is right here next to it. Go over some of the areas of the air purifier that you need to understand what they are. So first we have the air outlet area here on top. So you can clearly feel up here that there is a rush of air coming out of the air outlet, and then the next thing is the control panel. The control panel is right here on the front. The air inlet is right here on the bottom. So you have the outlet up here on top and the air inlet on the bottom. And then we have the shell of the unit here, which is this whole plastic area right here. That is the body and shell of the unit. The handle is right here. And right here for two-handed use for your enjoyment. The power adapter interface is on the back. You can see here we have power from the 110 US outlet right here to the power adapter, and there is the information for the Jowset right there. And the air quality sensor cover is marked as back here. So that would be right there. That's the air quality sensor cover. And then inside the unit, which is under, which you already saw, that's the HEPA filter. The H13 HEPA filter is down there. Now right here, right now on the display, you do see a blue indicator. According to the manual right here, blue means our air quality is very good. If it goes to green, it's good. Yellow to moderate, and red is polluted. So right now we have a good air quality indicator on the front of the Jowset. Taking a look at the front here, the button here on the far left is the on-off button. Right next to it you got the fan speed button. The sleep button right there marked with a little nighttime moon with a Z. We got the filter reset button right next to that where it says HEPA. The timer button after that, and the child lock button. And then on the display up here where it says number, like up there on the numbers, PW 2.5, that does not indicate what that is in the actual manual. 2 is the air quality indicator, which is that blue line. And in the middle, there would be a HEPA if you had to replace your filter. There's a timer over here on the right, which is not lit up right now. And down in the lower left-hand corner, there are some LEDs which are not up yet. And there is some lower right, there should be a sleep mode if you're in sleep, but that would be next to the Wi-Fi indicator there. Right in front of me is the remote for the JetSal air purifier. And if we open this right here, looks like it uses AAA, and we may or may not have AAA batteries in the Supercar Street Racing battery storage facility. But it looks like we do have a couple of AAA batteries available right here. Is it AAA or AA? Ah, it's AA? Oh, it's AAA. Okay. And batteries go straight in like this. And this other battery is being a pain, but here is one right here. And the remote goes back in just like this, guys. And here's our remote for the Joust set, all ready to have fun. And as we see on the instructions here, we have the on-off button, we have a fan speed, we have a filter reset, a timer, and a sleep mode. So let's play with this. And we see right here the first indicator came on, which means low speed. That means middle speed, and I heard a pickup in the fan. And that is high speed there on the indicator. And that is turbo mode. So it has gotten very loud, as you can hear. And now we are in auto mode, which is the mode that I prefer, and that means the unit will decide how much or how little the fan speed will be on or off. As you can see, we are in auto mode right now, but we could go into timer mode where we would press this button and we could set a time that the unit will run. And this little sleep mode thing here with the little moon and the Z's can be engaged to go into sleep mode. And then there's a child lock right there at the end that you can also use as well to keep anyone from playing with your amazing HEPA filter. And I'm still not sure what the digital display is indicating with the number, because it does not say. It does not say what that number even means, but I'm assuming it's something to do with the air quality, but we will look that up. And right here we can go to this link and we can extend our product to an extra year of warranty just by scanning this barcode right here. Alright guys, Supercar Street Racing here. It is Wednesday. My neighbor's cutting the grass. That's Rich over there. So we are going to be prepping the car to receive the instrument cluster again, which is on the UPS truck. So sorry about the noise. We're gonna hop in the car here and pull this instrument cluster out and not scratch up the dash anymore. So the instrument cluster is really just sitting in there kind of halfway, and I'm going to be pulling this out now and then retaping all the surfaces so that we're ready to put the new cluster in when it gets back. All right, got the old cluster out. Actually gonna show you guys what I did. So when you install your cluster, absolutely must tape up your steering wheel and your top of your steering wheel cover, because mine got all scratched up, and tape up this part here because this cluster is so difficult to install. You are going to mess up your interior like I did if you don't have everything well taped. Now you notice back there the foil tape over the duct. So that is because even after I cut the duct work, the thing would not fit, so I had to trim more and more ductwork off to get the cluster to fit. So we have the cluster out now. I'm going to go grab the interface adapter. So here is the adapter. Amazon, stop the station on audio echo dot. Yeah, I don't want a copyright infringement. I'll be right back. All right, so I got the adapter here that comes with the cluster. It goes on the end of the only cable that goes to your instrument cluster, your stock one. So I'm gonna put that on now. Here are the three connectors that go to the back of the cluster. There's the adapter wire. There is the one of them is for the control pad, and the other one is for the camera, the rear backup camera, and then we have the USB 90-degree USB adapter. Now I'm actually going to do something that I've been wanting to do for a while. I'm going to attempt to put my what do you call it, GPS, external GPS antenna onto my nav, because it doesn't work half the time with the splitter that goes to the factory nav. So I'm gonna see if I can do that and put that right there. We're about to find out. Okay, so I got the navigation system pulled out, and that is absolutely not happening today. I forgot that the actual GPS wire is down here behind the navigation brain, and the wiring in there to get that out is absolutely insane. It is stuffed in there so tight that I'm worried that I won't get it back in. It took everything I had last time to get this thing working. So I'm not gonna do that today. I don't have time to do that. It's gonna take me an hour or so to get that done. So for now, we're prepped and waiting for the instrument cluster to get here. Got the package. I used the UPS app to stalk the driver, who was like at least probably an hour away from the house, but there it is. I used to follow my package app, and that thing worked great, and I drove a block with no instrument cluster to get my package there. So the guys were freaking out when they got it, because I cut the brackets off, and they're like, wow, we've never seen one with brackets cut off. Do you want us to fix that? And I'm like, no dude, it won't fit with the brackets. So we got this guy in front of me doing 5 miles an hour now. We'll be back. All right, got the cluster unboxed. It's exactly how I sent it to them, with the brackets cut off, because they're ridiculous. It did come back with a new screen. They didn't charge me. I don't know why, but they probably will eventually. They said that it ships with a screen protector here from the factory that you take off, and then this is another screen protector that they provide that I guess, I don't know which side is the actual screen protector on this thing. You peel something off and then it goes on, but I'm even scared to take that off before I install it so I don't scratch the thing. But I'm gonna work on getting this screen protector installed if I can figure out how, and then I'll update you guys. All right, so there's no instructions whatsoever for the screensaver. It's already scratched up. It came scratched up. I'm gonna try it at least until I get it on the car, in case I do something stupid. However, I mean, the one that came on there was better. I don't know why they just don't leave this on there as like the main screensaver. You don't have to peel it off. But anyway, I had to tape it on with shipping tape. It just doesn't stick. I tried water, I tried everything, and now it's got creases in it and stuff. I'm sure it's gonna look like crap and I'm gonna end up ripping it out. But that's what I got so far. I'm already frustrated. Got the cluster installed. It's took me every bit of my strength possible to get it in there, and it's not perfect. And there's a gap here, you can see. I'm gonna have to fill that in. I think I'm gonna use like caulk right there, black, right in that gap right there to kind of fill in that huge opening, but that's the best it would go. I could not get it to go in any further. So now I'm doing the setup. So you use the push in, it pops the menu up. I'm gonna go down to see what firmware. I've already set the device to let's see. I set it to miles, and temperature I didn't set yet. Okay, it is on Fahrenheit, so then you hit back again. I'm trying to see what firmware this is on. Okay, let's see what vehicle units is on. Okay, let's go to Imperial. Alright, that's good. Okay, that's all of those. I thought the firmware was in here, but I guess, oh wait, here we go. About. Okay, it's on 2.0.2, and my phone shows that 2.0.2 is the newest firmware. Be right back, I'm gonna check on some other things. Okay, like I said, I am on the highest level firmware available. There might be a test firmware that they send me if I'm still having issues with high battery drain. But you can see here, I've got the got this set up from my default display. It shows horsepower and torque, which is absolutely cool. I've got the shift lights turned on. I don't know what that does. I kind of want to play with it. I've got the digital speedometer there and right there, and I just love this thing. It's so cool. It doesn't fit very well, and it's still kind of off. It's kind of a lot, just a tiny bit, like a 1/4 of a millionth of an inch down on one side, but it is in the dash. It's not going anywhere. It is like squished in there. It's so close, so tight. Lucky to got it in this far, honestly. But I will give you guys another update after I hear back from ID4 Motion, because I just emailed them about a new firmware file. But for right now, maybe I'll take a drive and show you guys how it looks. Yeah, I'm gonna do that now. I'm gonna take a little drive. All right, got the cluster all in there and cleaned, adjusted the brightness. It's gonna look weird on this camera, I'm sure. I'm also trying to hold this while I drive. So first of all, let's see if the backup camera works. I did enable that. Now remember, the backup camera comes on both on the instrument cluster and on my Android unit. So let's see what happens. Okay, the picture is rolling on it, which is interesting because it was doing that the first time I set it up, and then it didn't do it for a while. Yep, the picture's rolling, so I don't know what's up with that. It stopped. You can't see it because it's so bright, but you can see it kind of there. It's really bright. So let's go ahead and reverse. And of course you can't see the gear because we are actually covering it with the camera. So we're going for a little drive here. Let me close my garage. See what happens when I switch to gear. So first impressions, I mean, I've seen it before, but it was scratched. First impressions, it's plenty bright enough. Absolutely can see this during the day. It's probably washed out with the camera phone. Need to invest in some better camera equipment, but there you go. You can turn on and off the M Sport logo. So now what I do is I go and I see on my nav how fast I'm really going because I have GPS. All right, so it is 2 miles an hour fast, 3 miles an hour fast. So there is an adjustment for that. I'll show you guys. I'm gonna put this a little bit closer. Wish I had direct video from this thing. I just don't have that capability. So there is the instrument cluster. Now, of course, you can change the appearance of it. I'm gonna pull over and do that now. So if we go to hold the button down, now I've got the keypad, but it's inside the dash. Go to appearance and themes. And let's go to default and change that to analog. So there's the analog default. I changed the LED color to blue. I like that for the speed. This is probably ridiculously hard to see, I'm sure. It's so bright. The exposure is probably crazy. Let's see if I can change that real quick. Okay, yeah, I was able to change the exposure. That looks a lot better for you guys. So, there's a good shot of the cluster in normal mode. So you can have a default, and then you can have it switch to a different skin when you go into sport mode. Let's go back into sport. Let's go into the appearance and change the default again. So you hold down this button, you go to appearance and themes, default. So there's classic analog. I'll just go through these a little bit. This one's kind of cool. Let's leave it there for now, because I want you guys to be able to see it. Actually, let's go down back to sport now that we have the brightness fixed. This is blaze. So that's with the exposure turned all the way down. It's still really bright, so sorry about that. So yeah, that's a good look at how these themes look. I absolutely love this cluster. It's such a cool thing. So we are pulling back into the garage now. So it'll be a little bit darker, less glare on the thing here shortly. And then I'll step through a couple of the other themes for you. There we go. So that looks a lot better. So let's go through these themes real quick. So we hold down this stock button, the BC button. We go to appearance, themes. Default changes it when you're not in sport mode. There's a sport default that changes when you go into sport. So that is classic analog, modern analog, classic orange, modern orange, bright blaze, fierce blaze, and that is it. And so I didn't buy everything. I don't have race mode, which I really want, and they promised it to me 10 or 15 times and never gave it to me. But yeah, that is the ID4. Oh, I love that. I love those LEDs right here. I mean, did you ever think you'd see a 335i, a 2011 335i with Android here, and then this kick-ass digital display, even though it took me about 3 or 4 months to get everything straight. I hope you guys like this video, and I hope you buy one. And I don't have a click-through link for this. I can supply the link to the website, but I get nothing if you buy it, unfortunately. So buy it anyway. Let me know if you love it. Let me know if you hate it. I'll update you guys if they change the firmware, do any improvements. Till then, love you guys. Peace out.
We're back on Supercar Street Racing once again. You can see the channel right here. And I'm excited today because right behind me in the Supercar Street Racing office, we have the Walmart LED grab bag. Let's get to it. We're back after the holidays on Supercar Street Racing. I hope you and your family had a great holiday. And it is the new year. December has passed us and we are in January of 2024, if you can believe it or not. Supercar Street Racing channel grew a lot in 2023, and I hope that we can continue this growth. And today we're gonna start the year off with this Walmart LED grab bag. Now, I had no idea that Walmart had cheap LED stuff, and when I went in there yesterday to kill some time, I found all this stuff and I thought you guys might be interested in it, so I purchased a few things here that we're gonna jump into today. Right in front of me here is the Walmart LED grab bag. Now, some of this stuff I've never seen before. Some of it obviously is available from other sellers online. However, it was pretty cheap. I would compare it easily to Prime, except that it is way faster. Walk in, grab it, leave. So what we start with in this bag is the 2-pack of LED puck lights from Walmart. Now this is for the Supercar Street Racing storage shed, nothing more. We'll get these opened up and see what they are like. Now they do use 6 AAA batteries, I'm guessing 3 per unit. And there were 2 kinds in there, and these were actually the more bright ones with the most lumens, 100 lumen brightness each. Let's get these unboxed and see what they're all about. These are the Great Value LED puck lights. I want to say they were just a few dollars, maybe like, I don't know, $5 or something. And I'm assuming that the batteries are in them because there are no batteries in the packaging. And they were that easy to take out. And if you see right here and right now, they do have sticky stuff on the bottom. All right, so that is what is inside. And actually you have to pull the tab to let the battery work correctly. And now we have the cool daylight light of the Walmart LED puck light. And let me kill the lights in the office. And there is exactly what one of these lights does, and it is very bright. You can see right here, this is enough light to light up a small closet or an area like that. Pretty cool for a few bucks. I know these are quite common, but we will go down and install them in the Supercar Street Racing shed before it gets daylight. Headed out to the Supercar Street Racing shed where we will keep it quiet because it is 6 a.m. and I'm sure my neighbor is asleep. And you can see we have the Gobi Pro permanent lights on warm white. And they do light up the shed quite nicely. Let's go ahead and get these installed. Oops, I turned one on. Oops, I turned 2 on. So we are inside the shed, and I think maybe center on each side, there is actually a round thing up here that looks like it was made for this. And that one is on. Nice. However, I do have power out by the dock that I can run over. Alright. Only problem being is that they're so high that they're hard to get to. But I can tiptoe and get to them, so that is fine. Now there is the SCSR shed lit up so nicely that I want to do that permanently, however, so we'll figure out getting power out here. Back in the Supercar Street Racing office after we installed the puck lights in the Supercar Street Racing shed, and next up on the list, which is a necessary must, is going to be these little USB wall charger adapters from Walmart. I think they were a couple of bucks each. You will need these because when you get all these lights, they will require some type of USB power source or a computer or laptop or anything that has a USB plug. Let's get these unboxed and see what they look like up close. All right, we got the on wall charger here, packaged very appropriately so people don't steal them from Walmart. And they just are little black pucks with little fold out plugs like that with a little LED light on the front. Believe it or not, as many of these as you get, things are not including them anymore. Pretty crazy. They stopped including them with phones. They give you a cable only now, which is a complete ripoff. But these are the on USB power adapter. The power hole for the USB device is on the side. So keep that in mind if you buy these. They're nice and compact, but the side thing has the power adapter for it. And we're gonna need these for our project today. So this is the Connect on 2.4 amp USB wall charger / power adapter, providing 5 volts to your USB equipment. Moving next to the LED grab bag, which I'm thoroughly enjoying. I love this stuff. This is like my thing. You know that if you guys seen my house. So let's grab in here randomly, and we have the Tizumi LED Colorworks wall lights. It says remote included, customizable wall lighting decor, full spectrum dimmable LED, and it looks like it's 79 high by 40 wide. And on the back of the box we do see some other information here. USB controller and remote receiver. Fun firework shaped design. Let's get this guy unboxed and see what it's all about. Alright, the Tizumi or Zumi LED Colorworks wall lights. Let's see what's up in the side of this box. I'm curious about these. Alright, so there is a standard foil LED packaging. Wow. It looks kind of complicated. It's got all these different plugs on it. And then the single black plug. And apparently you unfold it. Let's see. This is interesting. Look at all the white plugs on the end. Alright, let's get this thing unraveled. I am interested in how this works. Wow. I am mind blown by this thing. You guys, it's just literally you have to create this yourself, and they all plug into this main guy here. It literally has like 10 LED strips with little plugs on the end, and you have to arrange them on your wall. And looks like it might be difficult to make it actually into a shape here that you would have to measure between each LED to get it perfectly round, like on the front of the box here. So this one gets power, and then on the actual unit itself, you will see a power indicator. This is where the long one goes. So you do it just like this on the wall. This would be in the center, and then this long LED strip would connect to the bottom where the little indicator is here. So you have to do the design yourself, and it seems like this might look sloppy because if you can't get it perfect, it's not going to look right. It's marked here as power, and it simply plugs in, and they are keyed. You can't do it incorrectly. But that is the section that goes down in the picture. So if you're looking at the box, it would be this bottom section here, and that's what provides power to the unit. This is the remote control that's included with the Colorworks LED wall lights. That's what it looks like on the front with all the controls. We have our on power adapter here. Here's our USB receiver, controller. It is keyed one way, it cannot go in the other way. And we can see power to our LED light, and then we have a bunch of different controls on here. Now I'm just playing with the controls here to see what some of these things do. There's a speed up and speed down button, I believe. Now getting this thing installed is going to be a different story, so we will do that at another point in the video, but for now, this whole thing has to be stuck on the wall and a measurement done so that you actually do space these out correctly, or it's going to look absolutely strange. Next up on the list, we've got the Monster RGB light bar right here, looking so fresh and fly. And in this Monster LED light bar, there should be a pair and a remote control. Let's get this thing unboxed and see what it's all about. Monster LED light bar unboxing here. And taking a look at the box, it does say multi-position. and it's got a picture of it and shows you that it does come in a 2-pack, a double pack of Monster light bars. Okay, and out of the box comes a couple of bases, the Monster light bar, a remote control, an operation manual, and let's see if they actually gave us, did they give us power bricks? Nope, they did not give you a power brick. I guess that's not included anymore. You get a USB extension cable though, which is interesting. Then they have a base right here. Aha, so it can go either up and down like that, or they have a slot on the side as well that you can actually use to sit them like this on the desk. And you can see the battery protector here. We pull that right out. And when we turn on the LED light bar, it is diffused. We can see that it is lit up on a nice blue color. So it doesn't do any chasing like I thought it might, unfortunately. And it doesn't look like it has a mode for music. So these are just simple little light bars, no big deal. They're kind of cool, but they're not exactly what I thought they were. They don't do any chasing. Moving on, we have the Monster Sound Reactive LED 3D mirror light, which I'm kind of hyped about. I thought this would be really cool in the studio if we can figure out how to mount it somewhere. Let's see exactly where it is. First of all, it's very small. And there it is, also requiring to be stuck onto a wall. Let's get this peel sat on a short. First, here's the remote control in the package. Now for the peel satisfaction for the short, we need to plug this guy in. Here's the included, tiny included power cable. It is very short, very, very, very short. A magnet to put on the wall with 3M tape on the back, or a stand, and on the bottom it has a power button and a USB, and I forgot the type of connector this is, but it's the old school one, it's not USB-C. And we'll go ahead and plug this in. Alright, we're going to film our short right now. It's going to be good. Alright, we got the alien, we got the mirror, we got the alien, we got the mirror, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat is so good in your life. You love the peel sat. And then look at this. Look how good it peels with the alien and the pure satisfaction. This is easily, so far, my favorite thing that we bought. I might have to buy another one of these. These are awesome. I love this thing. I'm going to have to go buy 2 or 3 more of these guys for as cheap as they were. I want to say they were like $9, let's see, $7 for this thing, man, and it's got this remote control, and you can cycle through the auto. Dang, this thing's legit. I love this thing. For as cheap as that was, you gotta admit that's really cool. I love it. I just realized also one cool feature, this thing is actually rechargeable. I pulled it out of the power source and it was still working. I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. So yeah, this thing recharges via this power cable. Pretty neat. Okay, next up on the list, we have the light up marquee box called a color box, which I'm kind of hyped about. Very cool. This could actually go into the home theater room or next to the home theater room. And basically you get an LED box. It's from Zumi, like the other one. 144 pieces. I believe it gives you letters. It looks huge on the box, but I'm sure it is as big as this box. Look at all the emojis here. And you get the remote control. And this guy was not very expensive. I have the receipt right here from Walmart. $7 from Walmart. Not bad. Let's get it opened up and see what it's all about. And there is the actual box. And it does come with a long USB Type-C cable. Looks like C on one end and A on the other end. And another remote control to add to the 100,000 remote controls that we already have at Supercar Street Racing. Checking out the LED light up marquee box, and this is what you get inside of it. You get a whole array of letters and emojis. You get a lot of stuff with it. Alright, looks like you get 2 sets of letters and 2 sets of numbers and emojis, which is actually pretty awesome. I'm hyped. Alright, we are unable to finish our sign because we don't have enough letters. But we do have some cool emojis. Let's see what we got here. How about a strong emoji? Well, I'm going to go online and see if you can order extra letters for this. Alright, I did locate the letters for this. I'm going to go ahead and order this letter kit. It's got a lot of other cool things like red letters and all that stuff. I'm going to go ahead and get that ordered right now. You can see I had to fake the E because I'm out of E's. But I just ordered a whole set of marquee letters for this that will be here on Thursday. You do see 2 of the keyhole mounts here. So I don't think it'll be an issue to put some screws into the foam in the studio and hang it like that because I want it behind where I do live stuff. Alright, so you can see here the standard remote does the same thing as all of these other guys do, and fade is what I like, so I will probably leave it on that. And that is what the LED marquee light looks like. Standard remote does all the same thing. You can pick a color, do strobe, do fade, any of those things on the marquee light. These are also available on Amazon. I'll link them in the description. Out here in the 4K production studio, looking so fly and fresh, and we have successfully mounted most of the lights out here. And the first one is right here, missing all the letters, but we will have them tomorrow. We ordered them tomorrow, the next day they'll be here. So we have the marquee right here. It's going to say Supercar Street Racing, and when we are live, you can see it'll be right behind me there. And then over here in the center at the top, we have the nice cool LED mirror, and I have successfully run the power behind the wall and down over to power. So we have that looking really cool up on the wall. Then we have the light bar over here doing its thing on that corner. And then we have a light bar under here doing its thing on that corner. So guys, we have successfully installed the LED grab bag, minus the big star things. I can't put those in the studio because they need a flat surface to adhere to, but we are in the studio and it looks amazing. And now let's take a look at all this stuff on Amazon. Guys, welcome back to the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. You got Brad here. Happy to have you back, and today we have a whole mess of Walmart LED lighting that we picked up for cheap when I was there trying to kill some time the other day. Now the first thing that we have up here is the Amazon Basics LED puck lights that we put out in the Supercar Street Racing storage shed. They are $8.68 on Amazon.com, and you can see them right here. And so they're about the same price at Walmart. I think I paid a couple of dollars less. They have a 4-star review here, so go over to that page and pick them up. All the links will be in the description for all of these things that we're talking about today. Next thing we have is just your basic USB power brick. Now it's just a little tiny little 5-volt adapter. You need those for all of these lights unless you're plugging them into a computer or something with a built-in USB plug like the Amazon TVs up here. They are 3 for $7.99, so they are actually cheaper than at Walmart. So pick them up here. The link will be in the description also. Here is a similar light to the one that we found at Walmart that has the LED strips that go out and then the one that goes down to power. Now, I just will advise you, you have to build this. It doesn't come as a built structure. The best thing would probably be to do is get some sticks, cut some flat sticks off almost like rulers, and then arrange them in a certain direction and then stick the LED strips to them so you get them completely straight and laid out the way you want it. You could build your own little thing and then put all your lights on there. So just be aware you can get those cheaper at Walmart. Next thing we have is these basic little monster RGB lights. They don't have great reviews because they don't really do much. There's not a lot to say about them. They light up and they fade between the lights, but nothing amazing whatsoever. They have a 3.6 review. Now the coolest thing that I thought was in the whole thing was the 3D monster rechargeable multicolor mirror light. It is right here up on the wall as you saw in the video, and this thing is awesome. It has a magnetic mount on the back, and I just stuck the magnetic mount to the foam with glue,
and then I stuck it right up there, and it is rechargeable, which is very cool. That is $24.99. It's quite a bit cheaper on at Walmart than it is on Amazon. So pick it up at Walmart or click through my link in the description. And the last thing is this cool little marquee box that you see back here with the Supercar Street Racing name incomplete, because we ran out of actual letters to do this with. So I have ordered extra lettering from Amazon. A link will be in the description to this guy right here. So go ahead and pick one of those up for yourselves. And guys, always click through one of my links if you're buying anything on Amazon. It doesn't matter if it's the one that you need, the product you need or not. If you click through any of my links, it will give me just $1 or $2 when you purchase your products. Go ahead and leave a comment right now, like and subscribe, and hit the little bell icon. And guys, we absolutely have to get out of here. We got to go pay the power bill of $1 million for so many LED lights. Hey everybody, Brad here. Just wanted to give a quick update on my home theater room. As you can see here, I have my home theater room in pieces. Wanted to let you guys know exactly what's going on here with this guy. So my projector died, my Epson projector, which is now sitting on the shelf up there. The bulb died finally after about 7 years. And I did buy another bulb. First, I tried a generic bulb off of Amazon. Installed the bulb. It looked absolutely terrible. It was really cloudy. The picture was distorted. Thought it was probably the generic bulb. So I ordered a genuine Epson bulb, put that in. Looked exactly the same. So I think that something in my 1040... my Epson 1040 projector right there died at the same time the bulb died, or that component caused the bulb to die. So I have ordered a 4K projector. Now, if you guys are familiar with projectors at all, you know that 4K projectors are very expensive. Most of them use this method called pixel shifting. So what it does is it projects a 1080p image, then it doubles it and moves it over and projects the second image so fast that your eye can't see, effectively making 4K out of an original 4K image. I ordered an Anker, A-N-K-E-R, Cosmos Max 4K. It is LED powered, not laser. The most acceptable laser projectors that do 4K are about $3 grand. I've spent $1,000, actually $1,100 on a renewed Anker Cosmos Max. Will be here in 2 days. I decided to take this time to go ahead and finish my theater room. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot of ambient light just because the walls are a lighter color. Now, when I built the room, I built it from scratch from a guest bedroom. I created this wall myself. I sanded down the wall, and I used Lowe's Home Cinema screen paint. I framed up the wall using a projector calculator. I made the frame on my miter saw. So I created the frame on my miter saw, and it came out awesome. Looks great. Right away I can see some issues with my wall boxes, a little crooked right there, which are usually covered up anyway. You don't see them. The equipment's pushed right back against them. I designed this for this entertainment center to flow right down here. I ran power and HDMI. HDMI goes from in the wall there all the way up over to the projector shelf up there where the projector sits. I'm not 100% sure I'm going to be using the shelf unless it works out when I get the new projector and it projects correctly. And last time I ended up just strapping it to the bottom because the Epson projector had really no way to project. I couldn't adjust the keystone good enough where it could go down enough to hit this. It was literally projecting onto the ceiling. Only thing I'm worried about is this fan being in the way. I've added that since, and I don't know if the projector being on top of this shelf is going to hit the fan, but if it does, I'm gonna have to remove my moon men. Right there, my little astronauts. I think at the very worst, That's what I would have to do because it is a slight downward projection to get to the screen from the center of the lens up there. You can see up there I did a wall box, a double wall box with power and one of those little brush HDM brush inserts so you can run a cord through it and bugs and stuff can't get through it. The shelf is a glass floating shelf. As you can see, I had the projector strapped to the underside there and upside down. This time I'm going to turn the Anchor Cosmos Max upside down and lay it on top of the shelf because it has a LED star constellation on the bottom. You'll be able to kind of see through the frosted glass there. Now, another thing was my other projector was quite a bit brighter. It has a standard 200 watt bulb. This Epson Home Cinema 1040 right there. The new one is LED. It's quite a bit dimmer, maybe half the brightness. Now I ran this projector up here on eco mode the whole entire time I had it because it was so bright. You could actually have the window open here and still easily project on the screen and see the picture. The new projector, LED, going to be less bright, so I'm making strides to get this room brightness down quite a bit. First thing is the whole entire room is going to be that color. So it's all going to be that dark shade of green. I forgot what the name of it is. It's a dark, like brownish green. I'm going to do the ceiling as well. So I need to take this vent out. I need to remove my rear surround speakers there and get this room prepped and go ahead and paint the whole entire room. Now, if the shelf doesn't work or I have to lower it, then that's going to be a little bit of work, but I think I can manage to figure that out. I'm going to leave my shelf here that has my artwork on it. It's just all movies and TV stuff that sits on that shelf. It's been there forever, even before this was a home theater room. So I want to show you guys this hilarious mistake I made when I first put the surround speakers in. It's so visible up there where you can see where I cut the hole, and I was right on top of a stud and I had to move it and fill a hole. Unfortunately, you can totally see what I did there. It's not noticeable unless you really look. But yeah, so I am waiting for my projector to get here Wednesday. Meanwhile, I've got work to do in this room. I already have everything taped off. These closet doors are going to be permanently removed. They are going to be curtains here. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get rid of that door as well and just do a curtain on the outside of the door. So I think what I'll do is a curtain rod up there with two curtains that hang straight down to the ground right there, black. I think that's what I'll do. Not sure yet, but I think on the inside here you'd be able to see a lot of ambient light from the other room, and my concern there is that. So maybe I'll do two sets, one on the inside, one on the outside, like two on the outside, two on the inside, for a total of 4 curtains that you walk through. That'll also help with the sound deadening. So I'm not sure yet. But yeah, just a little update. I still got to take the Echo Show out of the wall here. I got to remove these speakers, this vent, pull the bell off the fan and slide it down a little bit so I can paint underneath that, if I can even get that down without removing the, might not be able to get that down without removing the fan blades, which is going to suck. So I'm going to start working on that now, and I'll update you guys in another video. Have a good day. The best sunsets come after the storm. Look at that right there. Look at that beautiful sunset over Florida. Goodbye, Hurricane Debbie. Welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. I'm Brad, and today we are here in the brand new Supercar Street Racing bathroom. And you guys probably just saw the episode where I remodeled this bathroom a little bit. I didn't do the whole bathroom, but I did some things. I did the mirror, I repainted the whole bathroom, I wall mounted the Echo Show 5 here, and also changed out this puck light. And today we're going to continue this project because we have with us the Amazon Basics Smart Dimmer Switch single pole. And we need that here because basically this puck light only comes on at this level. So we want to make the on be right at that level with this switch, and we're going to review that as well today and get it installed. Hang out. We're back here in the Supercar Street Racing guest bathroom that you guys just saw. We remodeled, and right behind me is the brand new smart mirror that we did install on the channel. And today we have this Amazon Basics smart switch we're going to be installing right in place of this dimmer. And so the first thing we need to do is get this dimmer out of there. Okay, we're right here in front of the old dimmer switch that is just basically a manual switch. And what we're going to do right here and right now is first change bits to a flathead, because that is what runs this plate on. So these should work. Yep. So let's go ahead and get this wall plate off. Wait. My kit doesn't have any small ones. And we have the wall plate off. Now we got to switch back to our Phillips head because these guys are always in with Phillips. Go ahead and take that all the way out. Yes, the power is on, if you are asking or thinking. So basically what's happening here is we are split off between the puck light, the ceiling light here, the ceiling and ceiling lights, and the light right here on the wall are all connected to this one switch. So all we have to do right here and right now is unwire the switch, but we need some lights first because we don't have any lighting in here. All right, unboxing the Amazon Basics switch is next on the list. The connections here. Looks like they gave us some wiring nuts, some screws to hold the actual receptacle, or not receptacle, switch into the wall, and then here is the switch. Appears to be about the same size, maybe a little bit thicker than the other one. Yeah, it is thicker. And it does need a neutral wire. So we're gonna have to find neutral. So the way this works is, this thing gets a neutral because it needs that to actually operate. It needs power to operate. You can't use this one with just your hot wires. You have to have a neutral, which is the white wire here. All right, I took a look at the wiring. We need to get this guy out. To get to the neutral. And we do have now remember this is hot right now, so we do have our neutral wires right here, all grouped together. Okay, I decided just to reuse the existing wiring nut if I can get the wire in there. This is going to turn the light off. So we are going to have to reconnect those for the lights to all work properly. Now on this new dimmer switch, red is load, line is black. All right, so now we put everything back in the box. Or attempt to anyway. right. I had to put some shims inside there and all kinds of other stuff to even get it close. It's just way off, and it still doesn't look perfect. They're loose inside here in order to get them to be more level with each other. And of course, doing that, the wall plate is a little bit off the wall, but I could fix that with white caulk without any kind of issue. Just a tiny little gap there. And this, I had to shim both of them, but this one is still off a little bit on this side. But it would take me probably another hour or two to get this box looking right. I don't know why it's so bad. There's just a slight little gap with the wall plate and the wall that I can fill. But yeah, it's all done. Now we got to get this thing programmed. Okay, we are on the Alexa app. All right, I've got the barcode here so I can do that. But you go into Alexa, you type the more icon on the bottom right. You tap add a device. Switch. Device. Switch. Amazon Basics. Single pole. Oh wait, back up. Yep, it's Amazon Basics, but it's a dimmer single pole. Is your switch powered on? Yes. Locate your barcode. Okay, so the barcode is on the back of this. It's looking for the switch. It found it. Okay, I'm just going to call it guest bathroom. Put it on the minimum settings you want and then hit power. It'll come back to that. It does. Okay, cool. It doesn't look perfect in here, but that's as good as I could get it. Now we just need to clean this area. Alright guys, that's going to do it for this part of this project. The Amazon Basics dimmer switch is installed, although it is a little bit crooked still even after all the shimming I did. Will take some work to get it perfect. But as you can see, let's turn off the studio lighting or the production lighting here. Now you notice we have this preset, and when you press it, it turns all these lights off, and when you press it back again, it turns everything back on, and just enough to get that puck light to come on, because the puck light comes on a little bit later than this guy and these top lights. Now, if these start flickering, we may have to increase the brightness a little bit just by doing this. Now, every time we turn the switch on, it'll get a little bit brighter. Now let's throw it out to the studio and take a look at this on Amazon. We're back here again in the 4K production studio. I'm Brad. You're on Supercar Street Racing, and check out this cool studio, guys. So happy to have you with us here today on Supercar Street Racing to check out the Amazon Basics Smart Wi-Fi dimmer switch. Now, the one advantage you have with going with Amazon instead of going with an aftermarket brand is that all you need to use is the app. And if I say it, that thing's gonna wake up, but you know the app, Alexa. And when you Yep, it woke up. So when you use the app, you don't have to use a third-party app to interface or link accounts with the Alexa app. You can just use it directly with the app, which is very cool. It works the same way with their plugs, their smart switches, their dimmers. Everything works natively in the app, so you don't have to work outside of that app. And today we have installed the Basics single pole smart dimmer switch. You have to have a neutral wire. Not all houses have neutral wires in every electrical box or receptacle box, or, well, your receptacle box will. Your switches won't always have a neutral wire. Now, what you're looking for in there is a white wire would be the neutral. the black is the hot. So make sure that you have a neutral wire or you cannot use this switch. Now there are switches out there like from Lutron that don't need a neutral wire to work. It's pretty crazy how they work, but they've figured out how to do it without. This guy has to have neutral. Make sure you have it. You can see right here, it is $19.99. It's got 4.2 stars, which I don't understand why the ratings would be so low. If we go take a look at the 1 star, unreliable, doesn't constantly connect to the internet, high defect rate, exclusive to Alexa, but that's a bonus. Garbage, there's over and over. However, I had 0 problems with this guy. It installed, except for the fact that it's pretty thick, a thick boy. It installed pretty easily and I had no issues with it whatsoever as far as connecting it to the brand new Eero Mesh Wi-Fi network, guys. So I have no issues with this guy at all. Now this is going to be linked in the description, and you can see here, like on the pictures, they make sure you know that you have to have a neutral wire. I told you guys this, it will not work without that. And also, you have to have a 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi. These smart devices do not work on 5 gigahertz. They have not figured that out yet. I know it's coming one day. It's not there yet, but they were stuck on 2.4 gig for now. It says it right there clearly. You need tools. You need 3 steps. And of course, if you're unfamiliar, you should definitely get an electrician to come do this installation for you. I am available for $1 million. Now here's a look at the actual switch and what it looks like on the front. There's some brightness indicators here. And then you have an increase and decrease brightness button. And then this other button here is the on-off switch, and you have a status indicator here. And of course it is 4.6 by 1.6 by 2.91, which is basically a standard. It would be a duplex outlet, like it would be a, not a duplex outlet, it would be a 2-gang outlet, pardon me. And that is how it fits in the wall. And then right here you can see a picture of it looking so fresh and fly, installed directly onto someone's wall. And this guy, I'm sure, has sold millions and millions. But it is $19.99. There's going to be a link in the description below. Click through that link to buy it, or also anything from Amazon. It doesn't matter in my links if it says it's a switch. Click that link and then go buy anything you want. You help the station out tremendously. You give us $1 maybe or $2, and it helps us continue to grow. Even though we lose money on the station, we're grateful if you click through our links and like and subscribe and hit the bell icon. We got to go though, because we got to go find some more switches to install. Go. Oh, let's go. All right, it's my birthday in the Tesla Model S Plaid. Let's punch it. Oh my. Oh, this thing's pretty fast. I think this is how you make your neighbors really mad. I love that he's blowing the dust like right over into the neighbor's yard. Guys, welcome back to the channel, and as you just saw right there on that video, somebody got super drunk and ran right through my mailbox out there, and I haven't had a chance yet to really figure out what I'm gonna do. I didn't record the first part of this because I was so mad when I walked outside to get my mail, because I'm waiting for mail, and of course I have no freaking mailbox. But as you saw, somebody ran right over it, and so my plan is to take you guys with me now as we finish landscaping this. We're going to be tearing out the existing plants and everything and redoing it, and I just don't know what I'm going to do yet till I get to the hardware store tomorrow. So we've only done a little bit of the tear out, so I'm going to take you guys to do the second part, and then also shopping and all that when I redo my mailbox after it got destroyed. taking you guys outside to take a look at this. Still dark. It's getting daylight right now, but this is basically what I came out to find yesterday. This was laying on the ground, and then I have already torn up a lot of the plants, and I might leave those, but I want to get all those other type of plants out today. As soon as it gets daylight, we'll come out and do some work. And we do have all brand new landscape lighting that we can use if we want to, and I'm definitely going to incorporate this. There were 2 yard lights there. I have all this brand new yard lighting that I bought to eventually replace all the lights in the yard with. And then I did notice that I bought some new spotlights as well, so we can take this opportunity to use these new yard lights when we re-landscape for the new mailbox. Okay, we did get most of this area cleared out. All I have to do now is just come back through with my edger and edge this out really good and then clean this up with my leaf blower. I'm just kind of waiting for it to get a little bit later because I don't want to do this during the day. But next I'm going to, actually during the morning, didn't make sense. Next I'm going to mark this off. I think I have some landscape paint. Let's go see if I have some. All right, I could not locate any landscaping paint, but basically we're going to go straight. Kind of the same thing we had before. Straight across like that, straight over and down. But this time, I think I'm just going to go with pavers around the edge. Haven't really decided yet. I'll figure it out once I get to the store. But probably going to need a good amount of blocks to get this thing blocked off. I really would like to pour concrete in there, which I might do that after I do the pavers. I'm just not 100% sure yet. But also there's a sprinkler head in here somewhere that I need to locate, but I don't want to get the ground wet yet, but I have to do that at some point. I believe there's a sprinkler head in there, pretty sure. And it is buried at this time, I think. All right, guys, just a little update. And I was going to head to the hardware store today to go ahead and get everything I need for doing the mailbox. But I decided to hold off and go ahead and order a custom mailbox from Amazon. And that will take about 5 days to get here. I won't get that till December 1st. So as of right now, I put the mailbox back in the hole for now, and then we're just waiting on our custom mailbox to get here. And it just posts directly into the ground. You don't need a 4x4 post with it. You take the whole thing and put it in the ground and then concrete around it. So we just need to get some concrete and then some landscaping stuff. All right, we're over here at Dukes of Duval, and we're making some steak tacos from this New York strip. How do you do it? Real quick, you got 5 seconds.
Pan seared on high with garlic and
As you guys all know, on Supercar Street Racing, we are always doing projects. Now, the current thing happening in the kitchen is all these appliances are being replaced. We already have the Samsung bespoke internet fridge here. The dishwasher, range, and microwave will be delivered the day after Memorial Day. And part of this project is replacing the aging under cabinet LED lighting with something more modern and cool. And of course, Govee is my go-to for this. So today we're going to see how we can replace this under cabinet lighting with this cool RGB IC Govee lighting and do it in a clean way where you can't actually see it. Hang out and let's go. back in the Supercar Street Racing kitchen, and the other day I gave Patricia all my appliances and I totally forgot that there was an LED strip under the microwave here and I just ripped it out, so no big deal. I have exactly 1 day from when I get back from the cruise to have lights installed here in order to, what am I trying to say? In order to let the microwave be installed the next day. And what will happen is they're gonna go all the way underneath the microwave here, hopefully. Underneath this, they will be cut right here or just run underneath this shelf, the wiring, and all the way across this way with a 9-foot version of what we have over here. So basically right here we have a 6-foot section. We can either cut a slot into there with the jigsaw so that the wire can go up through there, or just run the wire underneath the actual cabinet. So the first thing we need to do is clear off this cabinet, put everything over on the other side, and then kind of evaluate getting this off the wall, which this is not going back. I'm not going to be putting these utensils back on the wall. I think it looks cleaner without it. And I don't like the metal bar being under there either, so let's get to work. See if I got the power. Let's go! Alright, I'm using a straw and some tape to pull the wire through. So I'm taping the wire to a straw and then just pushing it through the hole because there's a gap here. And just like that, we have the wire. Kind of cool. And this wire was just run before, right through the corner there. And it worked again. Perfect. Now we have power for this. This is our controller. Now, the only problem is, now, if you look at our lights here, this is the first wire, and you can see it's kind of big. How far away is our first light from there? Okay, that's kind of perfect. We want to get this up through the hole, this big one. Let's see if I made enough room. I did. That worked. So this is our goal today, is to kind of lay this out. Oh, I got the wrong end. Oh, what?
These nuts.
Got it! How are you supposed to do that?
Got it.
Dude.
Oh.
Oh, man. That sucks so bad. They're the wrong direction. You can't do this. This is crazy. These can only go right to left. They can't go left to right. Means this side is totally... This is insane. These lights have to go from this way to this way or they don't work at all. Why wouldn't they make it freaking interchangeable on both ends? Ugh. Hate this. That is the dumbest thing ever. Now what am I gonna do? Gotta go along the back. I got no choice. Oh, that sucks so bad. You can almost zoom in on the moon with video. With picture, we can go all the way in. It looks so cool right now. I love it. Alien. Alright, because these lights are terrible design, you can only go one way because of the way they stick. You can only come from this side. You can't reverse these. Look, I have to start on the right-hand side, go to the left. It just ruins everything. I have no choice. I have to drill. And I don't know if I can get this in there even. Okay. Okay. So power's going to have to come down through the back of the cabinet now, so I have to get my power wire run to the back. All right, that is the maximum available. We got our good old wiring clamps out. We're going to run this wire here to the back of the cabinet. All right, I'm going to drill as close as I can to back here. Okay, it looks like there's enough room for us to put the controller and hide the wires up here, which means this just passes right through here. We can screw it down to the back with clamps, but we have to drill in on this side all the way through this time. Now we got to get through the bottom of this, and we will want to stretch out these legs and see how far we have. So if we start there. Okay, so now we have to drill in this corner, and that's always kind of tough getting the correct location because there is a 1/4 inch piece of board in here. You can see right here there's a 1/4 inch kind of trim piece. So we have to actually be out from the wall a little bit. All right, we're drilled. Let's get our vacuum out. We got the thing vacuumed out, and I think we want to tie in up here, and we're just going to go ahead and connect that now. So what this means obviously is that up here or somewhere we have some wire to hide. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to mount this first light on the corner, and then I'm going to pull the slack and put the controller up in this void, but I am going to just mount this first light now, take you guys along for the ride. Okay, so this is the end product. Without cutting the end off of that, you can see they're very bright. Let's go ahead and get these into the Govee app. You've seen this done 100 times. It's the same every time. I'm going to do that off camera and then show you guys what it looks like. All right, we got the first side installed and connected to the Govee app. And right now it's set between warm and cool white, but you can see stepping back how that looks. It's very cool. I like how it is on the glass tile a little bit. That's kind of the look I was going for. And then of course we can do any color we want, and we will show you the second part of this video. This is going to be quite the install because of that fact that we have to go right to left will be interesting. So we will see how we're gonna do that. But yeah, that's the first part of the video. I gotta jump in the shower and get ready to go to lunch with Rich. Okay, we got a complete mess here, and our job is to get this controller tied up here. So this is the actual on-off switch and controller that connects to Wi-Fi. We're gonna tie everything up and zip tie it up into the void right there. This side is completely done, and now the cleanup effort will begin. So I'm just gonna start putting tools away, cleaning off the countertop, and then start putting things back in the cabinets. But before I do that, I'm gonna wipe the insides of the cabinets down as well. Hey guys, we're back again in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, and you got Brad here, and I wanted to talk a little bit about these Govee lights before we go. Real quick, one major flaw with these lights: they can only go right to left. They cannot go the other direction. You would have to cut and splice, and you can't even do that because on the other side there's nowhere to splice into the first light. So these things are great, except for that is their one major flaw. You can see right here they have good reviews though. They have a 4.6 star review, and so they're not that bad as far as the community thinks, but in my opinion that is a big flaw. You cannot start from the left with these lights. The power supply must be on the right side. And for me, that meant re-engineering my whole project, and it's going to be a big problem for me on the other side of the room. One other thing that I wanted to mention is the warm white is not quite warm. It's a little bit more yellowish. So just be aware if you're looking for completely warm white, this is probably not the light for you. But these are running about 69 bucks, but Govee has a coupon, and also if you buy two things, there is a discount code as well. Now, I don't have a lot of time to talk. I'm going on vacation today and on a cruise, so we'll catch you guys later after we get off the boat.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and right here beside me we may or may not have an entire bag of goodness from Alibaba. Everyone, we're back at the Supercar Street Racing compound, and right here next to me we have an entire bag of goodness from the picks on Alibaba. And what the picks mean is that you get each one for $1.49 with free shipping. You get to do 3, and I have a bunch of stuff in here that I ordered from Alibaba that we're going to be checking out today. Let's do it. Sitting here next to me so beautifully in this white plastic condom is some stuff from Alibaba. Now you guys know I'm big on LED lights, so when I picked out my stuff from Alibaba, you know that I did pick out some stuff that included some LED lights. And there may or may not be a couple of the products actually in the picture today to take a look at live and doing their thing in the background here, which I absolutely love them. Digging deep into the grab bag here of Alibaba products from the Pix, which are very cheap and have free shipping. The first thing that we have in the bag here is a webcam. Now this guy here is a HD webcam. It doesn't have much on the front. It says HD full video conferencing photographing, which is not a word, learning platform live broadcast, and inside of the box it does have this beautiful camera that will probably end up hooking up right back here to see what it looks like on the screen. I don't know if Linux will do anything with a webcam, so I have no clue if this will just hook up and work to Linux Mint, which is installed back here. We're gonna give that a shot here in a few minutes though, but inside of the box, you can see here, this guy does have a little like mount thing for the monitor, so you just put it right on top of the monitor like that and aim it, and we will be taking this into the Supercar Street Racing Studios to see if it actually can be used for live shots on the channel. All right, the second thing randomly pulled out of the Alibaba grab bag is, we have some heat shrink tubing straight from Alibaba. Now you guys know what this stuff is. When you are doing like wiring, cutting, and resoldering, you take heat shrink tubing and you cut it and place it over the wires after you solder it, and then you use your heat gun and it nicely shrinks everything down and puts a protective barrier over the wiring. And we got all this for $1 off of Alibaba. Now if you get this stuff from Amazon, you could pay upwards of $15 for the same thing and not get nearly as many. We have an entire bag of heat shrink tubing right here from Alibaba that was in our grab bag, and we're going to be putting that in the Supercar Street Racing garage so that when we do our next project, we have heat shrink tubing, guys. Continuing our spree here with our Alibaba picks, which we got for a total of $4.50. The next thing in the bag is, this actually goes with one of the other products. It does not count, so let's keep going. Oh yeah, this is actually a really good one. Here we have the soldered heat shrink connectors. These things are awesome, and they are expensive if you get them off of Amazon, but we got this for $1.49. And inside of this package, there are little tubes with solder in the center. And when you do wiring, instead of using the heat shrink tubing and regular solder, you place your wire on each side of one of these little connectors. You get out your heat gun, and when you do put heat on these, it shrinks both sides, and it also melts the solder right in the center and completes your connection. And so these are awesome, and it has different sizes, and they're all color coded, so you know if you want a large gauge wire, you use yellow. The red is the smallest and the blue is the middle, and this is for $1.49 on Alibaba. All right, welcome back, and you guys just saw the Alibaba picks, and we actually have 2 sets of picks right in this bag, so that means a total of 6 products here. And let's reach in the bag and see what we get next. And we do have this mini screwdriver set from Alibaba for $1.49. And you know, if you order stuff off of Amazon, it's going to be a lot more expensive than that. And when we open this up, it comes with this really cool little cute screwdriver that is like a lime green color. It has a little extension in it, and it has 32 pieces, every kind of tip that you could actually need for your everyday life. And you guys need to order this for $1.49 on Pix on Alibaba. And what happens here is you just take this screwdriver out right here, and then you can place this extension directly into it like this, and then it tightens up with this right here. And then you just take your actual type of screwdriver tip you want, and you place it on the top of the screwdriver, and that's how you use this. So if you need your Phillips head or your flathead or whatever, everything is right here ready to go. All right, we're back again, and you can see the last 2 things that we have here from AliExpress are these cool LED indicators with microphones built in. Now I ordered a ton of these. I probably have like 2 or 3 more coming, and they're very cool because you can actually change the mode behind them to make them act differently, and they do respond to audio because they have a built-in microphone. And this one big guy right here came with this little cool little tripod that you can mount it on. It is just sitting on the stand that it came with though, but like these are awesome because if you reach behind here, there's 3 or 4 buttons back here that control exactly what these guys do, and I think they're really good for the background when you're filming, and they help add to the production quality. So I ordered more of these, and we'll probably set those up in both the studio and over here in the Supercar Street Racing filming location in the house. Back from a long vacation, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio. Good to see you guys again. We took about a week off to go get some work done and some vacation done, and we are back today with the LED lights and cameras and all the other good tools that we got off of AliExpress on the grab bag, and we had the pick done on that, so we got it all very cheap and free shipping. Now, the first thing we're going to do right now is take a look at this camera that we got, and it is right here. I have it plugged into the USB port right here, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it on so you guys can see what this thing looks like. So this is the camera. So that's about the quality of it. You can see it's not as good as the one in the upper left hand corner, which is 4K. And this is how it looks in the Supercar Street Racing production studio. And there is one of the LED lights that we got chilling on top of one of the speakers, and that is the other one right there that we got, and these are pretty cool. I do love them. The only bummer is when you plug it into a computer and the computer shuts off, you have to power this back on. That one up there is plugged into power, and so I want to change this one as well so it comes on automatically. But yeah, that's the first LED light that we got. There's 2 inside, and then there's this one that I just put in today, and these were all like a couple of dollars, so not a big deal. But that's a good look at the resolution of the web camera that I got for like $1 on AliExpress. So how's it going, guys? Testing the webcam right now, and let's go ahead and get that undone, and we'll go ahead and take a look over here at the Ali site. And I did put in LED audio, and you can see they have some really cool looking audio things for displaying, like, you know, like spectrum analyzer type things, which I love those things. And these are some of the ones that I got. So like this one is $2.48. These are $6.48. This one has an app here. These are just light sticks. This is like a real spectrum analyzer. They want $200 for it though, which is a little bit crazy. Yeah, it's a little out of control. You can get these cheaper than that somewhere, I'm sure. And there's some other different types of little audio sound bars and things like that here. But I did the pick. It was a special where you could do, I think it was $1.49 or $1.79, and you could do 2 items and you got free shipping on both. But here's another one, and you can see you have to kind of sort your way through the mess down here to figure out which one to get. The ones I got are not battery powered. They are powered by the USB, so USB Type-C on both of these guys that are up here in the corner and right here. But down here there's so many different colors of them, and it's so hard to figure out. Sometimes you're just taking a chance, but it is AliExpress though, so you know you're taking a chance every time you go shopping on AliExpress, period. Let's go back and look at a couple more things here. Looks like there's some LED strips. Here's another RGB light strip music sound for $8.35. Here's an RGB module. Not sure what that does. Here's another one that costs what? $5. There's different kinds here. There's 32 LED, 16 LED, app control. I don't even use the app. I just push the buttons on the back, and I think they're just so cool looking that I just love them. It's like my favorite thing. So hop on AliExpress and see if you can find something for yourself. They have all kinds of cool stuff. And just remember, they're always trying to offer you like deals and % off. So make sure you take advantage of that when you get on there and do all their special deals.
Now I just went to page 2 and you can see there's more LED light strips. There's laser show things. There's a RGB nightlight. There's all kinds of cool stuff on AliExpress for you to go explore and buy cheap. And when you get it, it may or may not work. For example, I got some of those hexagonal cube things that go in the background when you're gaming. They're just like, they plug together, but interestingly enough, they have a USB type A plug on the end, which is virtually unusable unless you have a USB type A male to USB type A male. You can't plug it into a power supply, so I had to order a cable, so that costs extra. But yeah, check out AliExpress and go ahead and get yourself some cool LED stuff off of there, and we'll see you guys next time because we gotta get out of here. I'm peace. But no, you got that phone holder thing. Yeah, so the camera overheated, of course. That's what happened. You have to take off all this corrugated crap or it won't fit through the hole.
Oh, it won't?
And then you got to go all the way to the top, and then the dash goes on after you put this through the hole.
Where's your stool? Oh, I'll put it inside.
Even come out, honestly. But no, you got that phone holder thing.
I'm okay with just sticking it somewhere on the bottom.
This thing is tilted up at you, right? Or is it so ugly? Sure didn't have to put it up here. Just bend the wires like this and go straight through if I... Because I've got 3M stuff and I've got the good 3M stuff that's not going to come off. Or I've got Velcro. What do I do with all of it? What about this? All the way to the back where you can still get your finger on it.
Oh, I like it. Yep.
You gotta have to get into there to hold the button down if it needs to be paired to somebody else. You kind of need to see it too.
Oh, perfect. Yep.
And then the wiring straight back. Yep. So I found a place to put your charger cable through. Look, charger cable can go
Oh yeah, perfect.
right through that hole and right up to here. So do you have it? Right through that little.
Yeah, pull it back. Yeah, grab it.
That's exactly what I do with mine. I knew there was like a. It certainly does. Look, it's got threads. That's how you flush mount it.
Oh,
It
yeah.
comes apart. I don't know how to get it apart though.
That's a couple times. Oh, literally.
Perfect. What's it hidden? All right, I'm working on this Bluetooth again now that we've got the bass knob already mounted. I cannot find a good place for this, to be honest with you. All right, I'm drilling a hole in the bottom of this for the RCA cables and the power wire to go through. So I sent a hole straight through to the back here. I'm gonna put the Bluetooth adapter on the top. But first I gotta feed all the RCA cables through the hole. Camera's 1,000 degrees for no reason. All right, I got the Bluetooth adapter mounted. Sorry about all the noise, but it's very hot in here. We're good to go on the Bluetooth adapter. We got the bass knob mounted and I got the power run for the charger for the iPad. So pretty much this dash is ready to go in. Everything is done on the dash. I used double-sided 3M tape on the Bluetooth adapter and ran the wiring back through the back. So now we can go ahead and get this thing installed. Okay, I'm gonna clear everything out and go ahead and try to put the dash over the steering wheel. To install the dash, you simply slide it over. Now I can work on running the communications cable underneath the cart for the display. So I'm gonna go around to that side and start that process. Camera's probably gonna overheat again just because. So the communications cable is just gonna run right next to all the other stuff and down through the same hole. I'm gonna try to just run enough up to the top just for what we need, not a bunch of extra. And tie it up under the cart if I can. I don't want a bunch of extra wires in the bay. There's plenty of wire, that's for sure. Okay, I have to get under the cart to do the rest. Got the first zip tie on. Now I'm just following these other cables and I'm gonna zip tie to them. It's got its own hole to pass through though, the one that I drilled. Okay, right here we take a turn through the new hole. Okay, I got the comm cable run into the bay here. I'm gonna try to pull some of it all the way over here so it's not all in the bay. Let's see what I can do here. There's so much slack. Yeah, so this is gonna work out perfect. I'm gonna come down like this. I'm gonna stuff the rest on the side of the battery, and I'm gonna come just like this and zip tie to these guys. The comm cable is done. That means the display should work now. Our display's on, we're good to go with that. To get this plug through, you have to put the wires through first, like this, before you slide it over the wheel. And then there's just enough room, I believe, for the wiring to go down. But you have to take the corrugated stuff off of the wiring. See how it goes on now? No problem. And you can also pull it till you get to that part. Now, I need to know if I have enough. I don't think I do. I think all this needs to come off. It can go back on after, but you can't get the dash on with this. That's how you do it. It took me about 10 minutes to figure out how to get the wiring through the dash. You have to take off all this corrugated crap or it won't fit through the hole.
Oh, it won't?
And then you got to go all the way to the top, and then the dash goes on after you put this through the hole.
Hilarious. Yeah.
Because there's no notch. We need to connect some stuff and we need to finish this real quick. I just wanted to make sure this was able to go up and everything.
All right, so here we're back, gonna work on the subwoofer. Found this thing actually on the side of the road. Somebody had a sign that was just said free stuff. So I found this subwoofer along with an amplifier, and it's been sitting in my garage now for probably 5 years. So I'm like, perfect time in, break this thing out, clean it up, get it working. The porthole was rattling around in there, so I'm gonna take the time. Brad already screwed it back in, and I'm gonna take the time to seal it off, caulk it up to make sure we got a good seal on it. And then after that, I'm gonna go ahead and carpet it, fresh and new, put the subwoofer back in. Hopefully we'll be able to hear some sound out of it here in the next couple hours. We're on the home stretch with just probably 5 or 6 more things that need to be buttoned up, and then hopefully everything will be done and we'll be able to fire it up and test out the new system.
All right, while you're doing that, I'm gonna go ahead and finish up getting your blinker control back on and start plugging things in your dash so we can get this thing back together. Are you signed into your Apple stuff on here?
Yeah, I think it
Okay,
should
cool.
be, yeah. Where's the SCSR whatever scissors?
These nuts.
Oh, that's a good sound. That's going through the speakers, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Trying to get a pair.
Yeah, I just don't know how to get this thing in Perry mode. Okay, we're back in the garage. Joe has carpeted the enclosure and he's over here working on the quick disconnects for the subwoofer. I have the entire dash back together, minus the bezel. We're gonna leave it kind of open just in case we gotta get back in there for now. I've got to reassemble the turn signal and get the steering wheel back on here momentarily. And all 4 speakers are working and tested. The iPad is connected to Bluetooth. And yeah, that's it. Good morning. This is the first gen. They are on the second generation now. They dropped the headphone jack. So if
video. I hope you guys have a great day. We'll see you soon. Gonna come from here. There we go. Good morning, guys. Hope you guys are having a good Sunday on this holiday weekend. We're gonna try to get some stuff done here kind of early. It's about 6:49, which is actually usually late for me, but I slept in a little bit today. But yeah, today we are going to start working on getting the pool light completely wired up and pulled through, which I've never done that before, but we're about to do it. And got some other projects here kind of pending. But out here, gonna get my bag of tools ready for pulling the pool light. There's already some junk in here from last time. But yeah, using director view on the phone, which is kind of cool because you can do you can shoot both front and back cameras, which is neat. But the front camera's so close up, I hate it because you have to keep the phone far away. But yeah, let's get some tools together for this. Gonna need these workman pliers. I'm thinking these awesome little channel locks will come through for pulling the wire through. And I'm thinking, let's see. Yeah, this director view is crazy to keep me in focus. We got to keep it way, or in the shot, we got to keep it kind of way out here. We're going to need a lot of electrical tape to tie the wires together. And I'm also thinking 2 zip ties. When I pulled the other wires through, one of the wires came off of the tape. So I'm thinking I'll put 2 zip ties on as well, like on the actual electrical tape after I wired the 2 wires together to do the pull. We need wiring nuts as well. So I guess I'll just take all that zip ties out there. We need a few wiring nuts like these. And I'm going to switch this to non-director mode. It's driving me crazy. Alright guys, now we're back in normal shooting mode. We've got a couple of wiring nuts here. We're going to need more. There's only 2 in there. I like these smaller ones. I believe that's all I got as far as little wiring nuts inside my big toolbox. So we've got my other wiring nuts up here. Yep, I've got a whole pack of them in there. I'm going to grab those. And then we'll see you guys outside. Guys, we're back in the kitchen here. Remember this? I don't know if you saw my pool exit video when I actually ran the controller. But these are the color codes for the multi-conductor wire that I pulled. Those all have to be wired to the pool light. So let's head on outside and check out what we're going to be doing out there. Guys, here's the old pool light. I don't know if you guys know how these things work, but basically there is a niche inside the pool right there. The light actually goes through the niche and down through the PVC pipe and into the little box over there by my pool equipment. So what we are doing today is the power is off to this light. So we're going to cut the cable right here and then grab the new pool light and pull the cable right through there. But I got to grab the other pool light. Be right back. We got the pool extra light here. Now when you replace these old school lights, you have to take the bulb out of the housing here, and every time you do that you have to put a new gasket in the housing, and you risk a leak and ruining an expensive bulb. The new pool extra bulb is all self-contained. There is no real housing to leak. So that's it right there. There's the pool extra bulb. So now we are going to cut the old bulb right at the very top of the cage. Do not drop it in the water. And we got plenty of cable
and we are going to electrical tape this guy to the old wire and pull it right through the niche to the pool equipment box over there and do the wiring. And we're not going to drop this in the pool because I can't get in the pool. We're going to make sure this time we have enough. Yep, there's no power to that, so there's no danger in that. Now this is very short and it can fall in very easily. So let's go ahead and get the new wire tied to it. Hopefully that is not too thick to go through the niche. It's gonna suck if it is, because I want some overlap here. Actually want a lot of overlap. Just electrical taping that guy to it. Hopefully it'll fit. It's kind of thick right there. Yeah, I hope that works. Start right here with another nice tight wrap. That part right there worries me, where it's kind of sticking out. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problems. Keep going for a while here, hoping this doesn't pull out of there. That works. It's going to be a bummer if it doesn't. I'm going to put some really thin zip ties on it. Hope that they're small enough to go through the pipe. Hope that goes through. My last wire, when I pulled it through, it came off, but I was saved by the fact that there was extra wire pulled through there. I did lose one wire because of it, which was a bummer. Got 3 zip ties. Boy, I'm getting eaten by bugs. I'm gonna have to put bug spray on. Guys, I'm gonna go grab some bug spray. I'm getting eaten alive. All right, I went and put some bug spray on, so get destroyed by these bugs. Let's get ready to get this guy to see if that's gonna go through the pipe or not. Kind of sucks because I don't have anybody to feed the wire for me. So I'm going to try to get a lot of it ready here. Oh man, this thing's gonna get tangled up for sure. I think it already is. Yeah, what a mess. There's already tangled up like crazy. Yeah. get the wire ready here, and it's tangled. Check this out. It's going to be tangled at the end. I think. Of course, I didn't untangle it before I takes it off, which was kind of dumb. I think we might be alright after this thing unravels. Yeah. Okay. Got a decent amount of it out. So let's head over to pool equipment box here. So here's the new pool equipment, and your pool should have the same thing. There is a box here underneath that tape, or sorry, not underneath the tape, underneath that bag there's a electrical box, which I just covered with plastic to keep the water out of it. Now there's going to be water inside this pipe because it goes to the pool light, which is underwater. Boy, those bugs got my leg good already. Okay, so inside this we have our new pool light wires right here that go to the control panel for the pool controller. So they are DC, and 4 wires are going to be going to the pool light. Now, we first have to, and we want to make sure we don't drop that wire down in there, but we first have to get the old pool light wire out, and that is the back wire. The back, this pipe, it is grounded right here, and I don't believe that power is on. Nope, it's not on. Pool light is hooked up to auxiliary 1. Screwdriver is way too chunky. Got to get a smaller screwdriver. All right, got a little screwdriver bit here for this guy. Oh man, is it actually smaller than that? Good grief. Wow. So this is the ground wire. The other 2 wires are here. They're white and black because you used to send AC to the pool light. Now we're sending DC from the controller. Now there is a little retainer here with 2 screws on it that's keeping the wire from falling into the hole. So we are going to remove that. I've never done that before, so I'm not real sure how it works. It's a clamp that allows the wire to be secure at the top of the pipe and keeps it from falling in. So I don't know how this little device works, but we're going to find out. And do not drop the screws down the pipe. I can see that happening. That's my luck. Alright, so there's the clamp. It literally is just a little black clamp that goes around the wire and holds it in. Don't think it's going to go anywhere, but now we should be able to put our trusty, if this is too small, I'll go get the big channel, like the big pliers, but I figured this can grip the wire That's as small as it goes. That's not gonna work. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. We're going to need our big channel locks. Went and got the big daddies this time. So we are gonna start pulling and watching that other side so there's no kinks in the wires. Oh man, that is really hard to pull. Wow, that is a lot. Alright guys, I went and straightened my wire out over there. Oh man, this would be much easier if I could get directly above it. Now I've got quite a few bends around the T-bar so that it actually does grip. Alright, we gotta get some more wire over here. Ready. Okay, I pulled some more wire, straightened out some more wire so that it doesn't have a difficult path. But this is going to come through any second now. Oh, maybe not. I think I hit the turn. We should be seeing the end of this. Like right now. Come on, where are you? I heard it. All right, guys. We got it. Let's get this thing unwrapped. That's cool, man. That really was difficult, but just going to cut this off because it doesn't make sense to try to like untake all this. I'm gonna pull a little bit extra out and then cut it where there's no tape. I'm pleasantly surprised that did not come off. Cut it. Maybe right here. Kitty's going crazy here, Mr. Finks. When I said his name, he like flopped on the ground. Sorry, guys, I'm blocking the view. I don't know, maybe that much. Full pull light is through. Now I need to get my wiring instructions. Because I completely forgot, you actually want to just leave enough wire on the pool deck only so that the light can come off, and lay it on the pool deck because that's a lot of wire still left over. You don't want that much slack. Alright guys, I laid the pool light up on the pool deck and we're going to pull all this extra slack out so that we only have enough to do the wiring, and then we have enough to get the pool light up on the pool deck and a little bit extra. The rest of the wire tucks into the niche, and when you ever have to take the pool light again, you can lay it up on the pool deck. Still very hard to pull through. Guys, there's still about a good 10 feet that's got to come through here. All of a sudden it was easy again. I don't know why it's like that, it's weird. Must be like twists in the wire or something. Almost got it. That's actually fine. There's a little bit extra, but it'll fit in the niche. So I'm going to cut maybe right here. This expensive full light wire. Maybe back here. And then take my remember the power's off. I'm going to take my utility knife and try not to cut any of the wires on the inside of this sheath. And I don't really have anything to work off of. Just cut through the insulation on the outer shell. Don't cut the wires. Hopefully it didn't like rip through the wiring with all that stress I put on the cable. And my workman's pliers are where? Here. So just cut off the insulation. Just like that. The rest of this wire is going to sit inside here, and then we need our wiring code. But first, I brought my wire strippers. These work well on braided wire. Yeah, I hope we didn't stress out this cable too much. Some of the wires are thin. Strip back all four. I believe red is DC power, but we've got our coloring code because the wire we pulled to the controller is a different coloring code. It's a 6 conductor. So blue is going to go to blue. Easy enough. Oh, it's not stripped back here. And is that solid or copper? Solid or braided? Yep. Yep, it doesn't like this stuff. The wire strippers do not like solid wire. I haven't figured out why. Oh, it is braided. Okay. It doesn't like this kind for sure. It had issues stripping that back. I'm not going to be using that. So, blue to blue here. Wiring nut. Get the wiring nut on there nice and tight. Check it. Make sure it doesn't come off. And then I'm going to wrap a bit of electrical tape around it. Just in case. So there's blue to blue. Next one is green to brown. Again, this is not stripped. These other wires out of the way. You don't need that much of these small wiring as I did too much on the last wire. By the way, don't ever operate the pool light outside of the pool for more than 20 seconds. It'll overheat. Alright, green to brown. I just made up this code because just due to the fact that my new wire was a different coloring code than the one. These don't work at all. Oh, I've still got the old one. Alright, it's in there good. Whew, it's starting to suck being squatted down for that long. And where did I put my electrical tape? All my tools are in the mud. I don't need as much tape this time either. Give that a nice wrap. Wish I had a new top for this box. I might buy one. Replace it. Next is black to orange. It's kind of a bigger wire. I'm sure this is probably power. Remember, on the other end, at the pull controller, is where all this wiring was coded, and then I wrote it all down here. So black to orange. Make sure you do this right, you'll burn up your super expensive pull light. Black to orange. I keep losing my electrical tape because it blends right in with my tools. Put a little piece of tape on the end of that one. That one's good to go. And last, red goes to yellow. And then we will clamp the wire down. Don't really have to, but might as well. Maybe I won't. It does keep you from accidentally pulling from the other end. You can't. Makes it so you don't pull it out from that side. Okay, red to yellow. And then we will test it out before we clamp the wire. Red to yellow. Mr. Binks came by again. Hey, Mr. Binks. Hey, buddy. Okay, this thing is wired up, guys. So, not sure how many things I have to switch on to get it working, but yeah, it is wired. Let me give you guys a closer look at that. So there's the completed wire. Now all we gotta do is put the clamp back on right there. And this is wired up to auxiliary 2 here. It's probably coast is clear to, remember we only have 20 seconds before the light will burn out. So we just want to quickly turn it on and make sure it works. It's quite a bit of wire there, but it doesn't matter. It all fits in the niche right there. I believe it's off here. There's actually 3 ways to turn this on now. There's this smart switch. This is actually a smart controller as well. And then you've got the pull relay, which is also on smartphone. So let's go ahead and turn on aux 1, which is the pull light. Don't see anything yet. I believe it's off at the controller. We do have power. Let's switch it on here. Nothing. I think power's got to come from here. There we go. And there's our pull light. We're going to quickly show that it's working properly and cycling, and then let's get that thing turned off. Pull light is done. Now what you do is stuff the wire into that niche and then screw this into the niche, and that is a project done. But we need to go over here first, clamp this wire down, and finish up our wiring. Let's go ahead and turn off aux here. Close our breaker. And get this over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. So we got to get this box closed up. But first, we need to clamp this wire back down. Yeah, I think that's going to be fine like that. And go ahead and tape up the AC part of it as well. Which is right here. Probably the most important part. This whole thing is protected by GFCI. The actual pool housing over there is grounded as well. And that ground is right here. The only thing that really I was bummed about is I wasn't able to put a ground onto the controller because the wire pulled out. But here we got our clamp. Then it just goes over the new wire like this to clamp it. Just sits right on top of the wire like this, but it's actually too small. It doesn't actually clamp the wire because the wire's much smaller for this one. And I left my stupid screwdriver in the dirt. Yeah, this is not really doing anything. The wire's too small. Nevertheless, I'm putting them back in. I don't think it's working. So, gotta remember that. Never pull from that end there to pull the wire right out, and then you're really screwed. Because if you can't get the wire out of the pipe, you'll have to pull it back through from the pool side. And then you'll have to have a fish tape, a long one. Alright, so that is, clamp is done. Now we gotta get all these wires back in the box, which will be fun. So really, we just kind of, it only has 3 out of 4 screws as well. That's pretty much it. It's got a gasket on it. Must not be close to the hole there. Oh, we're not even close. Really need a new housing. Should have got one. This one's missing a screw. Where's my screwdriver when I need it? This will work. Yeah, no, that's not gonna work. One time I need my power screwdriver. By the time I get it, I'll be done. That one's not wanting to go in. We got the second screw in. One is missing. Also, my speaker doesn't work over here. Not sure what that's about. Alright, that part is wrapped up. Do some cleanup here real quick. All my tools picked up except for just one because I always miss one. Yeah, my speaker does not work, and my thought is it may have gotten punctured under here when they did all the Tabor stuff, would be my guess, unless the speaker finally just doesn't work. But that one had an issue, a loose wire over by the actual speaker. Maybe time to order 2 more, just get it over with. Look at all this awesome AC wire I have left over. This will be good for like any projects with AC, even though it's really designed to be in the plenum with the actual PVC pipe. So I'm going to hang on to this stuff for sure. This is expensive. It's probably about $100 worth of wire at least. When you order a new pool light, if you have to order extra wire, it can get expensive. By the way, there's the speaker wire that runs down the side of that conduit. Electrician did his best to kind of make it work, but it's kind of sloppy looking. I'm gonna have to redo that. But yeah, I bet you that wire got cut underground. There's that. And guys, that's going to wrap it up for today. I just wanted you guys to get a quick look at how that worked. I'm going to save my wiring diagram forever on my phone, so in case I ever have to do anything with it. But guys, have a good Sunday. I hope you enjoy Memorial Day. We'll talk to you soon. All right, we're over here across the street in the Rich Street Racing shed, and the flow switch I think is bad on this Pentair because it no longer shows salt levels. So we ordered this new flow switch off of Amazon right here, and today we're gonna go ahead and install this for the Spivey team. All right, now that Rich has the beast out of the shed, we could take a look at this Pentair flow switch replacement. Now, Pentair wants you to spend money and get a whole new salt cell. If we go underneath this little cover here, there should be a flow switch that is probably bad and causing not to show a salt indication on the app. And so we see right here, right now, this flow switch, notice it is hardwired to the salt cell. So we have to cut it and put our own on it. So we are going to do that right now. Here's the replacement, and hopefully the wires are the same color codes. Otherwise, I don't know what to do, but I'm going to find out right now. All right, we got the existing flow switch wire cut here. And if you notice here, this is a 4-wire with black, red, green, and white. And the new flow switch is white, green, red, and blue. And so going on to the purchasing link, there is a wiring code there. I'm going to throw that up on the screen for you right now, right here, and then I am going to start splicing these wires. Okay, we got the wires redone, and now we are turning the switch on. You can see here, the only difference in wiring was that blue goes to black. Other than that, it kind of lines up. White goes to gold. I think gold was meant to be white, but yeah, we got the thing on now, and we're just trying to see if it is going to work or not. And if not, I'm out of ideas. All right, we got the replacement flow switch in. These lights for low salt flashed for about a minute, and now we have solid greens. Now Rich has to go on his app and see if it actually indicates that he has salt or not, and we'll let you guys know if this was a successful replacement or not.
We have reading 3,200. Salt is perfect.
So is that what they said at Pinch a Penny, that you had 3,200?
3,200 is perfect.
Okay, but what did they say?
I have to look at the sheet. I don't know. I can't remember.
I'm curious how accurate.
I'll check it out and inside.
All right, guys. So that is how. Yeah, that's how you replace a flow switch on a Pentair. Like I said, blue goes to black. So the new blue goes to the old black, and the new gold goes to the old white. And other than that, it's red and green match up directly, and that will save you about $350 to $400 on a new one of these salt generators, because they won't let you just unplug the flow switch. They make it difficult. Hopefully that saves you guys some money. Why does it take so long to upload videos and I've got the fastest internet ever? Arrgh. Hey guys, welcome to the channel, and today is a special day because I get to reveal the backyard. And you can see right here we got another video editing right now for Supercar Street Racing. Actually done editing, it is uploading, which takes the majority of the time here. So let us take a look at the backyard. It's time to reveal the finished backyard project for the Supercar Street Racing backyard pool and landscaping project. So we're going to take a look at that right now. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today is the reveal completely finished backyard project for the Supercar Street Racing backyard oasis, and we are going to start with the pool here. So this pool was completely remodeled from top to bottom using PebbleTech, and the color of the pool is called Blue Wave. So the way this works is they will give you a standard choice of tiles that come with your pool refinishing. I chose not to use the standard tiles, and I picked glass tile, as you can see right here, and it is called black steel. That is what it looks like in the sunlight, and that is the waterline tile, and you can tell that it reflects the water and the light nicely in all different colors when the sun hits it, as you can see here. Check out that, how it changes colors when you move past it. Does the same on the step tile. So there is step tile and waterline tile on the pool. I left the raft in there. I probably should have removed it for this video. Here is the other step, and we have the brand new LED light, also with the controller right here. This is also controllable with Alexa. If you guys want to go back to my video and check out how that happened, I did all the wiring on that guy, and also put another switch in this box here. But that is the Poolexa LED pool light. So the cost of this pool alone with the tile was about $15,000, not including the pool deck. The glass tile was around 4,000, the pool was around 10,000 something ish, and that's where we ended up with the pool. The light was separate, that was another $300, and I installed it myself and saved money. There's the Pool Exa pool light. Moving on to the pool deck. The entire pool deck was replaced, actually overlaid, not replaced, with travertine. That includes the patio. Before, it was cool deck with a C, the stuff that stays cool when you walk on it. Now it is travertine. This entire portion here that I'm walking around, including this cantilever edge, was replaced with travertine. That is the most expensive part of this project. That was $18,000 for all of this travertine, and this section was not even here before. That was part of the $18,000. I wanted to add a section to put 2 more chairs, because over here, as you can see, it's 3-ish in the afternoon and this section starts losing sunlight. So I added this to get sunlight until around 5 p.m. at which point the entire pool deck starts getting dark. That's it for the pool and the pool deck. Let's move on to the landscaping. Taking a look at the landscaping, we're not talking about concrete or anything yet. The first thing that happened was the company that does all my mulch and rocks came and did new mulch and new rocks. So all of the yard around the outside is mulched. All the way around to, we will take a walk. All this is remulched. All the way around to the fish pond. The small fish pond. The big fish pond is out there. But all this was remulched. Secondly, the river rocks there and the lava rocks in all my beds were refreshed. All these river rocks, all those lava rocks, those lava rocks, this river rock, all the way around the pool. Those lava rocks, all refreshed with brand new rocks. Thirdly, you'll see the next part of that same project when I show you the concrete. The next part of the backyard remodel was the concrete, which took about 3 months to get done. Now don't forget, none of this was here. None of this was here. This was all yard. Rocks, grass, yard, rocks, plants and mulch up there. So my plan was to put a double patio up. So I wanted a step up to the patio. And so we designed this upper level here about 4 inches taller than the lower level. And we added this path. All this was yard. All this was yard. Every bit of this was yard. Rocks here were part of the rock project as well, and rocks around the pool pump. Now while we're over here, actually let's move on and I'll just tell you guys and we'll get to it when we get to the other side. We also did concrete on the other side of the house as well, and you will see that in a moment, but let's talk about the fence. A very large part of this project was replacing my fence. I had an old wooden fence that was short over here on this neighbor's side and falling down partially on the other side, and also this side was starting to fall down. I knew I wanted to get a new fence, however I knew I wanted vinyl, and always something I always wanted to do since I bought this house was the fences were actually right here. They ran straight across here on both sides of the house, so we had just the backyard fenced in, and the entire side of this house would just become you know, overgrown and had to be mulched all the time, and it was costing me money to do that. So what I decided to do was move the fence from here to the front of the house and put a pad, concrete pad, to walk into in the front. So this was added. And if we come through and we check this, that's how it turned out. It's got a single gate, and when you walk through it, this gate closes, and now you have all this space to do anything you want to, and you have a less of a landscaping area. All you have to do is blow the leaves off of it. And yes, we get a lot of leaves from this tree. I wish it was gone. But the fence runs all the way to there, continues down by the pond, and then runs all the way to the front of the house on the other side. And there is a double gate on that side, which I will get to momentarily. But now let's talk about the patio. Under the patio, where some smart person was watching Supercar Street Racing channel on YouTube, let's talk a little bit about what was done in the patio. So the patio, first of all, was not changed much. However, there is one pretty major change that made a huge difference. And I've always wanted a ceiling fan on the patio because the air is stagnant out here. So what I did was, with my neighbor's help, we got 2 beams and we bolted the beams to the existing patio roof because there was no place to put a fan. You can see there where we bolted them. And then we bolted them to the house with joist hangers over here. And we were able to put up this beautiful, smart ceiling fan. Actually, it's not smart. I wanted to get a smart one, but I changed my mind. We got this ceiling fan, which I mounted myself, and also I did the electrical that runs on top of the beam. That electrical not only powers the fan, but it also powers the Govee lighting for the patio as well, and the security camera up there. Also got the rug in place here, part of the patio remodel. We got some decorative items over here, these ice buckets, some things on the wall, a new sign on the wall, and that is all part of the patio makeover. We also got this brand new lamp the other day to replace the old one, and it has Govee lighting in it that syncs with these lights. And then we got our turtle that we found buried in the yard that we refurbished and painted copper. I thought that was just really cool that we found him underneath the dirt. And that's going to do it for the patio, which is looking absolutely fantastic with Supercar Street Racing up on the screen. Moving back to the pool deck, we have refurbished all of our torch lights. So what we did is we painted all of them black. These are actually really high quality torches. We painted the torch lights black, and then we painted the actual kettle part, the oil holders, in copper. And as you can see, these came out fantastic. They look so good. Moving on to the new portion of the actual pool deck, and that is this paver area we added. This was not here before, and I really wanted some place to hang out in the afternoon when the sun starts setting. As you can see, the sun is creeping this way, so it will be over here within the next hour, hour and a half. So this gives you a good hour and a half of sunlight. And we got these awesome metal chairs, which are available on my channel to check out if you want to look at my review. I believe they're Christopher Knight, but we added these 2 chairs and we added this amazing table. And now there is a very nice area for you to come and lounge and chill out next to the fish pond. Moving on to the other side of the house, the first thing you notice here is this beautiful fisheye garden, which kind of has a zen feel to it because of the shape. Notice it was also remulched. Now, one thing, everything about this garden is new except the plants and the light. So the plants are still the plants that were there before. You can see we have these two beautiful, amazing native plants that don't need any water. They will survive without watering. We shaped a fisheye garden, filled it with lava rocks. My irrigation guy added a spigot here, and then of course we have the expandable hose and the hose pot, which are also reviewed on the Supercar Street Racing channel, so if you haven't seen that, please take a look. Continuing our tour of the side of the house, we see here our fence continues all the way to the front, and let's take a look down where we have recycled concrete that fills the gap between the concrete and the fence. Now, the reason there's a gap, the fence guy would not go all the way to the fence because he can't finish the edge if he has nowhere to walk. So we did 12 inches on each side from the fence posts. Later came back and finished the concrete, and this recycled concrete was about $350 installed. Moving on and taking a look at the pool pump area, we see here we have brand new pool equipment and automation from Aqualink. So we got the Jandy set up with the Aqualink, Aquapure, all brand new automation. It is a variable speed pump, top of the line, low power pump, and all that's brand new, and it is available on the internet, and you can see we formed around it and filled the garden here with lava rocks. Moving towards the front of the house here, you can see we have a nice little area here for the garbage cans, and there is our double gate on our brand new fence. Not much to say about this area, but this was not here before. The fence was moved forward to the front of the house, and now we have this wonderful little area and a pad going out front there for the gate. Now we have one of the biggest, most shocking additions to the remodel, and that is now we have a shed. We have a lean-to, and it is super nice, and I have been working on this for the last couple of weeks trying to get it ready to put stuff in. However, I'm waiting for the concrete to cure so that I can paint the floor now. Yeah, so we got the lean-to shed. It is about 8 by, I don't know, 15 or 16 feet. It has a big double door here. The golf cart will fit. And if we come down the side here, notice, I'll show you all the lighting in the yard here next, but we can go in and take a look at the shed. And if you guys have been watching my videos, you know that the shed is well lit. And the point of the shed here is to, if I want to have a place to pull the golf cart in. And we actually have golf cart space and more, but I'm not going to do anything until this concrete has been sitting for a while so I can get in here and paint it. So yeah, I did all the electrical in the shed, so you can see here where we stepped out from the inside of the house, ran our pipe over, and then our electrical all goes up and over. And we have our switches here, and we have receptacles, and we still have our hose inside here. I haven't decided if I'm going to leave it in here or move it. It's actually perfectly fine where it is. It's not in the way of anything, but if I ever want this space, I'll get the plumber to come run the pipe through the side of the wall there, and then we will have our water outside. But for now, all you gotta do is open the door if you want to use the hose. Or maybe there needs to be a sink in here. That'd be kind of cool. We could put a sink in. But this is the shed with the LED lights for the garage. They're made for garage lighting, super bright LED lights, and this is the switch. Talk a little bit about the lighting. So all the fences have these nice light strings, LED, bought from Walmart.com, about $7 each. The lights go all the way down to the dock, around the dock, continue on the fence here, and go all the way to the other side here. Those are all on a smart timer, which also has blue rope lights around the dock. The smart timer is located right there by the dock. Then we have some low voltage lantern lights on the pond that are also on a different timer, which I will show you guys. And we have lighting here around the house as well, up on top, that goes into the patio, which I will show you guys that on our night shot. So that is a good look at the lights. We also have lights in the yard in several places here. Spotlights there lighting up trees, lighting up the palm trees here. We have spotlights there, which is actually pointed down. It needs to actually be pointed upward to work. So that is a brief look at the lighting, but I will show you guys all of that when it gets dark tonight, because I want to show you a tour of the yard with the lights on. This is a look at my new patio area. So what I did was I took the table from out there where those chairs are, and I moved it up here to our new upper level patio and proceeded to remodel this patio. We have some really nice artificial palm trees from IKEA. We have 2 outdoor weatherproof storage boxes that are hiding some dirty secrets. This one is hiding the air conditioning from the inside of the sunroom. So when you use the AC, you just have to lift this up. But notice how I sealed it off so no critters can get inside. Completely sealed, supposedly. This other box hides an ugly pet door that is no longer in use, but has plenty of storage now. Got the big nice tree from IKEA, and we have the decorative IKEA metal signs up on the wall. Another little plant on the table, and of course 4 brand new lawn chairs here, or dining chairs, or whatever you want to call them, for the table. The table was respray painted black. All my furniture was resprayed black. I do that about once a year to my metal furniture, and that's how we keep it very nice. So that is the new patio area for the upper level patio, and when you turn this way you get the amazing view down there. And of course, anytime you want to go chill with the wildlife and the alligators, which is right there, you can see one right there, you can walk out on the dock, and there is your treat right there. Hey dude. Going over the cost of everything now. The cost of the shed was about $3,500. Cost of the electrical about another $200. I did all the work myself. So about $3,700 for the lean-to shed. Cost of the fence was $7,000 for the vinyl fence and the gates. $7,000 for the entire yard for brand new vinyl fences. All of the landscape materials, mulch, rocks, recycled concrete, about $4,500 for all the landscape material and the installation, not just the rocks themselves or mulch, but everything. Pool, about $15,000 to $16,000 with the tile. For the pool refinishing in PebbleTech and the glass tile, about $15,000, $15,500. Patio, I'd say maybe $400 total for everything, and I did all the electrical work and all the labor to put the beams in. So I'd say the pool between $400 and $500. Let's make it $500 due to the rug. Same furniture was used before, I just refurbished it. Pool deck is completely travertine there, and the new addition we made here with pavers to put these new chairs. You're looking at $18,000 installed for the pool deck. These cushions were around $200. I already had the chairs, so the cushions for the chairs about $200. On the patio out here, I already had the table. I purchased 4 chairs, 2 storage boxes, all the plants, all the decorations. The chairs were $100, the storage boxes were around $50, the plants were $350 with the decorations. So let's say, I don't know, 100, 354, 50, let's say $500 to remodel the patio completely. The big one, the concrete. All this concrete addition with the forming. That's both sides of the house. And on the other side of the house, the concrete is $8,000 for concrete and labor to form all this up. $8K, and it came out pretty good. Well pump refurbish I did on my own for about $15 worth of paint. And there is a video on that if you guys are interested. Came out really good. So about 15 bucks for that, plus my labor. Hoses and hose reels, maybe, I don't know, $80 each. And I have one on the other side, so $160 for new hoses and new hose reels to hold the hose up on the house. Landscape lighting refurbishing. 2 cans of paint at about $8 each, so $16 to refurbish the landscape lighting and these nice torch lamps. Moving on to the chairs and table. The chairs were about $360 and the table was $100. So to furnish this little area here, $460 in furniture is what you're looking at here. Hoses and hose pots here, maybe around $75 to $80 for everything, and I have 3 sets of those, the ones in the front yard, so let's call it $140 for the new hoses and hose pots. Brand new pool automation system, all internet based, around $8,000 worth of equipment here to get a brand new pool system put in with the most modern technology, salt system available, and that's what that costs, around $8,000. New low voltage landscape timer around $100, 90 to 100 I think, and then the smart timer down by the pond that controls the rest of the AC lights. This is for DC low voltage. The AC timer down by the pool was around $30, so another $130 in timers for the backyard. Alright guys, taking a look at the total here, we've got our plumbing coming in at 1,000, which I left off of the video, but it was there. The shed at 3,700. The fence at 7,000. The landscape rocks at 4,500. That's with installation. The pool at 15,000 for remodeling the pool and the tile. The patio at 400. The deck at 18,000. The cushions at 200. The upper patio level for 500. The concrete for 8,000. The pump refurb for 15. The hoses for 160. The lights refurbished was $15. Furniture at $460. More hoses for $140. Pool automation for $8,000. And timers for $130. And our grand total is $67,220 for the backyard pool remodel. And guys, I hope you enjoyed the whole series and this video, and I hope you like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys again really soon. Bye.
Come again? You know I don't speak Spanish. In English, please. Huh? You pooped in the refrigerator. Who let the dogs out?
I need NOS. I need NOS. No. My car topped out at 140 miles per hour this morning.
You got knocked the fuck out! You got knocked the fuck out! You got knocked the fuck out!
And I'm not going to take this anymore!
Binks is looking away. Both tails are going. Come on, bud. Come on, Binks. And B's like, alright, I got a front row seat.
Cat showdown. He's going. Oh.
Here we go. Oh boy. This could get ugly.
to get cornered.
Oh yeah.
Oh. Well, Cooper took care of it.
Cooper's taking up the building.
He broke up the fight.
It's alright, Coop. Let them work it out.
Alright guys, welcome back to the channel, and today is a special video because we are going to show you some cooking tips here. And we are making keto fried chicken with the air fryer. So the first thing you're going to need is some chicken breasts or chicken thighs or strips, anything you would like. I am starting with these frozen Tyson chicken thighs here. think they were about $6.50, and they are a pretty good deal. They are frozen though, so you have to defrost them. We got those guys sitting right here in the water, defrosting, and we're not going to start cooking for about another hour and a half. About 2 hours actually. So we got our chicken thighs chilling right there. I'll put this all in the description and also on the screen. Then you're going to need some pork rinds. Now I got the baconettes, which is a funny name, crunchy delicious queso chicharrones. And so these guys have no carbs, less than 1 gram, and that's the good thing about pork rinds if you're on keto. They are mostly protein, so they have 7 grams per serving and no carbs. So you get your pork skins. I also bought the honey mustard ones. If you like the hot ones, they have those as well. These were $2.29. If you buy them off of Amazon, if you buy the keto breading off of Amazon, it'll cost you about $8 or $10 or something ridiculous. You don't need that. All you need is your pork rinds here, one of these hammers. Go ahead and put your pork rinds in a bag. Get a hammer or use your fist or whatever. And these hammers work pretty good. And make those guys no longer pork rinds. Once these guys, don't use that ender, you'll put holes in the bag. Once these guys are good and crushed, they are ready to be applied to your chicken. Like I said, I bought the frozen chicken. It may not be the best kind. If you like the fresh kind, by all means, grab that for your keto fried chicken. This stuff needs to be as thin as possible, and you're going to then egg and pork rind bread your chicken, and look how consistently chopped that is. This is ready. I didn't do the whole bag. I did half the bag, so I could. I'm only doing 2 chicken thighs at this point, and then if I want some more, I'll add some more later. But I went ahead and labeled the bag here for queso pork rinds. And then what we will do, that's probably plenty for 2 chicken thighs. So here's the size of the 2 chicken thighs right here. You can see them in a bag defrosting. And I'll keep putting water in this bag until they're fully defrosted. And then also you're going to need some eggs or egg substitute product. Now I like the Publix Eggsters here. Here they are. So these guys right here are 0 fat, 0 cholesterol, so fat-free egg product. So I will use these. It doesn't take much. We'll just put them in a little bowl, and then we'll dip the chicken in here and then into the egg, and that will make the deliciousness come out. So we will check back with you guys when these guys are good and defrosted. Meanwhile, you will have your air fryer here. You're also going to need some spices for your keto, or for your pork rinds. If you only got the regular pork rinds, I got the cheese ones. And you need something to spray on top of all that once you bread your chicken, because that's what you have to do in an air fryer to make that nice crispy coating on top. So we're going to see how that is, and we'll be back to you guys in a couple of hours when we're ready to start breading our keto fried chicken. Wow. My phone is in use right now, so I brought the tablet out, but look at this insanity. I'm sure there's a gallon of water coming out of my leaking patio over here, but good grief, look at this. It is freaking coming down out here, man. We had a thunderstorm warning, and I think we just got it, bro. Check this out. All right, welcome back, guys. So the chicken has been in this defrost for a couple of hours. Let's see if it's, oh yeah, that's totally defrosted. So the chicken's gonna be nice and dry because it was in a bag. And what we are going to do is get out our little egg substitute here. We got our Eggsters from Publix. It's fat-free, cholesterol-free, Good source of protein and pasteurized, and it is also low calorie. 3 tablespoons is 25 calories if you see right here on this, and it is 0 carb and tons of protein and no fat. So we're going to start with just a little bit inside this bowl. I always put way too much. I'm not going to do that this time. If we need more, we'll pour more. Alright, so we got our egg. That's probably still too much. We got our egg substitute in this bowl right here. We got our pork rinds here. And what we're going to do is go from here into here. And then onto the plate. Or actually, maybe we'll go directly into the air fryer. Here's our pork rinds. Boy, they smell so good. Just kidding. Yeah, so here's our pork rinds. And we're going to grab our air fryer and save a step instead of this plate. So get your air fryer basket and go ahead and spray your air fryer basket down with your cooking spray, non-stick spray. This is also 0 calories, so also good for your diet. That's probably not enough pork rinds, but we're going to start with that amount here. And we got our chicken right here in the bag. If you feel like cutting the fat off the chicken, go for it. I'm going to leave it just the way it is. And these are pretty big pieces. I'll pull this little piece of fat off because it's hanging off the corner. So first things first, dip it in your egg substitute. Yeah, I still put way too much eggs. Always do that. Way too much eggs. Let that drip off. Now there's no other seasoning in this, on this breading. It's just literally pork rinds. Get it in the pork rinds, nice and kind of help it out there. Flip it over. Help it with the pork rinds in the places it didn't get on the sides. Give it a little bit extra. And there's already spray there, so drop it and put it into your air fryer like so. And I think we might have enough for the next one. Let's see. Drip off. There's a little bit of fat on this. I'm not going to worry about it too much. I might take this little piece off there. Put it in the egg. Substitute. If this is not enough pork rinds, we will grab some more. But let that egg substitute drip off of it all the way. Get most of it off before you go into your pork rinds. These are fillets you're going to need to cover both sides. Now if you're doing bone-in chicken, there's absolutely no reason to do the backside and waste a bunch of breading because you won't eat that side. We'll pour a little bit more pork rinds on here. Get those all into the chicken. Sure you get all of them off the, yeah, we didn't get hardly any on that side. So yeah, it wasn't enough. So we got a nice coating of those now on both sides. And we will take that guy. And if you pick it up like this, you won't lose all your breading. And we got this nice little extra piece. We'll go ahead and cook. Get this little bit of fat off of here. We'll have a little nugget. Good enough, man. I love it. get that in our bread, in our egg first. And then a little bit of breadcrumb action, whatever we have left here. Get it good and breadcrummy. Calling it breadcrumbs. It's not breadcrumbs at all. I don't like the feel of the goop on me, so I always wash it off as soon as possible. This is not breadcrumbs. These are pork rinds, so they are carb-free. Here's a look at our chicken, and we're going to spray it from a distance so it doesn't knock off all of the delicious pork rind. You get it good and coated right there. That's going into our air fryer right here. And if you are curious about how long we are supposed to cook this, they have a guide for it that I'm going to do 390. So I'm going to hit power and then air fry. I'm going to do 390 for about 15 minutes. I'm going to take a good look at the crust on it till it's a good brown crust. Let's go ahead and hit start. You can preheat that also if you want to. Those are ready to go. We will check on them at 7.5 minutes. We will flip them over and probably spray that side as well, and we'll be back to you then. All right, guys, we're ready to flip these guys, and hopefully we don't get a copyright notice for the music that's playing. Oh, those look so fantastic. Ignore the music at all costs. Oh, some breading fell off. But it's looking good, guys. It's gonna take another 5 minutes. All right, guys, the timer went off after about 17 minutes. And that is what we are left with. Those look absolutely fantastic. So that is what we are gonna do now, is sit down and have a nice keto dinner with just a little bit of ketchup, because it's my favorite thing. And you are allowed to have just a little bit of net carbs per day. Let's get this all made up and get some tasting done. All right, let's give this a shot. So on our table, we've got some Ken's Ranch, buttermilk ranch here. It's important when you're on a keto diet to make sure that you're not eating anything with a lot of sugar. This only has 1 gram of sugar per, per 2 tablespoons. So that's good for low carb. If you want to be 100% low carb, you can do sugar-free or low sugar ranch. Also got our ketchup. Now this has a lot more sugar, so I'm gonna go easy on the ketchup. I haven't had any net carbs today though, none at all. So I'm in good shape. We also got our slice of cheese, which is completely carb. So we're just gonna have a little bit of ketchup here and some ranch. And I've got the salt as well because I'm a salt freak, but I don't really know how much salt I'm actually going to put on this. I'm going to give it a try first because pork rinds are salty. There's some ranch for dinner. And so this is the first time I've ever made this recipe. So why don't we start off. This little nugget is pretty crispy. There's not much to it. We can start with that. A little ketchup, a little ranch. Oh wow. Really good. Really good. Really crispy. I'm tasting almost, I mean, it does literally taste like it's fried. And here comes the rain. We decided thunderstorm morning. So sorry about the rain sounds. We do have the skylights that are loud, but let's get a piece of now our, remember this was frozen. Let's see how tender it is. Okay, yeah, it cuts pretty easy. There's a look at the inside of it. completely done. Probably could have come out a couple minutes early, but I like the breading to be kind of crispy. I do like how this crisped up on the shell here from the air fryer. Let's give that a little taste with some ranch. Wow. So first thing I noticed, I can't smell, haven't in a couple of years. First thing I definitely noticed is the queso taste from the pork rinds. Second thing is, for frozen chicken, this actually is very tasty, very moist. It's not dried out at all. Let's try some of our cheddar cheese. It's delicious. This will be my dinner, 2 of these. So hot. Moist, tasty. You can really, really taste that pork rind. And to answer the question, it does not need any more salt. Absolutely fantastic. Can't believe I've never done these before. These are amazing. I highly recommend you trying this recipe. Wow. I mean, I'll be honest with you, that's as good as any fried chicken I've had before. Look at that guy in his golf cart getting wet. That is absolutely fantastic. So good. Just want to eat the whole thing at one bite. It's so good. Forgot some more. No. That's probably better. The canned steakhouse buttermilk ranch really takes it up to another level with that creamy taste that goes along with the fried. Good on any fried food, and it's keto friendly. Keep the sugar down, you're good with keto. The ketchup is way more dangerous for a keto diet. If you have any worries about it, use Carb Manager, the app, put in the ranch, put in the ketchup, and see what you come to. I have not had any carbs today. Absolutely. Yep. He's gonna take it. Yep. Yep. Absolutely. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. All right, guys, we are out here in front of the 4K production studio, and today we're taking a look at my 99% finished 4K production studio on Supercar Street Racing. All right, we are out front of the 4K production studio, and I wanted to shoot this before daylight because I wanted to show you guys the outside first. But taking a look back here, we have a very limited crop angle at 8K. But taking a look at the outside here of the studio, you can clearly see I have done lighting on the outside here all the way around the edge. And so the lighting carries all the way this way and around the front of the studio. That would be the front of the house there. And then right here and right now, this is the side of the studio, and you can see I lit it up nicely with some cool outdoor lighting, and that is how it looks from the outside. Moving on to the front of the studio, you see that we have this nice door that was just put in about 2 weeks ago, and it also is lit up nicely. And it does light up the Supercar Street Racing sign. And then moving down towards the bottom, we do have the Eufy video doorbell here that will alert you when it sees a person. In fact, it just did when we walked by, and just now again on the video. And there is the Supercar Street Racing sign that we had custom made. And that is the front of the 4K production studio, and all of the beautiful lighting that we put in that I'm so glad I took the time to get done. We also installed gutters afterwards so that the rain would not come into the front area here. There was some water getting in towards the bottom down here, so we put those gutters in, and ever since then sealed the door properly, and now no water gets in. Now let's move on into the inside. All right, guys, welcome to the inside of the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio, actually being shot in 8K right now. Kind of difficult to shoot in 8K because it's very cropped, so the angle, the zoom amount is very close up, but you can see right here and right now is the inside of the 4K production studio, and I will throw some pictures up as well that give kind of a better idea of what this looks like. But when you walk in the front door, you are greeted with this desk area here, and in the desk here is where all of the main equipment is located, directly across from the front door, and we will go over all that equipment one by one just here momentarily. All right, this is a good view of the inside of the 4K production studio, and we are shooting this in 8K. Now, as you walk in the front door of the studio over there, and don't forget, this is 8K, it's cropped pretty hard, so it's difficult to get a wide angle shot. But as you walk in the front door of the studio, you are greeted right next to the door. We'll take a look at this in a minute with an Alexa, and it's actually an Echo Show 15 right up there. And then on the wall over there, we do have a 32-inch television. And then on the front wall, directly across from the door, was where we have our main equipment for the studio, and you can see starting at the end over there, and we'll go over this stuff one at a time when we get a little bit closer, but starting at the very far end right here, we have our HP thrift store refurb PC. Actually, it was a gift from a friend. I call it a thrift store, but yeah, you can see me right here right now on the screen right there. And this guy right here is used to do live streaming. It just has a single webcam, and that shows this area right here. It is all located up on the top of the desk since it is a one-piece device.
and that is the HP computer. It is not very powerful. Matter of fact, I could barely find video drivers for it. It's so old for Windows 11. So it does use hardware acceleration, but it barely works, and every time I go into OBS, I have to change it to hardware acceleration because it loses its settings. Nevertheless, the computer does work pretty good for what it is for, and it is for live streaming only. And then up above that, you can see we have our Harbinger powered speakers. I chose those because I already had them, and they were easy enough to put in. And I actually picked a receiver that has preamp outputs just to feed these Harbinger powered speakers. What you don't see underneath that is the subwoofer chilling so fresh down here. And that is the Polk Audio sub. It's I think a PSW10 is what the brand is, or the model number. And then right by that we have a fan I need to take out of here. It was for when the carpet got wet. But yeah, there's the audio system there, and if you move up above that, you will see the Netgear switch. Now that is fed out through the wall and up into the house to the main cable modem / router, and that supplies Ethernet to the whole entire place. Everything in here except a few things is hardwired. These lights up here, these Govee RGB lights, are Wi-Fi, and one of the televisions is Wi-Fi, this 32-inch right here, because it's using a Fire Stick. It is not a smart TV, but I'm going to get that replaced pretty soon. But anyway, yeah, moving down the bench now, right next to that, you would see my old editing PC. Now this is what I started the channel with before. This is a home-built PC that I built way back in the day. Does have an NVIDIA graphics card in it, Quadro. So not very powerful. It has 16 gigs of RAM. I think a 4-core processor, I can't remember. I think it's a 4-core Intel. And it has an NVIDIA Quadro processor, barely enough to get by and do editing, but I also do Photoshop on this as well. So that is the next computer. I use this one also for doing live streams from the outside. So if we go to OBS Studio here, it'll pop up and we can do live streams from all the Wisecams in the house. I do have BlueStacks set up in order to open up the Wisecam application and do live streams on this guy. And here is a look at the actual PC. I've had this one for years and I built it. And it is a quad-core processor. I'm trying to get the system settings up if I could type. And looking at this one, it is a, what is it exactly? I can't recall. So it's a Z77N Wi-Fi with a i7 3770K, 4-core. So that is the second PC in the editing suite in Supercar Street Racing Studios. And then moving down here to our main area is where we have our full-blown editing suite. We have our tower PC there with 64 gigs of RAM, the 12-core AMD processor, and a GeForce 3080 Tough Asus is what's inside that. So pretty powerful machine. I'm about ready to upgrade it to a 4090. I'm just looking for one at the current time, so I'll either do that or buy a whole nother editing PC that has a 4090. Sometimes you can get a good deal on a whole PC because they are selling the entire PC with a 4090, and sometimes you spend like maybe $1,000 more than you would with the video card and you can get a whole system. But yeah, so that's the editing PC. I am using DaVinci Resolve. You can see it up here on the screen right now. On top of the desk here, we have the Marantz NR1711. Pretty high-end receiver. I bought it because it has preamp outputs to drive the front Harbinger speakers over here. And then moving up on top of that, we've got the Kingston HyperX microphone that I use to shoot voiceovers here in the studio with this 4K webcam up there.
And then we've got another little switch down here. We ran out of Ethernet, so I just went ahead and put a 10-port switch in right there to feed a few of the devices. Just don't forget, everything here is fed with Ethernet, not Wi-Fi, including this. All these PCs here and this receiver are all fed with Ethernet. And then moving up here to the very top, we have our 4K monitors. They are Amazon 4K monitors, and behind them they have the Govee immersive RGB LED lighting on the back of them. And then of course, moving up to the ceiling, these are all Govee RGB LED recessed lighting, and they're all individually connected to Wi-Fi. And you can see that the ones behind the TV are actually colored different than the ones up here because I have them on a different program. So that is a look at the front of the editing studio here in the Supercar Street Racing Studios, and all the wiring is inside of the walls. I did all that, and then underneath you can see that we have all the wiring tied up really nicely, as much as I possibly could, and all that goes into a home theater wall plate and then up into the walls. All the Ethernet is in the walls. Everything else is tied up underneath the desk, and we do have RGB IC LED strips underneath the desk, which when you pull back a little bit, kinds of look like this. So you can see how it lights up the underneath of the desk. Now moving to the right of that is the lounge area of the studio, and I will step back so you can see how that turned out. So there's the lounge area. We do have a full-size futon here and a coffee table. And then over to the left of that, we have the side table that has a little bit of storage, really the only storage in here. And it does have the top LED lighting on it. It's got the mushroom LED sign, and then the smart, it's got a lamp with a Govee smart RGB bulb in it. And that desk, or that side table, does have power on top of it. And then just above that, we've got our Harbinger powered speaker, and we've got our Starfield projector, which I don't really use very much. It's pretty loud, so if I'm shooting in here, I don't use that. But I want to get a new one. They have way better ones now. That one is pretty old. Moving back to the front and to the top, I forgot to show you. It's hard to see, but we do have complete surround sound in here. We have 7.2 audio, so we have 2 front speakers, the Harbingers. We have the center channel, we have the side, and then we have the rear. We do have 7.2 surround sound in here if we need it. I went ahead and overbought the sound so that I would have 7.2 surround if I ever needed it. And stepping back so you get a better view, because this is very cropped. We do have a fully foldable out futon. We just have to pull it out a little bit. I've never folded it out, but yeah, I've slept on that thing plenty of times when the housekeeper's here, and it's pretty comfortable. And when you do that, this TV up here, which we'll show you here momentarily, can be moved. These TVs are on articulatable mounts in the back, so yeah. Down here in the lounge area, that's our doorbell chime, and you can see every single television is equipped with a HDMI port that goes down to the bottom, so you can then use that. If you had a little desk, you could work on this monitor up here, no problem. We do have Ethernet down here as well if you need to hook up to a laptop and in the lounge area. And then we have also power on the walls at the top in case you wanted to do RGB lighting there. I have not done it yet. And up in the corner there, you can see one of the Supercar Street Racing live cams on, and you get a better shot of the 7.2 audio there. Now, the only problem I've had is some of these tiles tend to come loose, so I do have some glue somewhere here, and I will have to eventually glue that one back on. So every couple of weeks I come in and re-glue the tiles, and eventually they stick pretty good, but that one you can see is coming off. That's just the way they are with it. Gets hot and cold in here. And then moving up to that TV, it is articulating, so you can actually move it this way, and you can sit in the lounge area and watch TV on that one. Nothing much more on the back, just some more RGB lighting in the ceiling. And then down here, in one of the Ethernet jacks, I am feeding the Supercar Street Racing Wi-Fi extender, and that is what everything in here that uses Wi-Fi connects to. So that includes the lighting above that is connected to Wi-Fi. These are connected to this jack here. And then up on here on the wall, you can see more power, and behind the TV, you can see that there is a nice wall plate that has USB, Ethernet, and HDMI available for this TV, and this TV can just articulate this way for when we're editing. And then this way on the wall, we have the Echo Show 15, which I did flush mount. I was able to create a bracket inside the wall with wood, like a cross member, and I was able to perfectly flush mount it and then surround it with the foam tiles. And then under that, this is a smart switch for the outdoor lighting, the lighting that I showed you at the very beginning. And then on this wall here, if we step back so we get a better view, on this wall we have that 32-inch television, which also has a wall plate behind it, and we do have this LG air conditioner, which is the best, absolute best air conditioner made, window unit made. Very quiet, super quiet, hardly makes noise. It does make a little bit of noise, but not like all the other ones. When it kicks off and on, it barely makes any noise. So that's why we got that one. It does keep it cool in here. The only time I ever had issues is when it was 95 degrees out and I tried to turn it on in the middle of the day. It was barely keeping up. So on a very hot day, you just turn it on in the morning and it has no problems keeping this place in the 60s. All right, guys, so that is going to wrap up a tour of the Supercar Street Racing production studios. It is 99.9% done. The only thing not done is I have power up here ready for RGB ceiling lights, and I want some that are not flush mounted. I want the ones that are externally mounted there. So I'm still looking for what I'm gonna buy. But that is gonna wrap up the tour, guys. I hope that you enjoyed seeing the 4K production studio in its glory, and I hope you like and subscribe to the videos and watch our live streams when we do editing. They're pretty cool, and you can learn DaVinci Resolve by watching me edit. All right, guys, have a good one. We'll see you on the next one, Supercar Street Racing.
You broke the speed limit by a lot, Dad.
No, I didn't.
Like
No.
5 miles an hour?
Yeah, 5. That's nothing compared to what's about to happen.
You ready, Carter?
Carter, are you ready for this? Oh my God. Dude, what? What do you think, man? Is it sick? He thought that other one was fast.
I know, right?
Carter.
That was faster than the Yankee Cannonball.
Oh, this is Carter. Fastest car made, dude. Come on.
It's faster than the Yankee Cannonball, and the highest drop was like 65 feet.
Absolutely faster.
Oh, no.
Guys, welcome back to the channel. Supercar Street Racing here. You got Brad. And today we are in the Supercar Street Racing sunroom here with beautiful, not sunny Florida behind me in the background. And we got this camera that was donated so graciously to us from the company MubView. We're gonna be taking a look at this camera today, get it unboxed, check out the app, and see if this thing is worth buying. This is an indoor pan tilt zoom from MubView. I promised those guys I would take a look at this and help you guys decide whether it's right for you or not. So we're gonna open this up today, take a look at it, and it's probably gonna start raining here soon because we got another storm coming to Florida. So let's get this thing unboxed real quick, see what's inside the box, and go from there, guys. Welcome back.
Guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing. We're out here in the beautiful SCSR sunroom to show you this MubView pan tilt zoom indoor camera. This is a good look at the box right here. We're gonna get this thing unboxed in a few minutes, but I wanted to go ahead and talk to you about this. Outside of this box, it has a couple of things on it that are interesting. So it says it has two-way audio, so I guess you can talk back and forth to the camera. It has motion detection. It has warning and playback, whatever that means. It does have night vision. It does panoramic views, uses Wi-Fi, and does cloud storage. It has an activity zone, so you can mask off where you want the camera to actually check for activity. It says something about ONVIF. I'm not sure what that is, but we're going to dig into that today when we get inside of the box for the MubView Smart PTZ indoor camera. So let's get this thing opened up now and figure out exactly what's going on, and I'm so happy you guys are here today. All right, a few things on the front of the box also that we didn't check into before. It says it's good for home security, for baby care, for elder care, or for pet care. And now let's get this thing opened up and see what's inside. All right, directly in front of us is the MubView Pan Tilt Zoom indoor camera. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at that now. And there's a better look at the front of the box there that you didn't get to see before. It actually has a code to scan for the app, and this is the model PK320. And I guess what a lot of these companies usually do is they just clone other companies' apps, and they sell the same camera with multiple different apps, the exact same camera. And then there's a good look at the front of the box. Let's open it up now and see what's inside. And on the top it says PD. I don't know what that's about. And inside of the box, the MubView camera that so many people clone and copy and use their own names on. Let's see. There is an instruction manual right here. And that's it. Inside the box they have this little cardboard condom with the cord inside of it. And then if you go further, you do have some drywall inserts to install it with. You have a standard USB 5-volt power adapter here and the mounting base right there. And inside of the box with the MubView, you can see that it does have a wooden base, which is interesting. The other ones I have don't have that, but check out the Pan Tilt Zoom MubView camera, 2.4 5G. It does say it supports 5G, which would be the first camera that I have had that has 5G connectivity, as far as I know, unless Wise has integrated it, which I don't know if they have yet, but most of these devices will not work with 5G internet. They only work with 2.4 gigahertz. They have issues with doing anything other than that. But yeah, this is the indoor MubView, so I'm curious to see. And I think it's interesting that they chose a wooden bottom. I've never seen that before on any of the cameras that I've had. And this is how you mount it. So you basically screw this to the wall, put the camera on it, and you are done. And that is how you set that up. Here are the drywall inserts. So you have a place where you need to put this when you have. So here are the drywall inserts. If you have a place you need to put this, take a screwdriver about the same size as this, push it through the wall, stuff these in there, and then you have mounting for your MubView. And inside of the manual here, we can see that it has some information about the warranty. You can register it right here with this barcode, this QR code. They do have a phone number here and a website, which I will put in the description of the video. On the next page, it does show you that the camera has the lens right here. There should be a status light somewhere on here as well. There is a mic on this part, it says. There's a reset button on the bottom along with the SD card. So it looks like you have to put the card in right here, which is kind of hard to get in probably, but I don't know. But there's the reset button right there as well, right on the bottom. It does say that the back here is a speaker. So there's your speaker right there. This is your charger or your power supply. Okay, the next step here is to download and install the app, but we want to go look at the rest of the features. It looks like you have to sign up for an account with MubView. There's instructions on getting the camera connected here, which we'll get to in a minute. And yeah, connecting the camera to the app is right here. And then more instructions on how to get the camera connected, which when we go to the phone, we'll be able to see that. And there's ways to share this with people. If you want your family or friends to have view rights on the camera, or they could also control it, you can do that right here. That's inside the app. And then there's a bunch of facts. So if you have issues with the camera, read through a couple of these, see how that works out for you if you have any problems there. 2 pages of facts. That's about it. So I think what we need to do right now is get this camera set up. So for that, we're gonna get to the phone here momentarily. Let's do that now.
All right, we're back with the MubView Pan Tilt Zoom camera. And the first thing we need to do today is go ahead and download the app. So to do that, they have a QR code right here. So let's go ahead and scan that QR code on the phone, which we are also recording on. And we do see here the app is called Cloud Edge. And if we were to search for MubView, so Cloud Edge comes up, but it doesn't say MubView, which is interesting. So let's go ahead and install that. Go ahead and open up the app, Cloud Edge, and we have to sign up. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and sign up, Supercar Street Racing. All right, so now we are ready to add our camera, but it is not plugged in, but I do have my trusty battery pack right here. So let's go ahead and power the camera up. All right, the camera came on and did sound. You saw that. It is still going crazy. It's doing a little dance for you guys. All right, let's add device. All right, went ahead and added device. It did find the camera, and it looks like this camera can be battery charged. So it does have a rechargeable battery in it. You can see right here on the screen, we found it. Hit next.
Reset the device by holding the reset button for 5 seconds. Wait for the indicator light to flash red.
Okay. It's flashing already red. You can see right here. Let's go ahead and hit next.
Select the 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi network and enter your password.
All right, it is successfully added the device to Wi-Fi. Let's click next. Let's rename the camera. Let's call it MubView. All right, we're done with that. All right, now we're looking at the management for the MubView PTZ. You can see it right here on the screen. If we hit play, it is showing us how to work the camera here. All right, we're back in front of the MubView now. We do have a 128 gigabyte SD card to go ahead and put in the device. The other device, the other card would not work. We are ready to put the SD card in the MubView. Let's go ahead and press that in, see what happens. All right, it's fully inserted. Let's go into the app and see if it recognizes it or if we have to format it. We got our SD card formatted on the computer, and when you format this, you should do exFAT for the format. SD card is inserted. Let's back out and go back into recording management. It's saying, wait a moment. It's trying to figure out the SD card. It is doing something, 10%. It's getting the SD card ready now. You can see it right here on the app. All right, it sees that the SD card is 128 gigabyte. It has 117 gigabytes free. I'm gonna set it on all day recording. All right guys, we're back in the Supercar Street Racing office with the MubView camera, and I just wanted to give you guys a little update. I was able to use BlueStacks on the PC and successfully look at the video live on the PC. There should be other ways to do it with this new open standard. It'd be a way to call it up on multiple programs with this new open standard. It is called ONVIF, Open Network Video Interface Forum. So that gives the ability to use a lot of different types of programs to monitor this camera. Now I did use the camera on a live stream for about a day and a half, and I am gonna put some of the video from the camera up right after this and let you see what it looks like both in the daytime and at night, pointing out at my backyard. Now our sponsor would love if you would go check out the MubView camera. I'm gonna put a link in the description to that. And make sure that you buy all your Amazon products through our links. It helps us out greatly, as the channel doesn't make any money. So it just helps us get by a little bit and bring better products to you to review. But like I said, the MubView here, it's a nice camera. It does come with a little mounting plate on the bottom there. You just screw the mounting plate in somewhere and then you turn the camera onto it. It comes with a USB brick, a 5-volt USB brick, plugs right in there to a standard USB Type A port as well. And the quality is about 2K is what it says on the box, and that's what we observed. And we will show you that now. And then right after that, please go click through the links in the description. We'll see you next time. fuck is this? So there you have it, guys. We have just gotten the next level. Oh yeah, now I know what this is. Guys, I did not know what this was at first when I got the alert on my security camera and saw a package sitting there so nicely, but now I do know what's in this box, and this is the next step for the Tesla Model S Plaid. We have a 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and we are going for all the carbon, and this is the next logical step, and this has been back ordered for over a month and a half, and I might have the first set in the country. Go ahead and open it up, see what's in here. And a box inside of a box wrapped by a paper condom reveals what is going to be inside here. I might have the first ones. I might have the first ones installed here in the next few minutes in the country. Hopefully. Maybe not. But inside of this box we have the carbon fiber camera covers for the Model S Plaid. The 2023 has different cameras, remember. I have hardware 4. My cameras are different. I have only cameras. I have no sensors. And these have been in the works for a while. And this is what they look like. And they look amazing. This is real matte carbon fiber. They weigh literally about 1/4 of an ounce each. And this is how they look underneath the light right here. Good look at the matte carbon. And I can't recall how much these were. I will put a link to them in the description, but these did come from T-Sportline, as you can see on the back here. They have the 3M tape all ready to go. And basically what you do is just peel that off. We're gonna test fit them first. Peel off this stuff here, this 3M tape, and then press them right onto the cameras. Carbon fiber, and you can get these in gloss carbon or matte. All the carbon on the Plaid is matte carbon, so I chose to go with matte. And let's get you guys actually in the light here, but that's what they look like. And even better over here, if you get a good view of that in the light, that matte carbon life looks so good, man. I'm hyped. Let's get out there and get these things test fitted on the Plaid and see what that looks like. We're out here in the Supercar Street Racing Magic Garage with the Model S Plaid, and you can see right here the factory cameras there, and these are designed to just fit right over the top, just like that. And you just basically take it off and you like throw these right on, and that's what they look like, just like that. I don't know if you guys can see that very well with the lighting in here, but that is how they're going to look. That is, I believe they're either side, works on either side. Let's go check. Well, no, that's not possible. Is it? Wait. No, that is not possible. They are made for a particular side. So I'm going to prep this thing really nice and then go ahead and install these things. Probably not a good idea to use this. I think this has wax in it. So I decided against using the wax, spray wax cleaner, because obviously it leaves wax on there. I do have some Windex instead. So I'm gonna go ahead and use Windex here on this. Definitely dust on it. Alright. I'm just gonna dry it with the other side now. It's very clean, ready to go. And we should just be able to peel this right off. So I'm just peeling off the 3M here. If you guys want some peel satisfaction, key and peel. And they do use the good stuff. That is all peeled off and ready. Now all we have to do is install this and just get it right. And of course my light went off. Okay, I'm just going to press on this for about 20 seconds. Let the 3M tape kind of bond. All right, first one is done. You guys can see what it looks like right there. Looks awesome. Matches the mirrors. It matches the front apron there. Looks cool. Looks factory. Honestly, you cannot even tell. Looks great. Let's do the other side. All right, here we are on the other side of the Model S Plaid. And we have the other camera cover there ready to rock. Let's go ahead and get this thing wiped down and dried to help adhesion. First one went on pretty easy without me having to do much alignment. That is prepped and ready. And now that peel, that ultimate peel. And the bugs are starting to come out as well. Okay, that started to peel off the actual 3M, so I'm going to try a different corner here. Okay, that worked better. That peel, some of the 3M started to undo from the back of the thing, so I'm just gonna give this a little bit more pressure than the last one when I do it. I know I'm doing the crip walk. Okay, I'm applying pressure all the way around it evenly. There was 3M tape that was peeling off the actual cover. So I want to make sure that gets good and adhesive, if that's a word, adhered. I mean, that's as good as it's gonna get. It's on there. There it is installed. Looking really nice and fresh there. Really stands out with that carbon fiber mirror. So there you have it, guys. We have just gotten the next level of carbon for the 2023 Model S Plaid here with these camera covers that look so awesome. And they go so well with the front apron and the front V right there. The only thing about the V is there's a little bit of adhesive right there that I probably can get off if I really try. Right there. But that's the way the car looks after getting the full carbon treatment with those BC forged HBO4 wheels in matte black. The factory carbon wing there, and then the T-Sport line accessories. Looking hot and fresh. Guys, welcome back to the 4K production studio at Supercar Street Racing. We just took a look at a new accessory for my 2023 Tesla Model S Plaid, and we are looking at that right here on the screen. Now, these are for the newer Tesla Model S Plaid and Model S that have hardware 4.0. So anything that was produced this year after about March or April has the hardware 4 on it. So if you don't have hardware 4, you have to select the ones that say 2021 and 2022. And mine are in matte carbon fiber as well. So if you're going to order these, make sure you order whatever finish you like. If you like the matte better than the gloss, get the matte. And the matte matches the actual matte carbon fiber that comes on the Tesla Model S Plaid anyway. Be sure to visit T-Sport line. Like I said, I'll put a link in the description and tell them that Supercar Street Racing sent you. And we'll see you guys next time on the channel. And don't forget, like, subscribe, and buy all your products through our Amazon links and help the channel out greatly. We'll see you next time. Man, my new pool tile looks crazy cool. So stoked. Look at this, guys. Damn, son. I bet you can't wait to get I thought the rain was over, but wow, it is pouring. Pouring. Lightning, thunder, everything good. Look at the water right here. Guys, right here in front of me and right now in front of me also, we have this smart Scarecrow solar ultrasonic repeller, but it also works on all kinds of different animals. So let's take a look at this today on Supercar Street Racing. In front of me today with a plethora of other products that are awaiting our look is this smart Scarecrow solar ultrasonic repeller. And we're going to be looking at that today. And as you can see on the front of the box, it does indicate that it does repel a bunch of different types of animals. Now, the solar repeller was graciously provided by the manufacturer for us to take a look at and unbox and test and give an update later. Okay, the battery did die on the microphone, but that's not going to stop us from checking out this solar pest repeller. And you can see right here, solar powered. It is IP44 rated. It says it has a 110 degree effective range, and it operates on various frequencies. Supposedly that does repel different types of animals. Now on the back, it does say solar or USB. What is not clear by the manufacturer is if it has a battery in it, or if it just operates when only the sun is out. So I'm not sure about that. It does have a 5.5 volt solar panel. It has a 110-foot detection range, so I guess it detects the animals, then it turns on. And it does say it has a lithium battery. I missed that on the first try. And looking inside the box is our next step. And inside the box, waiting right on top, is a USB power cable. You will need a 5-volt USB block to power this. And the other end is one of these tube-type connectors. Closer inside the box for the pest repeller, we do see this ugly green device here, sitting so fly, looking great, but not really. Kind of a ugly scarecrow looking box, but it is green, so it will mesh well with your outdoor environment. Now on the front, we do see a speaker here, and then some sort of LEDs right below that. This must be the top, because the solar panel is up there. And on the back, we see the 5-volt adapter port, and we see the power and sound switch right there. And we have our manual here for the smart Scarecrow solar ultrasonic repeller. Now notice it does not mention the other animals there, but it does on the box. So it says here that the ultrasonic repeller repeatedly stimulates the animal's auditory nerve. It has a flashing light to simulate the animal's visual nerve, and then a PIR to detect whether there is an animal near. Once close to the area, the PIR triggers the product, and the intelligent working mode will repeatedly stimulate the animal, repeatedly. And the intelligent working mode will repeatedly stimulate the animal. Makes animals restless and want to escape from an environment that is not suitable for them. And if we're looking here at the manual, and it does have a diagram, there is a charging indicator that should go red when it starts charging and green when it is finished charging. There's an indicator on the front here when it starts making sound. The sensor is right here, and the battery is inside of the back, which is not available to be gotten to. This part of the device right here is actually the ultrasonic speaker. Further in the box, it does come with some stakes and a warranty card. Here's the warranty card. And basically you just turn the on-off button on for 1 second to switch it on, and it enters a self-test mode. The horn's going to be 3 times, the 3 LED lights in the front and the red light on the right side will light on in turn. Then after 5 seconds, this device will go into a standby mode. When it is in standby mode, if any animals come close to this, it's supposed to detect them and trigger the product automatically. Now when this is triggered, it will run for 7 seconds, and the ultrasound and light will work for 13 seconds, and then all 3 things will work for another 5 seconds. So the entire process to scare the animal off is a 25-second process from the pest repeller. Now there is also a silent version where there is no alarm, so you can choose whether you want this to make noise. when it detects a pest, or whether you want it to be silent and work ultrasonically as well. Now to operate this, you simply press the on-off button and the alarm sound can be turned on-off. Now we do need to go ahead and get this thing charged, so let's get it on a USB now. All right, do not lose this cable. It is proprietary. It has this different tube type charge connector on it, but let's go ahead and get this guy plugged in. So to plug it in, you simply move the rubber boot aside and go ahead and plug it into USB. We actually have one on our nightstand right here. And now we should see a charging indicator, and we do. So this device is charging. We'll get back to you guys once it is fully charged. Okay, I was really bad and did not record the time when the charger was done, but you can see here that our device is fully charged, and I think it took a couple hours, but I'm not 100% sure, but this guy is ready to go. Now all we have to do is take it outside and put it somewhere to see if it actually works. So let's do that. This thing really does look funny. It looks like a monster. 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth right here. Okay, we do have the device plugged in now, and it is still red. It was charged completely, but I just plugged it into the USB here, and I'm gonna go ahead and fire it up. And it says if you press it short, it will beep. Okay. That is expected behavior. It is lit up, and it beeped 3 times, meaning it is ready to rock. We're gonna do... Oh, I actually heard that. That was interesting. I heard the actual high-pitched tone. It must have detected me. There's the light. So this is what it looks like when it is active, and I don't know if you guys could even be able to hear that, but it is putting off a high-pitched tone when it detects me. So it does see me. Let's see what happens when I walk with. Yep, there it goes. What a crazy device. I love this thing. Oh, there's the blue lights. So is this thing gonna go off every time a person comes by it? There's the high-pitched tone. Does work, I hear it. Wow, interesting device. All right, we do have the ultrasonic repeller going crazy back here. And it is going nuts and making sounds and doing everything that it's supposed to be doing. And I have no doubt if there's a rat or a mouse that comes near this, or a squirrel, it's definitely going to drive it away because it's killing my ears as well. Now let's take it into the... There it goes again. Let's take it into the 4K production studio with Brad and take a look at this online. Hey guys, and welcome back to the 4K production studio. I'm Brad, and it's a beautiful cold day outside at Supercar Street Racing here in the studios, where we bring you high quality videos and audios every day. And today we have this weird ultrasonic solar animal repeller. Now the manufacturer was so kind enough to send me a copy of this repeller, and this thing does repel more than one type of animal. It can do cats, dogs, skunks, squirrels, deer, it says. And right in front of me here in the picture, we can see the different types of animals that it does repel, and you see cats and dogs here. You see raccoons, you see foxes, squirrels, looks like a pig or a boar, and I'm sure a bunch of other types of animals. Now right here kind of shows you what is on the actual device, and it does have a solar panel, an LED flashing light, a PIR sensor, which is a motion sensor, and a variable ultrasonic frequency speaker. And it is also waterproof. Right here, you got to take a look at the amazing English. Protect your effort at proper placement. Rodents never come nearly. So funny. You see a squirrel there eating corn because they don't have an ultrasonic pest repeller on the property. Now here is a close-up look at the front with a diagram of everything. It does have a red LED when it's charging, and it turns blue when it is fully charged. It's got a low power indicator flashing light. It's got the PIR sensor. It's got 3 1-watt LEDs and the ultrasonic speaker. And it does have a 5-volt charging port that will charge with any USB 5-volt adapter. It's got a solar panel, and it's got hooks to hang on the fence and a power button right on the back. Now right here, it shows that somebody did wall mount it with the 2 hooks. And it also shows it here going right into the ground with the stakes, and you could technically take your power cable and run it underground if you wanted to. Right here, it just shows you the 3 easy steps for putting the stakes in. You just put the stakes together and then push the stakes up to the bottom of the device. And right here, it shows you the different places you could use your device. You could put it in the garden, you could put it in the yard, in your orchard, or in your kale yard, whatever the kale yard means. I guess that's where you grow kale. And now back on the front page here, you do see that it has 4.6 stars, and if we break that down, it's got 5 stars at 62%, and then it's got 4 stars at 38, and that gives it a grand total of 4.6. Now below that, it says that it has humane animal deterrence. It says it's got a triple technology blend. It says it's got 2 working modes for effectiveness, versatile power options, because you have 3 different ways to get that thing powered up. And then finally, it is IPS65 waterproof rated. The question is, who rated it? We never know that. Now, right in front of me, guys, you do see the Supercar Street Racing YouTube channel, and I wanted to talk to you guys for a minute about supporting the channel. When you guys buy something, if you click through a link in the description, it helps me out greatly. We get a few dollars from everything you click in the description. And also, you don't have to buy the product in the description. You can buy anything you want from Amazon, and we get help with just a few dollars here and there. Now do me another favor also and click the like and subscribe button and click that bell icon. We want you guys to be aware when we put out a video. We try to do videos every day. We can't always do that, but we try to put out a video every day. So I want you guys to be aware when that happens. And we really appreciate your support and your love on Supercar Street Racing. But we gotta go. We got 1 million squirrels in the backyard we have to get rid of. All right, we got Patricia here with the Peel Sat on the brand new Fire TV, 75-inch Fire TV with the Peel Sat with Patricia.
Oh gosh.
That Peel Sat.
Oh my gosh.
I know, it's so good.
So scary.
So good. Good job. You're gonna rip the TV right off the wall.
I'm scared that's what's gonna happen.
I know. The Peel Sat. That is the ultimate peel satisfaction. Go, Patricia! What, she's got peel left. She's gonna rip the camera right off. Way to go, dude. Peel Sat. Come on, eat your dinner. Don't worry about these guys. Don't be scared of a bunch of turtles. Death by 1,000 bee stings. Eat dinner.
I don't want to Hi, come here. Come here, baby.
She's so excited.
Nope.
Oh!
Bella!
Bella. So we got Dukes of Duval in the 2023 Model S, and this is the dual motor Model S. So it's all-wheel drive and dual motors, and I don't know, maybe 600 horsepower. So what's your thoughts on the 2023 Model S?
I've been ate the plaid, but it's fast.
So we got Dukes of Duval in the 2023 Model S, and this is the dual motor Model S. So it's all-wheel drive and dual motors, and I don't know, maybe 600 horsepower. So what's your thoughts on the 2023 Model S?
I've been ate the plaid, but it's fast, like extremely fast.
Would you own this?
I would own it.
Okay.
But I'm not going to pay $80,000 for a vehicle. I'm a little cheap.
What would you buy if you were going to buy a car right now?
If I listen, if can I afford it? Yes. Do I want to buy it? Yes. But am I crazy enough? If I was going to buy a car that I wanted to have something with this much horsepower, best bang for your buck. What are you going to buy that's got this much? Do they call it horsepower?
Yeah. Okay, so let's
what do you buy
do
with this much horsepower.
Let's do a 0 to 60 because these people next to you are also looking at the car. They're digging it.
Yeah.
So let's see what this thing does 0 to 60. It's
they got to put it in like track mode, or
you don't
like
have to do it. You don't have to do anything. We're not ready for drag strip mode, so let's just see.
All right.
Let's see 0 to 60. I'm prepped. Like my head's on the thingy. There you go, 60, 70. We did it.
They're still coming off the light.
I'm sure they're back there cracking
and they're
up.
stopped at this light, and we're not.
They have to be laughing. Look, that's not real. All right, this thing's good. I think it does 0 to 60 in like 2.8 or 2.5.
And I like the interior. I don't know about the white. The white's got to be for someone that doesn't like to get their hands dirty.
You can put your tequila shots in here.
Yep.
That's crazy. I think my car actually has that and I don't even know it.
You probably don't.
I've driven my car like 3 times.
Yeah.
You were in the car one of them.
It's a 2007 Camry. See if they can keep up.
So I've never done dragster. Whoa! Man, I wish Goodwill was open.
I do too.
Actually, that's what we need to do after you bring Carter. We need to go Goodwill. There's good stuff
Probably
there.
where I'm going to find all the kids' clothes.
Where's the game at? Over here?
It's just practice. Yeah, Fort Caroline.
Oh, drop them off. Let's go. Hit up Goodwill. Get some subwoofer.
That's where you got to shop when you buy an $80,000 Tesla.
Can't afford anything else.
Can't afford exactly right.
Got those new Pumas though.
Oh, that's good.
Kicks.
Oh man, look at you step it up.
Dude, these are good.
Nice, man.
Yeah, these are good shoes. I love them. All right, we're in the 2023.
Let me get past the entrance for.
We're in the 2023 Model S, and we're going to try out drag strip mode. And what we are going to do is
Stop right here.
we have the car in drag strip mode, and it said it's ready. So Joe has to hold down the brake.
Yep.
Hold down the accelerator.
All right.
Wait, it'll tell
Both pedals
you.
pressed.
What's it saying?
Saying both pedals pressed.
Oh, it won't let you because it's a rental, I bet.
Oh, hold on.
Preparing for launch.
Nobody's behind us. Oh,
Ready to launch.
zooming in. Is it ready?
Yeah. Did we hit the top speed?
Oh, well, I got to like 82 that I put back down. But I feel like it wasn't much different than I probably would have if I would have just hit the gas from standstill.
It's not like the Plaid. It's not as dramatic. Dude, my car is faster than this car. Right?
Oh, 1,000%.
You're testing the brakes. Can't park here. Now you know the brakes aren't amazing.
No, they definitely are not.
This car is so fun. I wonder if this has different brakes than the Plaid. We got TLX. So, do you think it's still like pretty close to my car? No. That's not really.
I don't think so. I mean, like
a couple seconds off of.
I mean,
like,
you
quarter
definitely
mile.
lose it in your stomach a little bit if you're not prepared. But yours is a whole different beast, man.
Yeah. This is a 10.5 second car.
Yeah. And yours is a
9.4, 9.5.
You know, that little bit of a difference is big.
It's big.
Yeah.
400 horsepower. Extra. Oh!
So you hear that like whining noise? Is that built in, or is that the actual sound of the motors?
That's the motors.
Yeah.
This has a Navitas.
Oh yeah.
Conversion.
70 volt.
I wonder what the voltage is on these.
It's gotta be a lot.
I think it's 48. Let's see. We're gonna Google this. We just Googled it.
Remember this guy the other day?
Oh yeah, we got into a fight with this guy. Tried to to beat us up. He would have gotten worked over.
Yeah.
He knew that he couldn't, like, he's not going to be able to handle one, but two is like certain death.
Yeah.
With us.
We're not gonna tag. I don't tag team anybody.
Oh, look at these two. Oh, this guy. What? Show them the Model S. So we're going to find the Munchkins, maybe. Show them the Model S. They love everything to do with the Plaid and the, not the Plaid. They haven't been in that. Oh, she's going to your house. These guys. Garage closed. No, they're not outside.
I just bought it. What do you think?
It's good. It's good.
Brad sucker me into getting one.
Hey.
Got him! Got him!
Whoa!
All right, this is 0 to 85 in the 2023 Model S dual motor. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go. And it's limited there.
Hey everybody, this is Dave, and this is my new Tesla Model 3 2025 in Ultra Red. I think it looks more like candy apple red. I think it's a really good color. The front end has been redesigned, codenamed Highland, and I think it looks really good. I think it takes a lot from the Tesla Roadster. As we come across the side here, really sleek design here. I got the 18-inch Photon wheels, and on the interior, we got the black interior. Coming across the back here, back seats with the screen in the back here. Coming across the back, let's take a look. A lot of space back there. We got a cubby over here, we have a cubby over here, and we have our storage compartment back there. And I'm keeping my mobile charger right there with the adapter. And last but not least, if we go around the front here, inside the Tesla, we can open up the front just to give you an idea of the size of the front in the front. I don't really intend to use the front that much, maybe for some small items if I'm going on a road trip. Pretty minimalist. We've got a washer fluid port here, tow hook, and a emergency release button there in case somebody that's very small happens to get trapped in there. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the tour of the 2025 Tesla Model 3 in Ultra Red.
All right, we got the alien, we got the mirror, we got the alien, we got the mirror, and we got the peel satisfaction. That peel sat is so good in your life. You love the peel sat. And then look at this. Look how good it peels with the alien and the pure satisfaction. Yeah. All right, this guy's trying to shoot me with a salt gun. Let's go.
No, that's too close.
Oh, fuck!
I told you.
Shit, that hurt. What are you doing? Back in the Supercar Street Racing office right now in front of the M audio keyboard and the Supercar Street Racing channel here, and you can see that we have 1,200 videos exactly, and that is amazing, probably a little over 1,200. But right here also in front of us, we've got the Z's security camera that was sent to us by Z's to go ahead and check out. It is the model CA49, and it does pan and tilt, and then you can see on the back it says anywhere, anytime. It's all about your smarter security. And there's some specs on the back here as well. But our first mission today, besides playing this keyboard, is getting this camera unboxed and seeing what is inside. So let's do it right now. Welcome back, guys, to Supercar Street Racing. Again, we are standing in the Supercar Street Racing office with the M audio keyboard in front of us and the Supercar Street Racing channel to our left here. But our mission is very focused today on this Z's smart security camera. And you can see right here that it uses the app, and there is a barcode right here on the side for you to scan the Z's home app. And then there's a picture of the camera. It does pan and tilt, apparently. And then it uses a 5-volt USB power supply to work. It is only a 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi camera, just like most of them. I don't know when they're going to start coming out with 5 gigahertz cameras and other devices, but they are not yet. And it does use USB Type-C, which is awesome. So this is the CA49. If you're looking for it, I will put a link in the description. But now let's go ahead and get this opened up. Pretty simple packaging here, nothing amazing. And that is probably the power wire there. The box is a little beat up. Okay, yes, so that was power. So inside there is also some, so they gave you drywall inserts and then a mounting bracket and a standard USB power brick here. As you can see, just a regular 5-volt USB power supply here. And then inside of the box right here, we have the actual Z's smart security camera. Okay, it does not say on the box, but clearly it does say in the manual that it is an indoor camera only. So it is only an indoor security camera. So the ideal position for this would be probably looking at a door or something like that. But I do have power in the garage, so we might just set it up as a Tesla cam on the garage and see what that looks like, but I'm not sure yet. In order to get this working, we do have to go ahead and get the Z's app downloaded. So it's called Z's Home. So we're gonna switch to the phone right now and go ahead and get that app downloaded. Okay, before we get the app downloaded, actually, let's go ahead and power up this camera real quick. So it does have a pretty long cord here, and you do have the peel satisfaction right there that we could do a short with, but I don't have time. So we got that peel, and there is a USB Type-C connector on the back for power, which is great. You can use any USB adapter for this. And then you simply just plug in the USB Type-A to the little power brick. Or I could power it with this laptop if I really wanted to. All right, I did apply power to the camera, and there goes the camera spinning around and making a lovely sound there as it initializes. And it did go ahead and tilt up and down and spin around to prove that it does work. Now let's get this app. Nice. It's making noises. All right, we're in the Z's app, and we're gonna add a camera now. It says new device found. There's the serial number. Now we have to go ahead and put in the Wi-Fi information. All right, it is connecting the phone to the device, and hopefully this time it works when it tries to upgrade the firmware. All right, it is connected. It just made a noise. Let's see if it will actually update the firmware. All right, it says update. Let's see. Let's see if it's going to update. Okay, it's flashing blue. Firmware is upgrading. Looks like the camera is restarting now. Let's see if it actually comes back up. And it is blue again. And the camera looks like it is back online. And yes, it is. And here is me on the camera. A little slight delay, but not bad. Picture quality. Let's go ahead and move this somewhere else. Oh, and you can pan it like this. Tilt it like this. And it's at 2K resolution now. And here I am on the Z's camera. Looking so fresh and so fly, dog. Let's move it somewhere else. I'm gonna mount it up in the corner there where there's already power and you can see the entire garage from this side. Whoa. All right, we did get the Z's home camera, pan and tilt camera installed right here up above the garage door, hoping that the garage door doesn't hit it, but it looks like it's got plenty of room here. You can pan and tilt throughout the entire garage here and see the garage door and also do live views when I do detail the car, which is awesome because I can use that camera as well. So we are done with this project for now, and I am going to now show you video from the actual app of the camera working so you guys can judge for yourself while I clean up. Hey guys, welcome back to Supercar Street Racing, and you've got Brad live in the 4K production studio with Grape Juice, and today we have the Z's indoor security camera, and this security camera has 2K resolution, it has a 360-degree pan and tilt field of view, and it is a two-way audio camera with motion tracking, and it works on a 2.4 gigahertz network. Now, if you do get this camera, just be aware you probably should get an SD card so that you can go ahead and record to the camera.
The only other way you can record is with the app directly to your phone. So pick up a 256 or a 128 gig SD card for use in the Z's pan and tilt camera. Now you can see right here in front of me, it has 209 ratings with a total of 4.2 stars. Now I did have some freezing up in the video, and you did see in the video there that it was up converted from 2K, which is the camera native resolution, to my timeline resolution of 4K. So just be aware that was all blown up a lot. The freezing in my video was just from my Wi-Fi problem, so I didn't have any problems with the actual camera. And you can see right here and right now, if I open the Z's app and I hit play on the camera, we have a live view right now of the SCSR compound, and we can go ahead and pan and tilt all around there also if we want to. And this camera is $19. It is very cheap right now. For the next 3 hours, I will put a link in the description. I'm going to publish this video ASAP so you guys get this deal. It's 50% off right now. Check out my description and go ahead and buy the Z's pan and tilt camera. We can't stay here anymore. We got to go to the garage. Somebody broke in. All right, this is 0 to 85 in the 2023 Model S dual motor. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, go. And it's limited there. All right, what's going on, guys? It is Tuesday evening. Tonight we're going to talk a little bit about the audio system again in the SL65 AMG. It's time to get rid of that old school 2005 command radio, put in something modern. So what we are going to be doing is we are going to be putting the Android joining head unit in, and we're going to do a 5-channel amplifier, and we are going to do new component speakers and a subwoofer somehow. I'll get into the difficulties of the SL65 when we go out into the car in a minute, but basically what we are looking at here is the following. So the first thing we have right here is the joining head unit, which I reviewed earlier. It is a 5.1 Lollipop Android head unit. That's pretty amazing. Go back and check out my review on the joining head unit. What we have here is some Infinity Kappa 60.7 CS component speakers. They are a 6.5-inch woofer and a tweeter system with 2 crossovers. So my plan is right now, the SL65 has a subwoofer in the floor footwell. It's a Bose subwoofer in a isobaric enclosure, and it's a weird oval shaped woofer inside of a plastic enclosure. It has 5, I think, and 3/4 or 5 1/4 plus, no, sorry, 6.5 and a 5 1/4 in the door. It has no tweeter. It has 2 4-inch speakers in the back for rear fill and 1 center channel speaker in the dash. I'll show you guys all that in a moment when we head on out to the car. All right, guys, we're out in the garage with the 2 cars. We're going to take a look at the SL65 AMG factory sound system. So what we're looking at here is the command navigation system from the original car. Just, you know, when this came out, these were state-of-the-art. However, of course, now they are slow, old, and very, very difficult to work with. So we're going to be removing that. I have the double-din Scosche factory mount for this vehicle. The door panel here has the Bose system in it. It's got a 6.5, and I believe I think it's a 4-inch actually, a 6.5 and a 4. We'll be taking out the 4-inch and putting a tweeter there, taking out the 6.5. and putting in the Bose or the Infinity Kappa 60.7s in there. There's a center channel speaker right there. What we are going to be doing with that speaker is we're going to be summing left positive and right positive and running that center channel speaker for kind of a middle front mono fill. Back here on the back deck, which you cannot see at all because it's too dark, are 2 4-inch speakers. With the factory system, this is a surround sound system. Those are used for rear fill. We are going to be removing those and maybe replacing them, maybe not. If we don't replace them, we're going to run stereo rear. So we will be rewiring them into stereo. Now back here, I don't know how well you can see that. There's a luggage compartment back here. Let me get this turned off and back on with some light. So now that we got a little bit of lighting, this is the luggage compartment back here, and you can clearly see the speakers now, right there and right there. So what we're going to be doing right here is something I saw online. Someone removed that whole section there down to where it meets the storage containers, and they put a new box there that's a little bit deeper. It still allows these storage compartments to open, and they had a, I believe, I want to say a 12-inch woofer right there. I'll have to go back and double check, but I believe it was a 12. We might go with 2 10s. Might make a little bit more sense. A 10 on that side, a 10 on this side, and get rid of those buckles for securing luggage. So that's the plan for the rear of the vehicle. So this is the back of the vehicle. There is a false floor right here. The battery is located right under that. You can see the charging system hooked up now, the trickle charger. So what we're going to be doing back here is putting the amplifier back here. And so we can either just raise that floor up and put it in there, and hopefully there's no issues with heating. Or we can build a false floor with a plexiglass top and some vents and go that way, directly connected to the battery here, and then run the cabling through to the vehicle right there. So we should have a good 5-channel amplifier located right there. We will be running the 5th channel to the subwoofer. We will be running the rear channel to the speakers in the back that are currently mono fill. We will be wiring those up in stereo. We'll be running front left and right to the doors, and then we will be running front positive and front left positive and front right positive to the center channel speaker for front fill. All right, so that's the plan for the audio system in the SL65 AMG. I have to still buy the amplifier and figure out buying the subs and take it over to the audio shop so they can take a look and see what they're going to do with the subwoofer. I really prefer 2 small woofers for more accurate tight bass rather than a larger woofer with more boom. So I think I'm going to go with either 2 8s or 2 10-inch JL audios. That should be plenty of low frequency. I'm more into deep low bass than I am the hard-hitting kick bass. So I'll update you guys as I get more, but for now, please subscribe to my channel. Please like this video, and we'll see you next time. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It is Friday, and we got a little project going on today for the That new window peel sat is so good in your life, and you love the new window peel sat. That peel sat feels so good on the new window when you peel it, and you get the satisfaction on the new window peel with the satisfaction. And the What's going on, everybody? It is Monday, and I am so frustrated right now with UPS. My wheels and tires were supposed to be at the shop on Friday. 3 of the 4 wheels and tires were delivered. The other wheel and tire has been saying out for delivery for 2 days now. I am at my wit's end with these guys. I've called them 10 times. Nobody can tell me where my package is. Today we've got an unboxing. As you can see by the title, this is the G paddles. This is to convert your button style shifter that was on the AMG, the early AMGs, to paddles. Let's take a look at this. Go ahead and open it up. This came from England. Just be aware if you order these that you will have to sign for the package. It kind of took me off guard, and got to the post office today. There were 700 people in line for the holidays. But thank goodness that some lady walked out and said, "Is anyone just picking up?" So first thing I notice is the package is almost open, but oh well, hopefully there's nothing wrong with it. It says that the G paddles are inside and that there's instructions here. Literally was hardly closed at all. Go ahead and get that rest of that open. See what's inside here. Looks like we got some instructions here about that they emailed me, the real instructions. And we've got this other page here. So there's one thing you got to know about this. The factory button holder, which you will see when we install this, is very delicate. They do not make that button holder anymore. If you damage it, you need a new steering wheel. There are ways to get this thing out though, involving heating that unit, that button holder up so that it's more pliable. If you don't, you're gonna break this little tab off. Picture it like this. Basically, this is not dirty looking at all, is it? There is a little button holder. The stock button is has 2 tabs on the side like this that fit inside these little round things. Okay. To get that button out, you have to pop those little tabs out. But when you do, most people break off this little circle that covers it. It's almost, I don't even know how to describe it, but the pin goes inside this little half circle that allows it to turn. Most people break that off right there because they just are in too much of a hurry and they don't heat the housing. So inside here we've got this nifty little, I guess it's an air freshener, British flag air freshener. And then inside here we've got G paddles. So they are silver. You can get other colors, but I mean, if you really want other colors, just paint them. That's G paddle number 1. So there's the mechanism. So if you see what I'm saying here, these 2 pins, right there, they fit in 2 little circles that are pivot points. And this part presses the actual button. And this part would be this left side, I believe. So when you pull it towards you, it pushes the button. So that part inside the holder, button holder, that's the part that goes around this pin is what people usually break off. So here is button number 2. I will put the instructions for this with this video. There's button number 2. So it's going to probably be like that, I'm guessing, but the opposite of the way it's facing you. That side would face you. There's the 2 together. So look for video number 2 of this, which would be installing these beautiful G-paddle button replacements. I'll throw these back in here right now. And any day now you can look forward to a video of brand new wheels and tires. I won't tell you anything about the wheels except that they are matte black. And I was kind of trying to save that, but I gave it away in another video. So look for that video coming up soon, and we'll see you guys in the next day or 2.
Alright.
Oh! Yes! This is you if you break in! Yes!
All right.
Dude. That's pretty close.
I think he wants chicken. He's tired of cat food.
This is like, I mean, you can literally see every...
Reach out for the new, that means you too. I forgot the rest of the song.
Hey everybody, quick update on the studio. This entire wall is tiled, as you can see. Let me turn some lights on here. This entire wall is tiled. I still have tiles falling off, so I am re-gluing them as they fall off. And I can see some right here that aren't exactly straight, but that's okay. You'll never get this stuff perfect. But this whole wall is done. There's me. Check it out, guys. All done. That's done. Completely done. I got the speaker wires pulled through for the surround sound. And then I got the second television mounted right there. Looks great. And so now I just have to do above that door, continue to this side, and then I got to do the ceiling and that back wall. So I have probably a day's worth of work ahead of me. Actually, this half of the wall, the most difficult part was cutting around all these fixtures and stuff. Yeah, so everything's painted now. I just got to do this front wall, which is where the 250-inch screens are going, and I need to get all the acoustic tile up. And that's going to do it for today. I'll update you guys again tomorrow. Hey guys, Supercar Street Racing, welcome to the channel. Got a little bit to talk to you tonight about MHD. So, been with MHD for a couple of years now. You guys have been good to me. They have done nothing but positive things for the E93 BMW N55. Don't get it wrong, I know you got an N54. I got an N55. Last year it was made. Even the 335 IS still got the N54, but I got the N55. So N55 actually upgraded motor from the N54. They fixed a lot of the issues with the N54 when they went to the N55. However, the tuner market is more there for the N54, even though you can get good stuff for the N55. Let's talk a little bit about MHD. So there's two ways to flash your car. There is a plug-in unit called the JB4, old school, plugs right into your engine wiring harness and programmed with the flashes for the JB4. It interfaces through your computer or your stalk. You can actually control maps and things with the stalk on your steering wheel, and that is a plug and play harness application, and it's very popular. And before we had Android flashing devices, you had JB4. Nothing against JB4. However, MHD is a Android flash only application. It uses a cable for DCAN. So DCAN is the BMW OBD2 port, DCAN to USB, USB to your phone or a tablet or a computer, whatever you have, it works. It's just, you buy a cable, plugs in your OBD2 port, USB into your phone, good to go. So what are the differences? So MHD has, just like JB4, off-the-shelf tunes based on your modifications. Now let's say you just have nothing, stage 0, I just want some horsepower. Flash the stage 0 map, you'll get some horsepower. A good amount. It'll feel way different than stock, trust me, it's a big upgrade. If you want the real power though, you're gonna have to do the downpipes and the intercooler. That's where the big power is. N54, N55, same power levels, close with downpipe intercooler. What are we talking about power-wise? So on 93 octane fuel, not the 91 crap you get in California, you're probably talking about 75 wheel horsepower, which is substantial. Let's say 100 motor horsepower. Motor makes 320, you make 420. What about on ethanol? So most places have E85 available now, so what can you do on ethanol? Well, depends on what you have. So the 2011 late model N55 has a better high pressure fuel pump than the earlier models. You can do a little bit more on that guy. You can make 50% ethanol happen. Probably on the N54, you're looking at 35 to 40% ethanol as your maximum ethanol content. I happen to have the N55, the later model. I have the upgraded high pressure fuel pump. I run 50%-ish ethanol, but you can never tell, and I'll explain that in a minute. The problem with E85 is ethanol. It says E85, 85% ethanol. However, E85 can be anywhere from, at the lowest, I've seen 50, at the highest, I've seen 95. So you're lucky if you get the high end, you're unlucky if you get the low end. Usually you get 85-ish, a couple of points under or over. Now, so what's the positives of running ethanol? Ethanol's cheaper than premium, so it's about $3.30 right now. It used to be $1.80. Welcome to our current situation.
It makes more power. It burns cooler. All three of these things lead to better ignition timing, more horsepower, cheaper fuel. And for you, that's amazing. That's what you want as a car guy. You want the cheapest possible fuel that makes the most horsepower, burns the coolest, and just feels good to run. It just smells amazing too, if I could smell. I can't smell anymore, so I don't know. So ethanol, I run an E50 mix on MHD. So here's MHD right here. Now let's talk about what happens if you want to run more than 50% ethanol. Cannot do that. You cannot do that on the stock fuel system. The reason is, ethanol has a different air-fuel ratio per parts of fuel than 93, 91, 100 octane. It takes more fuel to get the same air-to-fuel ratios that it does with standard fuel. If you need X amount of fuel for 93, you're going to need X plus whatever for ethanol to make the same air-fuel ratio so that your motor is not running lean. What's going to happen when your motor runs lean? Well, your computer is going to cut fuel. It's going to cut ignition. It does all that when I mix incorrectly. Is it a guessing game right now? Yeah, it is. It is. I don't know what I'm putting in the tank. I guess. I know from experience how many gallons of E85 to mix with 93. Now don't forget, 93 octane has 10% ethanol already, so you have to factor that in. There's good calculators online. There's an E85 calculator. I'll put it in the link in the description. But you got to know where your ethanol content is, and that is all part of getting the right fuel system. What happens if you want to run more boost than stock? Let's say you want to go upgraded turbos or a single turbo even. What do? Well, there's two ways you can do this. Unfortunately for me, my N55 does not have, nobody makes an upgraded high pressure fuel pump for my car, unfortunately. This car is direct injection. You've got the low pressure fuel pump in your tank, delivers fuel to the high pressure fuel pump on your engine, driven off the crankshaft, multiplies this pump times, thousands of RPMs, injects high pressure fuel directly into the cylinder head. That's why you can run E85. Direct injection. It's not port injection, totally different. That's in the intake manifold. This injects fuel directly into the cylinder head, so there's your difference. Now, let's say I want to run a single turbo or larger, than stock turbo. An N55 technically is a single turbo. Let's say you want to run a big single, like up top or down low, whatever. In that case, you're either going to need you're always going to need a low pressure fuel pump. Your low pressure fuel pump will not be able to handle anything more than stock. Bank on a low pressure fuel pump, E85 certified. Go to Fuel It if you need one. I'll put a link in the description. Fuel It has everything you need. You're going to need a low pressure fuel pump, and you're going to need port injection with injectors, or a low pressure fuel pump and a upgraded high pressure fuel pump. If you're an N54 guy, you're lucky. Those are available. You don't need port injection. But if you want to go port injection, MMP has a very good solution for this. It's on the screen right here. I'll put a link in the description. $580 for the N55. For the N54, same price. S55, same price. And if you always have to have an injector controller for this guy. The injector controller will interface with MHD. And I never mentioned this, MHD can be custom flashed. There are tuners out there, Twisted Tuning. There's tons of them. Do a search, MHD tuning. You'll find millions of them. On the forums, there'll be threads about, custom tuning. Those guys can interface with this injector controller. Motive makes an amazing injector interface for MHD. Plugs right in. It's made to go with port injection and control these extra injectors. This guy comes with 1050cc injectors, comes with the sandwich plate, comes with your extra fuel rail. It's good to go, man. Look at this. It's a fantastic kit. It's low cost. It's just a good thing. I mean, look at this guy. It's all like anodized black with an MMP logo and little plugs right there. So yeah, so that's basically what is going on with MHD. MHD is a mature product. It's been out for years. It's an off-the-shelf tune, so let's not get anything twisted about this. It's not a custom tune for your car. Lots of people run downpipe, intake, intercooler. That's what they test it with. They tune it all the same way. So it's not your car on a dyno getting tuned, but it's close enough that thousands, let's say 100,000 people run it. I don't know how many. It's a lot. There's a lot of people running this. So I trust it. I've never had an issue with it in my cars. I haven't blown my cars up. Your car is pretty smart. The DME knows when to pull timing, knows when to pull fuel, knows when to cut ignition. Yes, people have blown their car up, I'm sure. But I've had good experiences with it. The car runs amazing. You're gonna see it after this video on E50, 50% ethanol, 50% 93 Florida fuel. Judge for yourself. The car's not anything super fast. Yes, it gets beat. It's not a fast car. It is a fun car. The drivability is amazing. The torque is there down low. Actually, entire rev range. The power's there if you need it. So I say check it out. If you have any questions, I hope you guys hit me up and check out this next part because I think you guys are gonna like me tearing up the streets in this thing. All right, hey guys, Supercar Street Racing here again with a probably year later review of MHD. So MHD is a phone, Android, I believe it works for iPhone too, not sure, don't care because I don't use iPhone, but definitely a phone-based flash off-the-shelf system. Now, we are running the E50 map here on MHD. So, I'm a little E50 plus-ish. I'm a little E-heavy today because I accidentally stopped watching the pump when I was filling up. So, I got about 8 gallons of E85 to the rest 93, which was about 7. So, I'm a little bit heavy. It might break up, it might misfire. When those air fuel ratios get a little bit too lean, it will cut fuel or spark. And so that's where we are right now. We also have the flashed transmission here, XHP, not race, but the one right before race. I think it's like stage 2 or whatever. So living with this for a year. Definitely have had issues. Now, you got to know that the 335i is going to have issues with coil packs and plugs. When you modify this car, the first thing that's going to go is your coil packs. They get weak, they fail. So you got to expect that that's going to happen in this car, okay? Like, when you modify this car, you change the coil packs immediately. You don't need like aftermarket coil packs. You don't need any of that garbage. That's a scam. If you're not on a single turbo or like running some kind of crazy amount of horsepower, you don't need aftermarket coil packs. If you want them, by all means go for it. Will it help? Sure. Do you need it? If you're not getting 30 pounds of boost, I mean stock boost levels plus a little bit is not going to need coil packs at all. And there's plenty of proof of that on the internet. You don't have to trust me. Go ask somebody. Go read. But this guy's on a lot of E85 that you can see. The thing absolutely gets out. Like, it's fun. It's a fun car. It's probably making around 21 pounds of boost. And that's hitting like the limits of the stock turbos are in the 21 PSI range, and you don't even want to really run that because, I mean, you can, but just don't do long repeated runs because your EGTs are going to be up there. Remember, you're dealing with a small single turbo N55. This is not some twin turbo setup, and it literally is running small diameter piping from the stock, from the factory. You don't want to be doing like long repeated drawn out pulls unless you've got an EGT gauge. Now if you have
MHD, which I have on this, you know, on this Android, you can monitor everything with the gauges. I mean, I'll see if I can get it to come up, but basically, you know, the longer, the harder you pull on this guy, the more EGTs you are going to generate, because, you know, small turbo is working overtime to make 20 pounds of boost, 21 pounds of boost plus, and eventually that heat's got to go somewhere. So this is my data logging, and it always has to go twice, so you have to tell it, you know, yes, I agree to let me. Okay, so there's our gauges right there. If you're looking for a review of MHD, this is it. MHD is amazing. It's an off-the-shelf tune. If you want a custom tune, like, this is not for you. This is an off-the-shelf. This assumes that you know how to do E50. This assumes that you have analyzed the content of your ethanol. This also assumes, if you're running E50, that you're post, I think the dates are late 2011 due to the high pressure fuel pump. So make sure, that's nice Porsche. Make sure that you're running the correct high pressure fuel pump to do E50. It says it in MHD when you go to flash. It'll say like a certain date and later. Make sure you have the supporting mods, and then you can flash the MHD E50 map. Just remember, ethanol content varies from fill up to fill up, from tank to tank on the fuel pump. You know, when you go to the fuel station, when you go to your gas station, E85 is not always E85. It can be E50, but there's like a little, I mean, barely giving it any fuel. Of course, these guys always come out because, you know, they don't know about yield. Yield doesn't mean anything to them. Did you see that? Got cut off by this stupid Tahoe right there with no mirror. His passenger side or driver side mirror is like literally fogged up to the point he can't see. So estimations in this car, it's got actually a horsepower graph right there, which really means nothing, but this car is probably making 380 wheel to 400 wheel, depending on, the guy's got no fucking taillights either. You know, upper 300 wheel, which in this car is really fun. I've had 1,000 wheel horsepower cars before. It's not like that. This car doesn't pull hard all the way to redline. It pulls really hard to maybe 6,500, 7,000, and then that's 6,000, and then it loses steam. The turbo is just too small to really pull all the way to redline. Now, the good part about this car is that the response is insane. Like, all the torque is literally available from zero. That's the best part about this car. Now, when you start adding bigger turbo, you start increasing the turbo size. It's a single turbo. It's an N55. It's a twin scroll, or whatever you call it, turbo. You're going to have some lag. You'll get some better top end, but you will have lag. I'll show you guys an update here in a little bit when I'm able to actually get on the gas. But for now, see you in a couple minutes. All right, guys, checking out the MHD E50 mix for E90 BMW. So E50 is designed for the later model N55 with the newer high pressure fuel pump that comes after, like, it's like late 2010, I believe. I'll have to look it up for you guys and put it in the link, but we're gonna check that out here in a minute. Let's get the MHD going here. So if we go over here to the, somebody's already playing over there, wants to mess around. MHD, where are you? Right there. Now, if we get to MHD, notice how it's all messed up because of the aspect ratio. Now we're going to go to monitor, and it's going to ask us if we want to allow USB. We have to do it twice. Okay, yes, we do. There's our gauges. So we've got RPM, coolant, gear, intake, air temperature, battery voltage, oil temperature, oil pressure, and boost. And over here we've got horsepower and torque. Can't really do much right here, but when we get to like a better place, but here's a good look at like MHD. So we're definitely a little heavy ethanol, so it could be some misfires. Might blow a coil pack or two, you never know, man. But there's horsepower, torque there on the right hand side of the ID4. I think my display is a little bit cloudy. Let's see. Yeah, I think it was a little bit jacked. We'll be back here when we can actually do something. All right, so just a little bit of drivability on MHD. Literally, you can't tell at all that you're tuned when you just are driving down the street normally. E85 cold start is about a second longer than without E85, and so that's acceptable to me. I don't have smell anymore because of COVID. I've lost it for over a year. I don't smell anything related to fuel or oil, so I don't know anymore what E85 smells like, but I've been told the car smells like E85. So it's got that corn smell going. And other than that, the transmission has nothing to do with MHD, but transmission on XHP has some hiccups here and there, but mostly they've got it down. Like they've got it nailed. So I don't have issues with that anymore. It actually shifts really good on sport mode. And you notice like with the ID4 instrument cluster now, I'm in regular mode. That's the theme I have set for regular. If I flip it over to sport, it goes like this. So yeah, we got a bunch of freaking slow people here. Yeah, we're gonna have to let people go in order to do something with video. I can tell already because people are driving like morons tonight. So I'll hit you guys up as soon as we have a free space. All right, people are literally driving like fucking idiots tonight, so I'm letting people go way ahead, hoping nobody gets behind me, so we can do a little pull here from 0. Let's turn traction control off. Oh, somebody's behind me. So I probably pull off and let them go ahead, I guess. Yeah, they can go on over. They can go on by, dude. And there's more than one. Here comes another guy. After he goes, well, we'll go on out there. Hopefully nobody will be coming. Oh, there's another one. These people just never stop. Come on. Go, 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 go. Hopefully that's the last guy coming right there. Looks like it might be. All right, let's get out here. Let's stop it from here. All right, here we go. Here we go. From stop, no traction control, MHD, E50. Somebody like stopped right in front of me. Let's do that again. There's somebody behind me, so I'm gonna pull off up here and try again here in like 2 seconds. All right, so the car was a little bit cockeyed. The car's running really good though. Like, it feels great. I think they might have turned off. Yep, they did. They turned off. Okay, let's get out here. Here we go. E50, MHD, E85. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, right from scratch. There we go. There's 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. And that's all we can do on this little road. So that's 0 to 100 MHD. E50, car's running so good, even with a little bit too much ethanol in the mix. Good run, man, good run. So there you have it. I mean, that was no traction control. Car broke loose at first gear, but this car hooks up freaking awesome with Pilot Sport 4S's. Yes, the car's not anything amazing. It's not like a supercar. It doesn't make 600, 700 horsepower. It makes 450 at the wheel. I mean, at the engine, 425 at the engine. That's plenty, man. You're gonna get yourself in trouble with anything more. But I just wanted you guys to see how cool E50 is on this car, and it runs great right now. And you saw it. It's not like doing 0 to 60 in like 2 seconds or anything like that. Maybe 4, maybe 4.5. Who knows? But man, this car is fun to drive, and I absolutely love going out on the street and getting people who want to play, because it surprises a lot of people. And yeah, it doesn't beat everybody. That's not the goal. The goal was that when I had my IS300 with my Supra swap and my Supra with, you know, 800 wheel, 900 wheel horsepower, that's when you beat most people and bikes, or, you know, 80% now, because everybody's got 1200 horsepower Lambos and Audis and all that. But man, that was fun, guys. Over 2 years, I think, with MHD, and still a blast. I don't know how much boost we made. It's usually about 20 psi, and the horsepower readings always go over 400. So I love that. I just love it. It's just so much fun, and I hope you guys get a 335i, and I hope you tune it, and I hope you hit me up in the comments and ask me questions and want to know how to do it. I'll be glad to help you. MHD 335i. Later, Gator. Got my multi-tool.
We're gonna have to do a little bit more cutting.
Down to overheat, initiated. Those things are beasts. All right, this is day 64 of the keto diet. Let's see. 143.6, and I started at 169. Okay, so pool is getting drained today. So we've got the hose running over into the pond there. And he's got his pump over here. He's priming it. And then we will be able to see on the security camera up there. So he's priming the pump now to drain the pool. Here we go. draining. Nice. It's actually going a lot faster than I thought it would. That thing takes the water out. So we will time lapse that, but you can already see the water level coming down. Alright, I'm going to leave that on. What's up, everybody? Headed to get the wheels and tires put on right now at Visual Effects Body Shop. First, I get to sit through the most terrible traffic in Orange Park. Did get out of work early today, which was cool. Won an award at my work meeting, so that was also awesome. Headed that way. Hit you guys up again when I get there. What's going on, guys? Just got back from the body shop that does the fender rolling. Ended up not having to roll the fenders. That's the good news. The wheels and tires look sick, and in about 5 seconds you're gonna see the reveal. Okay guys, I just got back from the body shop and it's time for the big reveal. What kind of wheels did I get? So, boom. These are the new wheels and tires. These are, sorry about the truck that just went by, guys. These are HRE FF01 in tarmac, which looks absolutely amazing on this car. It looks so great. I never imagined how good that would look with that 1-inch drop and the black badges and accents really came out nice. I mean, I even think the front could maybe be dropped another 1/2 inch or so, but wow, what a difference that makes. Looks great. So these are the HRE FF01 in tarmac black, and they are, 1 second, I'll be right back with all the specs. All right, these are 20 by 9 in the front with a 25 offset, 20 by 10.5 in the back with a 35 offset, and the sizes are rear 305, 25, 20, I believe. Yeah, 305, 25, 20 there. Good shot of the new brakes as well. And the fronts are 255, 25, 20. The tires are Michelin Pilot Super Sports. So these are replacing all season radials that were on the car before. And I gotta say, wow. What a great looking car that turned out to be with those wheels. So the next thing that's coming is some interior modifications, and they are on the way here now. That will be my next video. I'm so glad you guys are sticking around to see the cool things going on with the car. Makes me happy when you guys click and view. So please subscribe, thumbs up, all that stuff. We'll see you guys. If you have any questions, post it in the comments. Absolutely. That did come out good, man. Mother Nature is about to unleash on us, and it is awesome. Look at the lightning and the thunder in Florida. You gotta love Florida life. Over here on the treadmill, and there's a freaking little crab. It's the second one I've seen in 2 days in this sunroom. Little crab. Hey, crab. Bathroom, when you're in the house, the did on my channel about a year and a half ago. Now, so this is going to support the mirror mount in 2 different places. First. All right, I've got the GoPro plugged into a rechargeable battery pack. I've not tried that before. I'm gonna see if this is going to keep it charged longer because the batteries last like 15 minutes. But I think I have a new plan that makes more sense. I think towel rack here makes sense. And then the Echo right here. But is there any studs? No. Don't think there is. I think the only stud's right there, which is awesome. I mean, I'll have to, unless I can cut around this, I'll have to fill this. We're back in the bathroom here, and I kind of need to clean up some of this mess before I start the next part of this project, which is going to be cutting the hole for the Echo Show 5, which we're going to put right there. And we're going to keep it up top here to keep it a little bit higher and also reuse these holes. So mounting this is super easy. I've done it many, many times. The trick is getting it level. So this is the kit. And pretty cool little kit. All you have to do is cut the hole, and there's some little clips that hold it into the drywall. They also give you an extension for your plug if you have to run power somewhere, but we are going to be putting a power adapter inside the wall, so we don't need this guy, so I have a bunch of extra ones of these.
So this is our rather easy solution for power. Now technically, you are not supposed to do this, so don't tell anyone. What we're gonna do is grab power off of this receptacle here and put power to this Show 5 device. So I've got some electrical cable here. It is not Romex, and again, you're not supposed to be doing this. But at this point, I'm not worried about it. It's accessible. The Echo Show pops out in 2 seconds. So it is what it is. It's happening. We have our drill bits here, our paddle bits, and it's as simple as grabbing one. And I'm going to put a nice size hole in the side of this guy. And when you're doing it, do not hit wires. Do not touch the side of the plug. It is on and active. This is very not recommended. So we're just going to go right through the side. Just like that. That's all we had to do. That easy little plug hole. And now here is our electrical. We are right in access point here. So we're just going to come right through the side of that hole with our electrical. Now, since this is not technically closed up and it has access, this really wouldn't be out of code, I don't think. You can't close in a plug like this inside the wall, but we are not closing it in. It literally pops right out. So now we are going to go ahead and connect this side. All right, our power is done for our Show 5. And now all we have to do is get our power brick here, See, we have our female power here. And all we have to do is plug this guy in like this. Just like that. And it just simply falls right back into the wall. And it can't go far because it feels like it's resting on something. But I am worried about losing this in the wall, but I have to take this plate out to paint. But if we see right here and right now, we should have power. Let's see. Why don't we have power? There it is. So we have power, and then this simply clips right into the wall, like so. And that is how you officially mount the Echo device. And it is booting up right now. Let's turn the lights off. All right, the device is powering on right now. Let's go ahead and let it do its thing. We do need to change the wallpaper on that. We'll figure that out later. All right, guys, so we have run to the hardware store, actually in the Tesla, which is a miracle because I never drive it, and gotten some spackle stuff, and it actually is the stuff that turns white when it's dry. So let's go ahead and get this all patched up. These are the old mirror holes with the dumb mirror that has the outside.
So I just recorded this whole cool thing about this new paint system. These new paint cans are awesome. They have like a key to open the top, and then the thing becomes a funnel, which is pretty cool. It's a new thing I've never seen before, but we're headed back to electrical. Okay, so they were up here on the very top, and I had to go all the way down here and get the box down to get one of the old work boxes out. These are the ones that have the flip tabs, so you just put a hole in the wall and you flip them up, and that's what we need. I'm going to step on the scale now. Now remember, I started at 169. Now let's see what my weight is today on about, I don't know, the 34th or 35th day. Let's see. So I see it now. All right, I'm going to let you guys look.
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today we have kind of a different video on supercar street racing. Today we're going to be talking about weight loss and what kind of weight loss plans can help you on your goals. I started on my weight loss plan on the 1st of January. Here we are over a month into that plan, and I'm going to update you guys here on how I did it and then weigh in live for you so you can see the results here on week 5 of my weight loss journey. We'll talk a lot about the diet, what you have to do for your lifestyle, what's going to actually make a difference in your weight loss and your fitness plan, and then hopefully you can get started on yours. So let's get right into it. Alright, so you saw at the beginning of the video, you didn't see the weight yet because I'm making you guys wait till the end for that. But you saw at the beginning of the video me stepping on a scale, and that is a Bluetooth scale that has an app for the phone. I will put a link down in the description for the scale if you're interested in tracking your weight loss and your body fat results. I highly recommend it. Now let's talk about what we are doing to lose weight. So let's talk about my fitness first so you guys can see what I do every day to stay in shape. Now every day I work very early in the morning, so you'll see me up between 4 and 6 a.m. every day depending on what happened the night before, if I was able to get to sleep or not. Also, alcohol has been a big factor in gaining weight, and I don't drink beer, but I did stop drinking alcohol completely during the week because it affects my ability to get a good night's sleep. So I stopped drinking alcohol on the weekdays, with just minor exceptions if there are events that I need to go to and hang out with vendors or friends, but I generally do not drink during the weekdays anymore. And I get to bed between 9 and 10 every night and get up between 4 and 6 a.m. every day. So yeah, alcohol is the first big thing before we get into the fitness part. Okay, what is my workout regimen like? Well, it's pretty intense, I would say. I was looking for the correct word for it. It's pretty intense. I am up, like I said before, between 4 and 6 a.m. every day, and the first thing I do is check emails at work and make sure there's nothing happening at work, and then I am straight on to the treadmill that is out in the sunroom, and I will show you guys that here momentarily. But I do get on that treadmill and I have it on a slight incline, and I do 3 to 3.2 miles per hour on the treadmill, and I do 60 minutes every day of the week, even Saturday and Sunday while I'm on this. And I was doing it before the weight loss journey, but now I am doing it because of the weight loss journey, and it is actually taking some good effect on my fitness. And so that is the first thing I do. Then directly after the treadmill, I am on these weights right here, which are next to me. I no longer go to the gym as I sold my car and I don't have a vehicle at this point except for the golf cart and the mini bike, and there is no local gym that I can ride that to. So I do all my workouts at home directly after I get on the treadmill. And while I am doing my workouts, I am also working between sets. I'm doing work for the actual job. So my workout here on these weights consists of about 30 minutes. I do work out every part of the body every day mostly. I skip 1 or 2 different body parts on every other day. But on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I do legs along with every other body part. On every other day besides that, in the weekends, I don't do legs. I just do every upper body part, and I do that on a daily basis. So like I said, it takes me about 30 minutes, and I will put that workout routine up on the screen right now.
Guys, here is my workout routine on the screen right now. I do work out 7 days a week, but on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, those are my hardest workouts. And you can see right here, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I do biceps, I do triceps, I do shoulders, traps, legs, chest, back, and abs. It's a pretty thorough workout, and it's every part of my body on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday, I do biceps, triceps, shoulders, chest, back, and abs. Alright guys, so now I'm going to show you where I do my daily workouts. So this is my sunroom. Welcome to the Supercar Street Racing sunroom. I'm having trouble saying it today. And you can see outside this beautiful view here that we have. And it's actually cold today.
And look, the door is open in the sunroom because I was working out this morning. But this is where I actually do all my workouts. This is my Proform crosswalk treadmill that I bought at a yard sale for actually got it for free because the guy was trying to get rid of it, and he actually brought it to my house. So every morning I am on this treadmill. It is set to this particular incline here, and then I do 1 hour on the treadmill, and I have my Bluetooth headphones here. They're over-the-ear headphones, and then I watch this television here where I watch Supercar Street Racing every single day. 30 minutes on this treadmill at the incline that it's sitting at now. Usually says about 350 calories. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but let's go with that. Let's say I burn 350 calories on this lovely treadmill watching this lovely television with this amazing view right here. So let's talk about the diet plan. And yes, my diet plan is low carb and keto. So it may even lean more towards only meat, the carnivore diet. But I actually do have some carbs, not a whole lot. I have some keto-friendly tortillas that I use. They are low net carb, and net carb is what you're looking for when you're doing keto. You want to ingest no more than 25 net carbs per day. I think my intake is way lower than that. I do have, like I said, I have some keto-friendly tortillas, and I do have keto bread, and then I concentrate mostly on veggies and meat. I do salads for sure every other 2-3 days, or I get a big salad from a to-go restaurant and I eat that over several days. But I do eat a lot of chicken, I do eat some fish, I eat a lot of beef, and that is my current diet plan. So I do not eat breakfast. I skip breakfast while I'm on my weight loss plan. I have been doing that for about 30 days. I have a small lunch. Portion control is another big thing for me. Trying not to eat a lot is a big deal for me. So at lunch, I will have cold cuts and cheese or some kind of meat or a salad. And then for dinner, I will have meat, maybe a tortilla and some bread with my stuff if I do a sandwich. But I generally try to keep that portion control on, and that is a big part of doing this diet. But the diet is keto, and that is a pretty big deal, and there is an app out there called Carb Manager that will help you with your keto diet if you guys want to go ahead and try this. Now, how long does it take to start losing weight? We'll talk about that next. So how long does it take to start losing weight if you try the plan that I'm on, which is the keto plan? Well, that's going to vary on how dedicated you are to this diet plan. I am currently trying to get my neighbors across the street, Rich and Trish, to do this diet as well. And they have definitely stepped up a little bit, and they are doing some of the things that I'm doing. They're trying to anyway. But in order for this diet to work 100%, if you want really effective results, you have to stick with the plan, and you cannot deviate for a day or two, as it will take your body out of ketosis. So what is ketosis? Well, we're gonna explain that next. All right, so guys, what is ketosis? That is a metabolic state where your body burns fat for energy instead of glucose. And that's the state you want to be in for weight loss. Right here, we have some One Earth Health ketone test strips. Now what these do, and I believe these are expired because they are not working anymore, but they did expire on 8/6/2022 and they're not reacting anymore. So you have to use these before they get expired. But what these guys do is they have a color chart on the side that tells you how far into ketosis your body actually is. You can see here it goes from brown, which is the stock color, all the way up to a dark purple when your body is in ketosis. And your body will get into ketosis if you can get that keto diet lined up and do not cheat on that diet and stay away from the absolutely nots. There's a lot of things on the keto diet that while they might not be high in net carbs, they're absolute no's, and that is things like bread and potatoes, which are, just absolutely knows for the keto diet. Now, one good thing about the keto diet is you can actually have fried foods. You need high fats in the keto diet, and all that can be done in the Carb Manager app, which will help you on your day-to-day diet plan. It has every food in there and will tell you the net carbs and your fat levels and all that, and help you get into ketosis. And you can also track your weight and your exercise on there, but getting these ketone test strips first will actually help you, and I will have a link down in the description for the ketone test strips. Now let's take a look in my fridge and see what's in there. It's not much right now. Hey guys, we are in the kitchen now. Welcome to the Supercar Street Racing amazing kitchen here. And today we are talking about the keto diet plan, and we're going to take a look at what is or is not in my refrigerator and in my pantry. So let's get some lights on in here first of all. So here is my pantry, and there are not a lot of things in here, but there's also not a lot of things in here for a reason, because I have thrown away most everything that would be not good for keto, except some of my soups and veggies, and I try to only eat keto-friendly veggies like green beans, broccoli, and zucchini. I threw away all the chips that were in here, and now I have what's left over here. It's kind of messy right now, but there is some keto-friendly tortillas, and there is the keto-friendly bread from Arnold, which I don't eat a lot of. I eat more of the tortillas. Those are 60 calories and 5 net carbs. You have to stay away from any pastas, so I don't eat that chicken soup. I don't eat the peas. I only eat the green beans, and all the other things are not keto-friendly, so stay away from that. I don't even eat this Lipton onion soup, but the Carb Manager app will help you and tell you what is in all these things as far as carbs. And now in the fridge we have a rotisserie chicken, which needs to be thrown away, but yes, I was eating that. We have some chicken thighs here. This is a salad left over from the local bar that I was eating, and I have been eating it over several days with some added protein here in some chicken thighs. There is some broccoli that I made fresh. There is a zucchini. There is some shrimp that needs to be thrown out, shrimp cocktail, which is great for keto. Mayo is good for your keto diet as well. So is ranch. Anything with fats is good, just no sugars. And here is the cold cuts drawer. You can have all these cold cuts. You can have hot dogs, and you can have cheese. So you can have all that for lunch if you want to snack right on a plate. You also can have canned tuna, and canned chicken is fantastic for you, but low sugars. Which brings us to the condiment drawer. So I do eat Eggsters, which are egg product substitute. Let me close this so it'll stop complaining for a moment. I do not eat regular ketchup anymore. It is high in sugar. I eat this ketchup now. This is Heinz, no sugar added tomato ketchup. Regular ketchup is super, super high in sugar. You need ranch. You can have butter as well. And I use this butter spray, and I can't believe it's not butter. This doesn't have any calories or anything in it. This does, but I use both. So that's a look into my fridge on Supercar Street Racing and the Supercar Street Racing kitchen. So I'm going to step on the scale now. Now remember, I started at 169. Now let's see what my weight is today on about, I don't know, the 34th or 35th day. Let's see. So I see it now. All right, I'm going to let you guys look. Oh, it didn't lock in. Let's try it again. Okay, it's locked now. So 152.4 is the weight that I am right now, guys. So that is my weight loss so far, starting at 169, now at 152.4. Now I'm going to show you guys the app for this. Okay guys, we are back on the phone here, and we have the Fit Index app here installed somewhere. Let's find it. There it is, and you can see on February 3rd, 2021, I was actually at 147 pounds. Wow, so I gained 22 pounds in about a 10-month period from my lack of diet. Now let's get back on the scale with the app and see what we have now. So 152.6, and it is calculating everything now. So there we go, guys. 14% body fat, 152.6 pounds. So I'm still 5 pounds over what I was this time last year. We have to get that back though. Okay guys, that's gonna do it for today's video on supercar street racing. I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I hope it gives you motivation to get out there, get on your diet plan, stick to it, and do some exercises, and you will see results. 30 to 33 days for me, I have lost 17 pounds, and I am not gonna stop until I lose another 5 to 7 more pounds and be on my target weight for summertime. I have to be out there in that pool this summer, and I wanna look good doing it. You guys, I'm with you. Please put it in the comments section what your experiences are with the keto diet. Tell me about your fitness goals. Tell me how you're doing. I love you guys. We'll see you soon on Supercar Street Racing.
And at the end of this video, or at the end of this blurb, I'm going to show you another good reason why you should have readily available.
All right, he wanted me to record for some reason.
Is this going to hurt your feelings if we destroy these speakers that we took out of your car?
Not at all.
All right, here we go.
Are we going to hook them up
To me, every body should have a strong magnet in some capacity.
Right.
To do one very important thing.
Crush
and that's to
speakers.
check if you have stainless steel or non-stainless steel screws, nuts, and bolts.
Okay.
So, way to check if stainless steel is not. I'll show you now. If you want to make sure that if you're using stuff for the outside, something's going to be weathered.
Okay.
For example.
So like on the cart, you would want stainless. So that's steel. That's galvanized.
Oh,
that's
there's a little bit in there. Oh, it looked like it was stainless. Hold tight. This is definitely stainless. Well,
no.
It's a strong magnet, but this is stand by. True stainless. There you go, right there.
So
stainless is not. So if you ever want to test to see whether or not you're using real stainless, get a magnet.
Yeah,
and
so
that's the test.
So we can make one out of that speaker.
Yep, that's what we'll do.
Cool. Very good.
All right, so we're gonna tear it apart. And at the end of this video, or at the end of this blurb, I'm going to show you another good reason why you should have a magnet readily available. So I think we could probably just crush this thing off. Let's see if this works.
The basket.
It's coming.
There it goes. Maybe.
It's right there.
That's tough. Get your pry bar and frickin'. So we're gonna separate this real quick to have a magnet for me. These cheap Skosh speakers that came with the golf cart. And there it is. That's the basket separated from the magnet. And there's the voice coil inside. Copper wound around something. Ceramic. That's money. This is the toughest. Skosh, you're overbuilding your speakers, bro. Oh, it's going crazy. That's almost there.
Close.
That's close. We'll get it out of there. Never knew Skosh made speakers. They only make radio adapter kits for cars and wiring harnesses. Boy, this is actually a lot harder than I thought it was going to be. Boom. Whenever you're ready to test that sub, we'll bring it over.
All right, now I'll show you the other reason why you want to have a magnet.
Okay. So when you drop your tools down into your battery tray.
Exactly.
Yeah, you can magnetize your screwdriver.
All right, so right now, this thing should not be magnetized. So,
and then,
oh, I magnetized that one before. All right, so here we go. Does not stick, but
right.
if you rub this across this a few times, it should, in
there
theory,
we go.
Stick.
Look at this hack. This
So,
is sick.
Yeah. All right, there you go.
This is getting its own video. All right, that's our tip of the day. And now we have a magnet for our house.
I keep mine right on my bike, where I just keep mine at.
Good idea. I'll do the same. All right.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the channel, and today we got Dukes of Duval here, and we have his 2013 Chevrolet Silverado truck sitting right here behind us. We have one mission today, and what are we going to be doing?
Change the spark plugs. That's it.
Now, why are we going to change the spark plugs in this truck today?
I feel like it's running a little bit rough, and truthfully, I've had the truck for 130,000 miles, and I've never changed them. So I figured, you know what? Got to start there, right?
Right, so we've done some other work to this truck as well. We changed the O2 sensor. That really didn't help us. So we're going to go ahead and get these spark plugs out and get them changed. We have a brand new set here. So let's tackle that today on the channel, and let's see what happens.
Additionally, we're going to do the wires as well.
Absolutely, let's go. All right, we're back again with Dukes of Duval here in his 2013 Chevrolet Silverado truck. Having some issues with rough running, so today we're going to try to tackle that by replacing the spark plugs and the spark plug wires as a first step. And actually, we've already done some other work to it that didn't really help. So what do we need to do first? We already went online, we looked at what we needed, and we got the tools ready for the job. What's the first step after you have these plugs out of the box?
Yeah, so first step for me is always just checking the gap to make sure they're correct. So we'll confirm the specs on those, make sure they're all gapped. A lot of times I think they're supposed to come from the factory pre-gapped. I don't trust that, to be honest with you. So I just go through each one to make sure they're exactly at spec where they need to be. And then from there, we're gonna go right in and start taking the wires out completely and then pulling them out. These newer motors are pretty easy. You're not having to like figure out where the long wires, short wires are. They're all the same length of wire, so it's very easy to go by each individual cylinder, just one after the next, and boom, it's easy.
All right, so have you checked the gap on these yet?
I have not. I'm gonna confirm those right now. So I'm gonna confirm the specs, which I think is at 0.44. I'm not sure, but we're gonna do that, and then we'll go one by one and check them.
All right, so we have the old school gapping tool that looks like a big coin. We're gonna get that out right now and show you guys how we're gonna check the gap on it right here with this guy, and then we'll get straight to work.
Yeah, man.
All right, we're back with Dukes of Duval here, and we did some research online, and apparently the correct gap is what is it? 0.040, and these are about 0.45. So what we're gonna do is just tap that head a little bit, right? So it
we'll tap it down a little bit to reduce it. Hopefully it's pretty easy, a couple taps.
And it moves pretty simply with just a tiny tap. You don't have to do a whole lot.
More than that.
Or you could tap it on the ground, either way. All right, so we got this one gapped pretty close to 0.040.
And they were all off. They were all around 0.045, so we're gonna go and do all of them.
So how much was an entire set of plugs for this truck?
That's a great question. I think I paid plugs and wires around $120.
All right, not too bad. Not too bad. And we'll go ahead and gap these and give you guys a time lapse of that right now. All right, we're back and we just gapped these spark plugs at 0.040 using the hammer.
Yep.
And I got a little bit too aggressive with them, and all he had to do was bend the tip up just a little bit to get those back on track. And now what's the next step? What are we gonna do next?
Yeah, so it's easy enough. We're just gonna go in here. It's pretty simple. We'll get our lights moved around so we got a good vision of what we're doing. And we're just gonna go individually, each one by one, and we're gonna go start by pulling the wires off of each one and then going in there and removing it. So for the socket size, it's a 5/8 is what it is. Nice if you have a spark plug socket, which is very specific because it has a piece of rubber that's inside of there that helps kind of grab that socket so that when you're going back in or trying to remove it, it kind of sticks in there a little bit nicely so that you're able to, you know, obviously get the threads on there and then obviously take it out. All right, so first things first is, you know, we're just going to make things a little bit easier to get in here. I don't think this is necessary, but I like to get this thing out of here a little bit, just kind of expose stuff, especially for the other side.
Right, so that's just the engine cover, so yeah, it just clips in.
Yeah, exactly. So as you can see, we got each individual cylinder here down the way. I don't know what number cylinders they are. It doesn't really matter. Again, this is not old school where you had to worry about what cylinder, what wire, and the length of the wire to make sure everything lined back up. Every wire is individually exactly the same. As a matter of fact, let me go and pull the plug wires out, the new ones. And my recommendation as someone that's had this truck for quite some time, I will tell you personally from my experience, there are just certain things that when it comes to specific parts, that using AC Delco on Silverado, I highly recommend. You pay a little bit more for it, but I've had so many issues in the past with buying certain parts that were aftermarket or made in China or whatever that were terrible, and then I just find myself having more issues. So I paid the price to get AC Delco. That's what I would recommend highly.
And you can see right here, Joe is just taking a look at the new spark plug wires there. And basically what happens is there is a metal sheath that goes around the spark plugs. You take that off of the old spark plugs and you apply it to the new spark plugs. Now right here, Joe is checking out the passenger side of the truck here, and basically the back spark plug in the rear there on the passenger side is going to give you the most problems. It is sort of hidden by the exhaust manifold. Now in this clip you can see me bent over the side of the truck here, and I basically had a very difficult time getting that rear plug out, but I eventually got it, and you can see me now here inserting the new spark plugs. And you want to go to 11 foot-pounds of torque if you're going to be using your torque wrench for this. Now right here, you can clearly see me struggling with this plug. We did have a plug on the driver's side rear that was very difficult to get out, and so we ended up spraying WD-40 on it, but it was very hard to get out of the truck, and we eventually got that out of there.
Shot of the new versus the old. Now, is the old one an AC Delco as well? Did you look into it?
I see this factory.
Also notice the difference in the tips. So this is a different design here. Those are the ones with like the really small.
Or maybe it's ate away over time. I mean, these are old plugs. These are
could be
definitely overdue.
Now here is where we kind of made a revelation in the whole process, and that is if you get on top of the engine bay and just lay on top of it, you have complete access to this back spark plug and probably better access to all the spark plugs, I recommend getting up in the engine bay and throwing a towel over the truck when you do this.
It ain't missing. It's not missing. We got all cylinders? Like it's all cylinders. We just got done replacing the plugs and we are going on a little test drive. We almost slammed into the golf cart. So we did get the plugs replaced about, I don't know, 2-hour job, maybe more, 2 or 3 hours. But I think I figured out the key at the very end is to be on top of the engine. Curious to see if this helps.
Well, it definitely feels a little bit smoother. It was running a little rough.
You think there was an improvement? Can't tell.
Hard to tell, but we'll see.
Okay, so Joe has the new truck syndrome.
New shoe syndrome.
So he thinks it's run so much better.
Yeah.
And we just ripped it.
I can run faster now with new spark plugs.
Do you think it's better or do you just not sure?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
It seems to be right. I feel like it's like at idle in other areas it was running really rough.
Okay.
But it feels to be a little bit better. So.
Okay, cool. So we need to reset
I think it was
the
an
codes
improvement.
again.
I think it was an improvement. Yeah,
Okay,
we could reset
good.
the codes.
It definitely needed it.
Yeah.
It's never had plugs done, ever.
Correct.
Or wires.
135,000 miles. It's recommended at 135 to change your spark plugs, I think.
We did it right on time.
Right on time. Yeah, the main.
I think it says 1,000,000 miles.
Oh, I might have misread that. Maybe it's 1,300,000.
And now you know.
Now you know.
You got to get in the engine bay and get on top of the engine to get leverage on a lot of those spark plugs. I think we could have done a lot better, I think, if I would have crawled in the engine bay. Like, it wasn't terrible though.
All right, we're back in the 4K production studio after working on Joe Dukes of Duval's Chevy Silverado pickup truck. Now, you saw in the video we did have a few little issues with that. One thing, the spark plug on the passenger side in the very back is very difficult to get to. But it helps if you crawl on top of the engine bay itself and then reach down in the back, you can get to that spark plug. We also had a stuck spark plug on the driver's side. The rear driver's side was very difficult to get off. We ended up just using a regular ratchet and a breaker bar on top of the ratchet and some WD-40. Now right here on the screen there is a kit for it that is a non-AC Delco kit. I'm going to put a link to this kit in the description, but as Joe said, it's up to you, but he would recommend that you use AC Delco original parts. Also, don't forget to have a spark plug tool. There'll be one in the description as well. Some dielectric grease to put on the tip of the spark plugs, and some anti-seize compound if you believe that you need that on your vehicle. We did not use it. Guys, thank you so much for liking and subscribing. Please support the channel by buying all of your Amazon products through my product links. It doesn't have to be this exact product. You can click any of my links and buy anything you want from Amazon. And it does help the channel greatly by giving us a few dollars, because as you know, we lose money on the channel. We do have another project coming up for the Silverado. We're going to be doing the rear brakes next, so please stay tuned for that. But I got to leave right now. I got to go open up an automotive repair shop.
All right, great outro.
Later, guys.
Let's go! I had a mouthful of food.
Let's go!
Yeah, she's at our town. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Have a good one.
Good morning, everybody. It's Saturday morning, and I spent the entire day yesterday going to get the new car. And I know you're curious exactly what I got, so I am going to walk out there right now and show you what it is. The big reveal. Dun, dun, dun. So, There it is. I'm just kidding. That's where I pulled out the Honda. The new car is, surprise, surprise, look what's back in my garage. That is my old car. So what happened was I picked up my old SL65 again. It all worked out. So what happened was the guy who had my vehicle, he wanted to go a different direction. I also spent about 6 months looking for a car. I couldn't find anything really that I wanted, or the colors that I wanted, so he made me a deal that was really sweet. I went and picked up my car yesterday in Virginia. There it is. Came back pretty much like I left it, except for one thing. He had curbed one of the wheels. Wasn't too upset about it though, because the wheel was already peeling, the chrome was peeling on it. So yesterday I did order wheels and also a lightweight brake kit. This car has very good brakes from the factory, however, they are super expensive. And a company makes an aftermarket two-piece lighter weight kit with replaceable rings on the hats. Ordered that yesterday. Also ordered my wheels. He said that will be in a different reveal, so you'll know soon what I got. But there is the R230 SL65 back, and it's about to get worked on right now. Stay tuned for what's about to come soon. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel, and today on Supercar Street Racing we have this 2015 Honda Pilot. It's actually my neighbor Dawn's. I'm going to help her out and do the brakes on it, front brakes, just pads, and we're going to document that for you guys while we do it today on Supercar Street Racing. Welcome back guys to Supercar Street Racing, and the first thing we need to do is get this thing up in the air after we loosen the lug nuts. I'm going to see if I have a socket for this and use my socket wrench for it, my socket, automatic socket gun, whatever it's called. So let's do that now. Let's go find it. Oh, wheel locks. No joke, it took me about 45 minutes to get the glove box open. It was completely stuck. So I have the wheel lock now, and we can work. And take the bottom bolt out of the caliper here and try to spin the caliper up, get the pads out. So we got the brake pads in, and now we need to compress the caliper. So we'll just use this C-clamp to do that. Okay, we got the lubricant on the brake pads and on the clips here. So I removed them to get that done. And then they go right back in. Hopefully this is compressed enough. This should slide right back over. I got the caliper bolts back on, and that side is done. We're moving on to the other side. right, guys, we are inside the 2015 Pilot. And of course, once you get in, the brake pad will be a little bit soft until you pump the brakes. And then we're about to go for a test drive. We'll give it a few stops here. Made one clicking sound the first time I put the brakes on, but it feels fine. So I would say that was a success for Dawn, who is a really cool person and wanted to help her out. So figured I'd do her brakes for her. Now I'm gonna vacuum out her car as well and wipe it down, so she gets a nice clean car. And so let's get this thing back to the house and get it vacuumed. What do you think, guys? Do something nice for Dawn. Maybe she'll have a good night. She's hungover because we did tequila shots last night, all night. So let's get this thing in here and get it vacuumed out. But first, let's clean up a little bit. AC feels good. Hey guys, I'm out here in the garage. Here's the Lexus IS300. Just updating you guys because we had some interesting developments over the past couple of days. When I was looking at the car, I noticed that the radiator supply went to the opposite side of the engine from the GTE motor. Wasn't quite 100% sure, and due to my lack of knowledge, I didn't ask the proper questions. And also, the GE head has been used quite a bit on the GTE block for the conversion from normally aspirated to turbo. The GE head actually flows better than the GTE head for the turbo. So not asking that question and assuming that the block was a GTE block, I purchased this car. After posting the pictures up on Super Forums, I had a couple people notice the GE head and comment on it, and made me look further into this car being a full 2JZ GTE swap, which it is not. This car is a NAT car. Technically it is a 2JZ GE engine that is built, fully built, and converted to turbo. Now, what are the positives and the negatives about this? The positive is that the GE head flows better than the GTE head. That would be the only positive. The negatives are that the twin turbo motor accessories don't fit the intake and exhaust manifolds. So they have a special exhaust manifold and intake manifold for the GE head and block. The other negative being that the car technically is not worth what it was before. Now, it does have the 6-speed Toyota transmission. It has the Supra brakes. It is a partial Supra conversion, not a full Supra conversion. I have been working with the seller and the dealer trying to work something out to keep the car, but I do have a lot of content already made that I was holding off on releasing, but wanted to post this quick update before I release that content. I'm waiting on an answer from them about a few stipulations that I have on keeping the car. To be honest with you, the car is not what I thought it was. I was disappointed. The owner also did not know that the car was not a GTE block. A lot of the guys on Super Forums are saying it was dishonest, deceitful, negligent. I am willing to work with them on it under a couple of conditions. One being that when I'm ready to sell the car, the dealer that sold it to me will sell the car for me. Other than that,
I do have some content coming, but I wanted to get this video out so you guys know what's going on with this car. This is not a Supra swap. Again, not the end of the world. It's not the complete end of the world. It's disappointing to me, to say the least. It's has kept me up for the last couple of nights, and this is what is being posted on YouTube at this time. There's some reasons why you know it's not a GTE block. GTE blocks are drilled out on the exhaust manifold side for the stock turbos, the oil feeds for the turbos. This block is not. That is a GE block. The other difference in the GE block is it doesn't have oil squirters for the pistons, and I was told this by the seller after we discovered this, and he is correct. A lot of the big power guys block off the oil squirters. It's not a big deal. And the block is no different otherwise. It's not like the block is not as strong. It is, because it's built. That is if it is built, and there's no way to verify that it is besides the word of the seller and the shop that sold him the car. He does have the original engine from the car. I've seen pictures of it. It is also a GE engine with at least cam gears. I see them on the motor. So, but anyway, that is the story.
All right, guys, we have a special surprise today sitting right here on the porch, and that's it right there. Let's get this guy inside. This is special, and I've been waiting a very long time for it. Back in the kitchen in the SCSR compound, and right in front of me is something that we've been waiting for about 3 months, and it finally came. And now you know why the kitchen is the appropriate place for this, because this is the Circulon 10-piece set plus bonus tool that I got for free for purchasing this guy, the induction cooktop from Samsung. And if you look right here, there is the induction cooktop that has never been used before. I have not used it one single time. And if you notice right here, it does say induction. Now you will read different things online as to what is appropriate about the induction process and what you can and cannot use. Even though it does say you can use cast iron on this, I would not do that personally. So I have this brand new 11-piece set from Samsung. Now, I do have a funny story about this. When I signed up to get this set for free, they were supposed to email me a code. I did not see the email come in, and I've been waiting and waiting and waiting. And of course, Joe and Jared and everybody have been busting my you-know-whats about getting my pots and pans, and I said they never sent the code. Well, it turns out they did send the code, but the problem is when I tried to go click on the link to redeem it, the page was no longer there. So I had to jump through hoops with Samsung to find out that the other set was discontinued, but now they were giving a 10-piece set plus bonus tool. It was supposed to be a 6-piece set. So we got a much bigger free set from Samsung. So let's get this thing over to the table and get it unboxed. It is actually going right down here, and I can throw these other 2 pots and pans in the trash can or give them away. Back in the SCSR kitchen again with the Samsung Circulon free pots and pans that I got for buying this very, very fancy and very expensive induction Samsung range, which has not been used ever. And I don't know if I will because I don't like cooking, but we're gonna go ahead and open this up and see what's inside of the box and get it all out for you guys to check out in case that you want to buy your own set of Circulon. Now this is the 10-piece with bonus tool, 1 set, made in Thailand, weighs about 25 pounds. And let's go ahead and open it up now. And inside of the box is another box, of course, and it is backwards. So that ruined the unboxing completely, I think. But there is the nice steel shield. Cooks like steel, cleans like non-stick. Circulon 10-piece bonus set. Let's get it out of the box. There is the Circulon, looking so fresh and fly, right next to me. And inside of the box that was inside of the box, another box, of course.
Oh!
There better not be another box inside this box. Longest unboxing in history. Hot in here. All right, we got the Circulon box open here, and you can see right at the top there is more cardboard than I've ever seen in any box in my life, protecting these amazing Circulon induction style pots and pans. And there is a good look at a very nice pan from Circulon. These are very high quality. See it stamped on the back. That's the first one in the set right there. Moving further into the set of Circulon, we have a nice pan here. And it has a number right there. Not sure what that is, if that's the size or what. Here's the next one. Awesome pot. One of the lids. Wow. That is so cool. That lid did fit that one. Nice big pot here. There's a lid for one of them. Fancy candle lid. There's something in this box. We'll have to figure it out, but first there is another couple of lids here. One lid right there. And now let's see what is in this special cardboard condom. We have a free spatula. Very nice Circulon spatula. Very cool. So that is the unboxing of the Circulon. And then now I'm going to show you the do's and the don'ts that are marked right on the box. I'm going to throw a picture of this up on the screen right now, but it says do use medium to low heat. Do thoroughly wash the pan after each use with hot soapy water. Do match the pan bottom to burner size and center it. And do use caution when touching the handles and knobs. And always have pot holders available for use. Do not leave the empty pan on a hot burner. Do not leave pans unattended or allow food to burn or boil until it's dry. Use cooking spray or oven cleaners. You do not, repeat, use cooking spray on these Circulon induction pans. Inside of the box was a Circulon important safety use and care card. It says you can use a dishwasher, but they should be hand washed if you can. And you do not use cooking spray on these. And then here is your guarantee. These are Irish-based pots and pans. It does say when you're matching cookware to ring size, follow the stovetop manufacturer's guidelines. That's pretty much all it says about induction cooking there on the safety guide. You can not use the lid. When you do use the lid, you can't go over 350 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's all that these cards basically say, guys. I'll also take a picture of both of these right now and throw them up on the screen, and you can take a look at yourself at what they say. All right, we got the Circulon pots and pans all sitting out nicely in front of our induction stove. And there we just fired up the stove, and it is going to tell you how to use your induction control stove. It gives you instructions on how to do everything here. Everything is touch controlled. And here is an overview of what we have. We have the small pot right here. We have a medium pot right here. And then we have our large pot right there, looking so fly. and it's still talking to us down here. And then we have our pans. We have 3 size pans. We have a deep dish pan here, we have a small pan here, and we have a large shallow depth pan right there, looking so fresh and so fly. And then we got our bonus spatula from Circulon right here that will not scratch. This will not scratch their surfaces. So they wouldn't give you a metal one if they thought it would scratch, and that is a fly looking spatula if I have ever seen one in existence. And now let's go ahead and get all this stuff organized and underneath the counter where it will live for the rest of its life and never get used again. And my stove just said farewell. Alright guys, so I did go get these liners from out of the Supercar Street Racing shed. I'm going to go ahead and see if we can use these at all. They are actually not wide enough, so maybe I get the correct size for it. 17. Let's see if they have 17 inch. Okay, I did order black. I think black would look kind of sick in here, so I ordered a black liner. It won't match the other cabinets, but who cares? Ordered a black liner 17 inches wide for this guy. So tomorrow when this comes, we will continue this video, but for now there's nothing else we can do. We're stuck, so this is where we're stopping down, guys. Out of my shock and surprise, Amazon did deliver the new cabinet liners, the shelf liners for underneath there for the pots and pans area. So we are going to have to figure out cutting these straight now. So I was thinking of maybe trying to use a piece of cardboard to cut these, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do at this point. Usually you would use a razor blade. I don't have a good sharp razor blade in the house anymore. I need to order some. Let's get this thing out and measure what we're going to have to do here and see how much we're going to have to cut this thing. Underneath the shelf now, and our first cut is going to be 11 inches. Our second cut, 23 inches exactly. Let's get it on the table and see how we're going to do this. That would be cool if this was 11. Ha! It's 11 exactly. Oh my god.
Got him!
That's crazy.
Got him!
That's absolutely insane.
Oh!
So you won't really see the back. It doesn't have to be perfect, but I'm a perfectionist. Okay, so we've got our marks. We'll have to guess right there. But I'm going to cut as straight as I can. And when you hold it in just the right light, can also follow the dots. There we go. Our first piece is cut, 11. It was exactly the size of... Okay, the next is 23 1/4. slightly too wide. It's a little bit too wide. This one is too long and too wide. I'm going to take a little bit off of both of these and see if I can get them to fit. All right, I took about 1/8 of an inch off the top one, and it does fit now. Pretty good. This one needs to be shortened, and it is probably 1/8 of an inch too long, and probably the same wide. I'm going to go ahead and trim this one as well. I went ahead and trimmed both of them and also notched out this one so it could fit right in the corner, and now they both fit perfectly. All we have to do now is get an arrangement for our pots and pans and get them down in there. Let's see what we're going to do. I don't know yet. Okay, my thoughts are put the big stuff at the top. Yes, I don't know any other way to do it. Maybe the big stuff that we don't use can go there. I don't have much cabinet space, guys. Never have. You end up having to stack them. And that will not fit there. Okay guys, this is the final arrangement of the Circulon pots and pans underneath here. I could probably stack some up and do a little bit better, but for now, that's all I need to do. I just do have to get my cutting boards in there as well, so I'm going to go ahead and grab those now and make sure that I can get them in there. But that's going to do it for today, guys. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I'll have a link in the description to Circulon pots and pans. Go ahead and pick some up for yourself, and we will see you guys next time on the channel. Thanks for watching, and welcome to Learn Your New Induction. Tap OK to start. I don't know, I'm silly. What's this switch do? We got this Kingston HyperX microphone, we got this brand new webcam, we got the microphone and the webcam and the peel satisfaction. Let's go. Look at this guy just chilling with something in his mouth, heading towards the salad. And then there's another dude back there who took off. Alright guys, welcome to the channel, Supercar Street Racing, and today we have been contacted by the company Lackeyback from Levanta, which I have been using to partner with different companies. They wanted me to get out one of their dog products and show you guys how it actually works and see if I like the way it feels and everything, and then also make sure the animal is happy with it. So right in front of me right here from Lackeyback, we do have the heavy duty dog leash sitting in front of me, and you can see it is made of sort of a canvas material here. And what we are going to do today right here and right now is show you what came in the package, take a look at the store on Amazon after we're done, and also take this over and let Cooper give his 2 cents worth as a corkage. So hang out with us today. We're going to take a look at this Lackeyback heavy duty dog leash and see what Cooper thinks of it as well. Right in front of me, straight from the company Lackeyback, is this heavy-duty dog leash that was provided to the station free of charge to give it a nice once-over. And you can see I have it laid out here on the bed. It does have a pretty nice heavy-duty hook on the end with a safety latch so that it can't physically come off. You can see right there, it's got the little twist thing there so it can't come off. You can see it is made out of this heavy-duty canvas-like material, almost like a tow strap from a car. And it does have a handle right here for you to hold on to that is made of rubber to keep the material from hurting your hand while you are walking with your dog, should your dog tend to pull very hard on the leash. Now this Lackeyback heavy duty leash is 6 feet long, and it says it's perfect for medium and small dogs. It also does come with this nice little thing to hold the poop bags, which is very nice. And it does say that it has double-sided reflectivity on it. So if you're walking your dog at night, that's actually a really good thing to have, you know, so traffic can actually see you. And some of the other details, it says that it is thickened for reinforcement. It is 2 millimeters thick, as it says right here on the site. And this is actually a dual handle here. It's got 2 handles in case you need to use both of them for your dog. And it's sitting at a solid 4.4 star reviews after being on the site for some time now. And so that's a good close-up look at what you get in the packaging. It did come in this nice plastic bag here, and there is the actual label that was on it. And here is the poop bag. You just twist this off the top, and you can also clip this onto your dog leash when you take your dog for a walk, and then you'll have it right here at the top if you want it. There's a little hook right here for you to clip your little poop bags on. Okay, now that we've showed you exactly what comes with the Lackey heavy-duty dog leash, there's only one thing left to do, and that is find out if an actual dog loves the Lackey dog leash. Now, fortunately enough for Supercar Street Racing, we do have Cooper across the street, and he has volunteered. He actually texted me earlier today and said he was ready to go ahead and check this out. So what we will do is just take him for a little walk, and then I'll ask him what his opinion is of the Lackey dog leash. So without further ado, we need to get all this stuff packed up and move across the street and go see Cooper. And we have to see Beatrice also, but I don't think she would be interested in going for a walk with us. So let's get it packed up. Let's get out of the Supercar Street Racing compound and let's get across the street. All right, we are headed over across the street to Rich and Trisha's house. We do have the Lackey dog collar with us. And what we are going to do right now is go outside. We're not going to take up too much of Cooper's precious time, but what we want to do is just go ahead and put it on him and see if he enjoys taking a little walk with the collar. So let's get across the street and see what Cooper is up to. Hello? Oh, you're coming over to my house? Okay, cool. All right, bye. Okay, change of plans. They are coming over to my house. Here they come. Cooper came out to check out this leash, and this is the heavy-duty Lackey back. Funny name, but dog leash. It came with these little poop bags, too, to clip on. And so I was just going to take Cooper down the block and back and see if he likes it or not. Can we just clip it on him? Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, come here, dude. Come on, buddy. Okay, so it's got a safety latch on it, so you just pull back on that. Come on, dude. Come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. He's so confused why I'm walking him. Oh, already? Right in the yard? Come on. He's like, what is going on, Mom? Okay, now he's going. I even brought new shoes for you, look, dude. Come on, buddy. We'll just go down here and go back. Come on, dude. Are you loving it so far? He's huffing it. Ready? Go home?
Yeah, I'll go.
Come on, dude. Come on, buddy. Back home. It's hot. Oh. Pause for the calls. Good job, dude. Come on. Hey, dude. Good job, buddy. You're a star. Good job. Did you like it? What do you think? Do you approve? Would you recommend this to other dogs? All right. Let me let you get back to Mom then. Bugs are already getting me too. All right, see you guys later. Bye-bye. Okay, we just walked Cooper with the leash, and he loved it, and he recommends it to all your dog friends. Now, let's go back inside. It's very hot outside. Let's go back inside, get our Amazon package here, and go check this out in the Supercar Street Racing 4K production studio with me. I'll be right in there. I'll see you there. Guys, we're back once again at Supercar Street Racing, and we are out in the 4K production studio. You can see right behind me, we have all kinds of cool gadgets and lights in the studio for when we edit, and we always go live, so make sure that you are always watching us when we're live and editing. Today we've got the Lackey Back Heavy Duty Dog Leash. We were fortunate enough to partner up with the Lackey Back company. They contacted us through Levanta, and I'm going to show you what Levanta is right now. I've been able to go to Levanta and sign up and have partnerships with a bunch of different companies, and I have a lot of companies I am able to work with now, and they send me free samples, and so I use Levanta to hook up with all these companies. And today we are looking at the Lackey Back Heavy Duty Dog Leash, and you can see at the Lackey Back store here on Amazon that they have quite a few different products for you to check out. But the one we have today is not this one. It is just the Heavy Duty Dog Leash, which sits right here. And it is only $10, which is a really good deal for what you get. You get a super heavy duty dog leash, and they give you a little plastic container full of poop bags to go with the dog leash. And the dog leash is reflective and made of almost like a material that you would put a car strap on, you know, like that type of canvas material. It's got a nice heavy duty hook at the end and a nice place for you to put your hand that is rubber so you don't hurt your hand if your dog does try to pull away from you very quickly. Now here's a good picture of the collar with the little poop bag thing it gives you and someone carrying a very big dog, a Rottweiler it looks like, and this thing is supposed to be able to handle that. Right here it says that the thickened design provides a secure way for you to take your dog on a walk. And right here it shows you the swivel hook on the end, and it can't come out because it has a little safety latch, like a mountaineering buckle is what it's called. And it is 2 millimeters thick, so that means it can handle any of the larger dog breeds. You can see here the double handle, like right down here on the bottom part of the leash, it does have a rubber handle to help you grip better. You can see right here that the leash does have reflective material on it, which is really nice for when you go on evening walks with your dog. And right here it's showing you that the thing is 6 feet long. That does give you some flexibility. If you need a little bit more leash there, you will have it with 6 feet of dog leash. Now taking a look at the reviews here, this does have a 4.3 star review out of 5. 58 people have reviewed this so far. I thought it was awesome. I had no issues whatsoever, and Cooper was actually able to recommend it to your dog and all the other dogs. Checking out some of the 5-star reviews, style, quality, and comfort from a person who actually purchased it. Very satisfied. Titan's new leash, I guess Titan is a dog, exactly what I needed, and it's strong, just what I wanted, and a very sturdy leash. Now my yard guy is here, so you might hear that in the background. There's not much I can do about that. But looking at the 1-star review, it says not heavy duty, but I disagree. It is very heavy duty, and I think that is not true whatsoever. That was also a free product. You can see here someone got a free product to review it as well. So guys, please check out the Heavy Duty Dog Leash by Lackey Back, and go ahead and tell them Supercar Street Racing sent you. And we need your support. If you could please go down and order this from the description below, and also like and subscribe. That would help the channel out tremendously. We are trying to grow, and we can't do it without you guys, so we always appreciate your support. Now we got to get out of here. My yard's getting cut. I need to go make sure they don't cut down the entire grass. All right, directly in front of the camera today is something special. This is a green box full of goodness. Inside of this box is a clue as to what we're doing today. I'm actually not looking forward to this project because it is a dusty, messy project, but I need to get it done. I promised Comey LED that I would follow up to the last video with you guys and go ahead and install the rest of the night light recessed lighting with this 16-piece hole saw kit. Now, I know you're gonna ask me, how is that even possible? You already have holes in the ceiling. How are you gonna enlarge the holes anyway? Well, that's what we're going to do today. We are going to show you how to enlarge any hole that you already have with a hole saw kit. Now think about this. If you try to cut a hole right now out of a hole that's already smaller than this, there is nothing for this bit to go into to keep this from moving, and you will destroy your drywall. I have tried it. So the key is going to be unlocked today in this video. We're going to show you how to do this on Supercar Street Racing. Hang out with us today.
Right here in the kitchen in Supercar Street Racing, there is this amazing Tesla Model S sitting here, black. It looks like it has the arachnid wheels as well. And there's also this grip 16-piece hole saw kit sitting right here. We're gonna leave a link in the description to this guy right here. But today, our first mission is we are going to be expanding a smaller hole into a bigger one so that we can install these 4-inch LED lights from Komi LED. Now, what's so difficult about that? Well, as you know, you cannot just take an existing hole, put a bigger hole saw on it, and then drill, because this arbor in the center has no place to go. This drill bit right here, no place to go up through the hole and hold your bit steady. And what happens is it flies around and it completely destroys your drywall. So that's why we have a plan today. What we're gonna do is first go over to Chris's house, my neighbor. We're gonna break into his garage and see if we can figure out how to get this working. Let's get over to Chris's house and see what we can figure out. Okay, all we need is a spare piece of plywood, preferably a thicker piece. This looks like 1/2 inch right here. Let's go ahead and show you what we're going to be using today. We have my DeWalt drill right here. Let's go ahead and take off the standard Phillips head. Here is the hole saw right here. We're going to throw that in the DeWalt. We do have this nice plug here, but it is stuck. Now there is a key to that. You simply push something through the back to free it up. This little screwdriver attachment. Oh, I did that wrong.
Got him!
I did it wrong.
Got him!
That whole thing's wrong. That whole thing's wrong. I did it wrong. I'm gonna own my stupidity. I did that whole thing wrong. It was supposed to be the size of the old hole. I got to get up there, pull one of the lights out, and get a size of the old hole. Okay, we did get one of the lights out now. We just simply have to see if this matches the light hole, but it really messed up the ceiling. Be really close though, like really close. Luckily, I do have the 3-inch hole saw that I used when I actually made the holes. I'm gonna use that, go back to Chris's, cut the correct hole out this time because I'm an idiot. I am literally brain dead today. I don't know what's going on with me. I just realized I pried out the correct plug from the actual hole saw. So all we have to do now, this is how you do these. You take this, you put it on the end of that like that. That guides you into the hole, and then you cut the new hole. When you cut, it pushes it back into the thing, and then you pop it right back out. That's all you have to do. Okay, I put some double-sided tape to keep this plug from coming out because it had already worn out in the center and it would not stay. Now all we have to do is tie in the existing wiring to the new lights, black to black, white to white, green to bare wire. And I'm using the wiring nuts they provided. They work great with 3 wires. Be careful of your sealing while you're doing this. Any dirt on it will show. When you're done, these should not come out. Push everything back in the box, close the box. The color temperature. I'm gonna use a second stop. We'll test it first. All right, this thing's good. Next step here is just a spring. So you just pop these springs in. Don't touch the ceiling when you do it. Just like that. That thing's done. Okay, the last lights were foamed into the ceiling. I had to dig them out, and it was so ridiculous. I couldn't even get the clamps out because they were foamed in. This one is not. I had to dig that one out of the ceiling. And all the cables are too short. Whoever the electrician was that did this, I would love to slap them right in the face. This thing waterproof? Okay. Break the brake. I think it's waterproof. What do you guys think? Does it work? Is the mic still working? Screen's not working. Ah, look at that, guys. All right, guys, we are back in the Supercar Street Racing living room, and as you can see, it took me all day, but I did finish this project. We got the Comey LED lights installed at the top of the ceiling here. I had one huge error right there I had to correct. My pilot piece of wood slipped and I gashed the ceiling. I had to go buy the ceiling paint because I didn't have any, and the ceiling paint is just Valspar Signature Ultra White Flat. So I went and bought a quart of that after I patched the little nicks that I put in the ceiling, and now you can't even tell at all. But you can see, guys, I had to do a lot of work in here. This is a total of 10 lights that I put in today. And this one over here, right there, that one was completely spray foamed into the actual ceiling. So I had to dig that one out. That was the hardest of all of them to get done. And if you can see here, these are also the night lights. So we should be able to go over here and click them off and back on and get night light. Let's see if it works. Oh, night light now, guys. How cool is that? This looks insane. I love this look, man. This is Comey LED. You are my heroes. I love you guys. And I can't wait to work with you guys again. Look at the nightlight in here. This just looks absolutely fire, dog. Guys, please support Comey LED. They have done so much for the channel. They gave us all of these lights for absolutely free, and we went ahead and replaced all of the living room lights with Comey LED night lights, and it looks absolutely fire. I'm so hype trained for all this. Guys, thanks again for 150,000 subscribers. Also, I couldn't do it without you. Order yours. They will be a discount code also. Comey Brad, 10% off. Okay, so these two 3-inch lights from Comey LED do not fit these holes. They are too small, unfortunately. I kind of wish they had a little bit more of a lip on them, but they do not. And so these need to come out and be replaced with the 4-inch. So the same process as earlier in the video. We got to drill out these two guys and then put in the 4-inch. The only annoying part is one of them is really short. This guy right here, the wire is so short on it that I had to struggle to get it in the first time. So let's go ahead and get these guys dismounted and then get the new Comey LEDs drilled out and in there. We're gonna need the ladder though. It's annoying on the stool. I don't wanna have to deal with that. Let me grab the ladder.
Okay, back in the bedroom, and I put these lights in a long time ago and they suck. So we're gonna be putting in the Comey LED